Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
There's usually one more song. I forgot my sequence. So let me play that one more song and then I'll come on. And there it is right there. And that's much better, isn't it? I know you people love that song. So there it is right there. So ladies and gentlemen, we have Liftoff. So ladies and gentlemen, we have Liftoff. I started that when I put up the thumbnail earlier on, I had a completely different narrative. I was going to lead with the Nnpc borrowing money to insulate the Naira and Lamido Sanusi asking that the citizenry should not be too scared to take on the governance. So that was going to be what we're talking about. But in the course of the day, of course, our portfolios are ascribed to ministerial nominees. So they are now ministers of XYZ. So that hopefully is where the conversation will wrap around. That's hopefully is what the conversation will wrap around. And I suspect that that is what the conversation will rest upon. So good to see you. Good to have you here. And how are you? Hope you've had a wonderful day. Hope you've had a wonderful day. I hope the day has gone exactly the way you had hoped it would, so that you're now in a rested thing. If your day went wonderfully, then click on the like button. And if you had a bad day, still click on the like button. I'm just on that hustle for that like now. So click on the like button. If you have no visceral objection to clicking on the like button, then you have every reason to do it. Am I coming across okay? Alexander Gomez is telling me that not the clearest audio. So can somebody else indicate what the audio quality is? Because I'm not quite sure what I can do at this end to, yes, it's pumped up to the highest I can. Anyway, until I see for a different voice telling me, then I'll assume that maybe Alexander doesn't quite have his thing turned up as high as it should. Yes, I was just saying, inviting that I am on the hustle for the like button. So, all right. So thank you, Mike. So Mike can hear me very well. So, So I'm on a hustle for the like button. Which person that is on YouTube is not on a hustle for the like button? So I am no different. So let that hustle yield reward. So we're after 100 likes. So take us there very quickly. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join us on the screen. Because the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu has now officially taken off. Do you understand? Do this. Take a cotton bud and clear whatever cobwebs is in your ears, so you have clarity on what I'm saying now. The administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu has now officially taken off because all of the formations of government are now in situation. So it's no longer about the politics anymore. It's now about the administration. So we have portfolios. What am I even talking? Let me bring the headline up so you all know what we're talking about. President Tinubu's ministers and their designation. So yes, of course, as I said, our portfolios now allocated, now ascribed, now adduced, however, whatever inflection, whatever verbiage you want to use. Tinubu's ministers now in situation, but are they fit for purpose? Actually, let me remove that headline because I want to, I know a lot of you know it, but let's keep it a mystery for as long as we can for people who may not know who got what. So, as I said, ministers in situation, but are they fit for purpose? Does it mirror what we anticipated? And what sort of governance can we look forward to off the back of who got what in this ministerial list? So we all know the names and we all know what portfolios we thought was suited for XYZ. So we go through that list then and we see where that lands us. So we go through that list and then we see where that lands us. And then we go through this one as well. This was going to be the lead story for this session. Nigerian Petroleum Company, NNPCL, secures $3 billion loan to stabilize the naira. So we are back to that subsidized living that we are that we thought we were escaping from. You know, because when I read this, it put me in mind of a quick hit of morphine for a temporary high. That's what it put me in mind of, a quick hit of morphine for a temporary high. So you're still going to come down and find yourself where you were. We thought we were escaping this subsidized sort of living. and we were going to let the naira free base to find its natural birthing, to find its natural value. So if they're now borrowing money to defend the naira, we're back to where we were, or are we? So we dig into that, see what we're making of it. Nigerian Petroleum Company, Nnpcl, secures $3 billion loan to stabilize the naira. So to stabilize the naira, but the hunt for money by the Tinubu administration is any and everywhere. Remember a few weeks ago, we were talking about all these frontal and stealth taxes that they were introducing into the system. You remember when we even landed on a vehicle tax, a road tax of some sort, that you pay 1,000 naira per vehicle. So all manners of taxes they're using to harvest money. But it looks as though that harvesting has not yet abated. Let me show you this. Federal government to sell stake in Nnpc, 17 entities. So now, one of the biggest criticisms that a lot of people had against Atiku Abubakar in the cut and thrust of the politicking both 2015, 2019, and 2023 was the narrative that if he became the president, he was going to sell the Nnpc off. A lot of people raged against him that, no, he's going to sell the family jewel, he's going to sell the crown jewel, this, that, and the other. He's going to give it to his Arab friends. But the one thing, if there's one thing we have learned within the Nigerian space, is that the Nigerian governance does not know or have the capacity to run any institution. Any and every institution run by the Nigerian state has been run to the ground. So if they sell, and by the way, this headline is somewhat misleading, but don't let it lead you to the direction of a hip hurrah. It's not a hip hurrah sort of thing. So when they're saying they're selling stakes in Nnpc, that's not to say they're selling the whole of Nnpc or they're even selling Nnpc. There are several satellite, entities within the juggernaut that is Nnpc. So it's just a strip and sell or sell stakes. That's sort of where they are. So it's not really selling the crown jewel of the country, but really it opens up that space again that is the government best suited to running all of these multi-juggernauts, which they've never demonstrated. You know that Nnpc demonstrates. Let's take some of the refineries, for instance. They've been producing zero in terms of output, but their wage bill and support is higher than the average sovereign state within the Nigerian space. So a lot of these things, all of these white elephants that are just bleeding us dry. So we can cut them, sell them either for scrap or sell them for somebody that can turn them around or even hand them over to somebody that can handle them and put some very stringent royalty thing in there so that our interest is protected. So all of that wrapped into this, federal government to sell stake in Nnpc, 19 entities. So we go through that list to find out who and what is in play. So who and what is in play? So still talking about list, we're going to a different list, but this now next headline is a human interest sort of a storyline, and it's a question that we ask lazily often in our private lives. 3 Nigerians amongst top 17 richest Black people on earth. So we've often wondered where, I think a lot of us, even before we get to the reveal, we can sort of guess at some of the names, and most of us would not guess wrong. We have the expectation that Dangote will be there, but who else will be there alongside him? The top 17 richest Black people on earth. I think Oprah Winfrey actually used to be on that list back in the day. I suspect that she might not be there anymore, but who are they? You have to hang around to find out. 3 Nigerians amongst top 17 richest Black people on earth. So we find out exactly what is in play there. All right. We found out exactly what is in play there. Ministerial list, Tinubu allot portfolio to cabinet nominees, see full list. So that was just streaming in all the way through. So yes, a lot of the conversations will be wrapped around that. And this Nnpc thing, this one gives us a bit more flesh. Tinubu moves to sell government's stake in Nnpc, 19 other state-run companies to raise funds. So we'll probably take the reading from this because this seems to be a bit more comprehensive than the first headline we gave you on the subject matter. So a lot to chew over, a lot to mull over, a lot to reflect on. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Do this, put your hands up and surrender yourself to the space for however long the session lasts. So just say, okay, I surrender. I'm just going to spend the next however long it lasts with one man. So surrender yourself to the space and let us take you on a wild roller coaster ride. You know how it usually goes here. There's laughters, there's raised voices, there's excuse me, there is I don't like what you said. But in between all of that, there's salient, intelligent or inspiring conversations and commentaries that just runs all the way through. It is such a dynamism, the whole experience. So lean back for that experience. But then, of course, click on like, click on subscribe, and we want those numbers going now. So if you've not clicked on like already, do that now. And if you're not already subscribed, do that now. If you've never been on the screen, we're especially looking to hear from you. We're canvassing you. And the canvassing is this link that I'm sending to the comment section now, which says StreamYard. If you click on that link that says StreamYard, it's an open ticket. It's an open microphone platform. As I often say, the open microphone being that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard and come lend your voice to the conversations that we have here. So do all that. Let's take a micro break with the K guys, and then we come back into the throes of it. But first, the K guys. The K guys.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
My senior colleague. So we thank God that she's here to pay a solidarity visit and for us to have talks on the way to move our nation forward. And I appreciate her visit this afternoon. So I want to also thank her for all the support and the tips she's always given over time. So thank you so much, Your Excellency, and thank you for this visit.
A woman I know for a long time. We started as a governor's wife. We were my senior by then. But we joined the rest, we were my senior. And we learned from you people. I am not surprised that you are here because you are one of the women that I look forward to make Nigerian women proud. I have come here to encourage you, to support you, because we are one country and our country must move forward and for the country to be better, because it's our country. We have no other country than Nigeria. We have no other place to go. We must support you. We must support you to make sure you achieve what we are here for. And when you achieve, we have achieved. So the Nigeria must move forward. And I use this opportunity also to lead to the women of this country, because I know that my sister can carry the women along. She carried the women along when she was a governor's wife. So when she's a first lady, the sky will be her limits. She will carry us along and she will move us forward. We Nigerian women, we should come out in mass and support this government and support her. The sky will be our limits. May God bless you, my sister. Thank you for moving us, we Nigerian women, forward. I came in and I saw the women. I was proud of it. Thank God for carrying us along. And I am here for you. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. That was on the face of it, that was you would say that was 3 minutes wasted out of your life. You would say because that on the surface was just a meaningless interaction. I am here for my sister. It is a sister, and she's a sister. You think it is Whoopi Goldberg and is a sister's act or something, but embedded under that is a whole raft of layers of politics. So that's politics you are seeing playing out there. Just the ambiguity and the blandness of the wordings, that's high politics. But we'll speak on that in a moment. But let's get to the readouts fairly quickly, and let's kick it off with this. Full list. Tinubu moves to sell government's stake in Nnpc, 19 other state-run companies to raise funds. So let's get into it. The federal government is considering selling its stakes let's do that again. The federal government is considering selling its stakes in about 20 state-run companies to bolster revenue amidst pressing financial challenges. According to a Bloomberg report, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation is one of the 20 firms. Armstrong Takang, the chief executive officer at the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, who disclosed the move, said the sale will be to strategic investors. He also revealed that the agency is considering options, including strategic sales and initial public offerings, and aims to implement the plan within 18 months. Takang explained that some entities need private sector to take controlling shares, and the primary consideration for the government is to create value rather than retain control. He said, it is better for us to own 49% of a high-performing entity than 90% of an entity that is underperforming. So here are a list of the spaces they are looking to sell. Although Takang failed to mention the other companies beside Nnpc, our correspondence in 2022 revealed a list of 27 national assets the government is considering selling or concessioning. So now let's go through the list, see which ones you will be willing to let go. So now Tafawa Balewa Square. So yes, Tafawa Balewa Square, I would not object to Tafawa Balewa Square being sold off because it's a prime space for sort of like an event, a marquee events arena sort of a space, and is already designed along those lines, so they can just get rid of all of those shops and get rid of the motor parks, etc., and turn it into an event sort of a park. So yes, Tafawa Balewa Square, I would not object to that being sold. National Integrated Power Projects, NIPP, in various locations. And then it goes on to give us the locations. Olorun Shogo plant, Calabar 2 plant, and it goes on to give us all of this. So I have no real clarity on that. So let me just leave that space. Hydropower plants across the country. So it looks as though a lot of the power sector spaces that they're looking to get rid of. Calabar and Kano free trade zones. So yes, I'm not quite sure even why there is a free trade zone in Kano, because Kano, as far as I'm aware, is landlocked, and traditionally free trade zones are even what does I have to let me actually find out, because we hear this term all the time. We don't even know what it means. Some of us don't anyway. Free trade zone. What does it actually mean? It's the question. The World Bank defines free trade zones as small fenced-in duty-free areas offering warehousing, storage, and distribution facilities. It says, what is a free trade zone? Let's see if we get a more comprehensive. Free trade zones, also called foreign trade zones, formerly free ports, are an area within which goods may be landed, handled, manufactured, or reconfigured and re-exported without the intervention of customs. So yes, let's see. Sorry, I just want us to be clear on what a free trade zone is. Free trade zone also, yes, only when the goods are moved to the consumers within the country in which the zone is located do they become subject to the prevailing customs duties. Free trade zones are organized around major seaports, international airports, and national frontier areas with many geographic advantages for trade. So yes, Kano is not suited for a free trade zone, just exactly as I said. It's a bit like how they are citing naval headquarters in Katsina. This is the sort of thing that they do, our northern brothers, anytime they're in charge of governance. Yes, so yes, Calabar and Kano free trade zone, so that can go. Abuja Water Board, so somebody will get that and they'll be lucky. Aluminium Smelter Company of Nigeria, so that can go. National Film Corporation, that can go. National Theatre, the one in Igamu, I thought that was already gone. I thought they ceded that to Lagos State already. Lagos International Trade Fair, so that can go. Actually, that's prime location that I'm sure they'll turn into smart apartments. Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, so now that one that is where the argument is. Federal government-owned hotels and landed properties. So federal government-owned hotels, yes, these are opportunities, by the way, for you and I, because I don't think it's beyond the realms of our collective wealth to buy a government-owned hotel. I'm going to actually go and research that. Government ministries like the Postal Service, yes, the Postal Service It's a prime one that can be sold and can be reconfigured for modern use. So it says good and bad news for Nigeria as global crude oil price rises to highest level in 2023. So this is going to be the narrative of Nigeria going forward. Whenever whenever the price of oil goes up, we shout hurrah and then we cry in pain. So that seems to be the narrative of that space. So swiftly moving on, and let me go on to this. Let me go on to this one. I'm trying to leave the ministerial list to much later, just to tease you guys a little bit. So let's go on to this one. Nigerian Petroleum Company NNPCL secures $3 billion loan to stabilize Naira. According to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC Limited, has said it has secured an emergency $3 billion crude oil repayment loan to stabilize the country's exchange rate. So just my loose understanding, just off the back of that kickoff, an emergency $3 billion crude oil repayment loan. So they borrowed the money, but they paid back in crude rather than pay back the money itself. You know, so that has to be the understanding of that. The company said this in a tweet on Wednesday, adding that the $3 billion is from Afrixim Bank, the trade finance bank for Africa. Is that not the bank that no, that's not the bank that the Nigerian guy oversight. According to NNPCL, the money will be used to increase the value of the country's currency Naira at the international markets. The company wrote, relief for the Naira. NNPC Limited secures $3 billion emergency crude repayment loan from Axim Bank. The NNPC Limited and Afrixim Bank have jointly signed a commitment letter and term sheet for an emergency $3 billion crude repayment loan. The signing, which took place today at the bank's headquarters in Cairo, Egypt, will provide some immediate disbursement that will enable the NNPC Limited to support the federal government in its ongoing fiscal and monetary policy reforms aimed at stabilizing the exchange rate market. So, well, the only really good side of that is that the money to be paid back in fuel rather than in cash. But you say that's good. Often instances when they embed all of these loans in natural resources, then you end up paying 10, if not 50 times more than if you were paying back in cash. But then, so that's the deal. But then they are borrowing money to stabilize the Naira. That is to say then to subsidize the Naira. So I'm not quite sure. The financial experts hopefully will turn up in the course of the session. Nigerians take too much rubbish from politicians. So this is now Lamido Sanusi riling it up, as he often does. The former emir of Kano, Lamido Sanusi II, has said Nigerians take too much rubbish from politicians, encouraging the masses not to be intimidated by political leaders. According to Sanusi, if the politician is not held to account, coming generations might have no country to call theirs. Sanusi, a former Central Bank of Nigeria CBN governor, said that most Nigerians do not go into politics. Sanusi, a former Central Bank of Nigeria CBN governor, said that most Nigerians did not go into politics, does not make them, that should be that, said that, I don't know, that's not reading right, but let's read it how it's written. Sanusi, a former Central Bank of Nigeria CBN governor, said that most Nigerians did not go into politics, did not make them inferior, adding that Nigerians are too afraid in their comfort zones. Speaking in a video that has gone viral, the technocrat said, "We cannot be intimidated by somebody because you are president or you are a governor, and we cannot tell you that you are wrong." So I'm not sure if this is pointedly at Tinubu or not, but we'll find out in the course of. We have chosen different paths. If I had gone into politics, at least given the people that have access to be president in Nigeria, I could have become president or I could be a governor. Yes, there was a time before he decided to go with his ancestral ambitions. There was a time that I was actually rooting for Lamido Sanusi to be president. I would rather have him. That was in 2015, actually. It was one of the names that was pushing hard in 2015. Because, of course, I would rather him than Malam Buhari, and I'm sure you would have as well. That I chose not to go into politics does not mean I am a subordinate human being. This is what we all have to learn as Nigerians. We take too much rubbish and we are all too afraid in our comfort zones. By the time these guys might have finished with us, our children will not have anywhere to call the nation. I'm not quite sure who they are and who we are in a narrative that is being presented by somebody like Lamido Sanusi. In that chasm, in that divide of us versus them, I'm not quite sure where Lamido Sanusi is in that divide. He's saying when these guys would have finished with us. Well, he's one of those guys dealing with us, by the way. So let's not conflate. He's as blue blood elitist as he possibly can get within the Nigerian space, having governed the central bank and sat atop one of the most premier stools in the Nigerian space. So who is he calling they? He is part of they. He's not part of us. So don't have any conflation. That Lamido Sanusi is not part of us. It's part of them. It's part of the people we're raging against. We take too much rubbish and we are all too afraid in our comfort zones. By the time these guys might have finished with us, our children will not have anywhere to call a nation. The only way to retrieve our nation and give our children the future they deserve is, if you are not in politics, you must hold those in politics to account. It is not a comfortable situation to be in. When people are incompetent and they don't like you, you wear their dislike as a badge of honor. So he can wear that dislike as a badge of honor. If you try to wear that dislike, they will just shoot you. They will just, you know what will happen. You can't be comfortable and feel normal in a distortional environment. And for the young people, do not fail. This is your country. This is your future. Help us build this country for you. So help us build this country for you. How about you letting them build the country? You have failed already. We also how much you looted and stole to Malaysia and all of that. So let's hear him. Let's hear him. Let's hear him in his own words.
I have my record of service. My father has his record of service. My grandfather's record of service. We cannot be intimidated by somebody because you're president or you're a governor, and we cannot tell you that you're wrong. We've chosen different paths. And I said yesterday, and I'll say it again, if I'd gone into politics, at least given the people that have succeeded in becoming president in Nigeria, I could have been president. Or I could be governor. So that I choose not to go into politics does not make me a subordinate human being. And this is what we all have to learn as Nigerians. We take too much rubbish. And we're all too afraid, too much in our comfort zones. And by the time these guys finish with us, our children will not have a nation. And this is the real challenge that we face. How do we stand up? How do we retrieve our nation? How do we go back to that vision that we had? How do we give our children the opportunities that we have had? And even better. And this is the question that each of us must take with us. And the only way to do it is, if you're not in politics, you must hold those in politics to account. It's not a comfortable situation to be in, but believe me, when people are incompetent and they don't like you, you wear their dislike as a badge of honor. You can't be comfortable. You can't be normal in a dysfunctional environment. So we must get outside our comfort zone, and that is only will change this country. And for the young people, do not fear. This is your country. This is your future. Take hold of it. Work for it. Build it. Don't let anyone tell you to run away because you have a degree. Go to England, go to America, go to France. This is your country. You're coming back here. So let's work to build one for you. And you help us build this country for you. Thank you very much.
So there it is. So that was Lamido Sanusi inviting you to grab it, snatch it, and run away with it. So grab it, snatch it, and run away with it. So grab it, snatch it, and run away with it. And people who grabbed, snatched, and ran away with it to land at the top of the world. Pardon me. 3 Nigerians amongst top 17 richest Black people on earth. So who are they? You already know the runners and riders. I just really want to see where they fall in the hierarchy, because there was a time that not Lamido Sanusi, but Dangote was the richest Black man alive. Despite economic headwinds that affected Nigeria's economy, 3 Nigerians have appeared in the list of richest Black people on earth. They are Aliko Dangote, so no surprises there. Abdul Samad Rabiu, so no surprises there. And Mike Adenuga, so no surprises there. I wonder, there's a region of Nigeria that tells us that everybody is jealous of their wealth, but I'm not quite seeing that on the list. Aliko Dangote, president of the Pan-African conglomerate, the Dangote Group, tops the list. So here is a list of 17 richest Black people on earth. Number 1, Aliko Dangote, $10.8 billion. If that guy is not worth 3 times that, then I'm a banana. Aliko Dangote, Africa's richest person, founded and chaired Dangote Cement, the continent's largest cement producer. He owns 85% of publicly traded Dangote Cement through a holding company. Dangote Cement has the capacity to produce, so it goes on to tell us all of this XYZ. Next in line, so the richest Black person actually is Aliko Dangote. So the next richest is a guy called Robert F. Smith. So clearly an American. I'm only really expecting to see mainly Americans, and then those 3 Nigerians, and then probably 1 or 2 Africans of some sort. So that's Robert Smith there. And then David Stewart. David Stewart is the founder, XYZ, whatever it is that he did, fine. So number 4 is Abdul Samad Rabiu, $5.6 billion. I suspect that is worth more than that. I suspect it may well be worth more than that. And then number 5, Mike Adenuga, $3.6 billion. Adenuga, Nigeria's second richest man. No, it's not Nigeria's second richest man, easy. If you are telling us that Rabiu is above him, it really almost by a couple of billion of dollars. Adenuga, Nigeria's second richest man, built his fortune in telecoms and oil production. His mobile phone network, Globalcom, is the 3rd largest operator in Nigeria with 55 million subscribers. His oil exploration outfit, Corn Oil, operates 6 oil blocks in the Niger Delta. I wonder there is no Niger Deltan that actually owns any significant oil block, which I think is a shame, by the way. Adenuga got an MBA at Pace University in New York, supporting himself as a student by working as a taxi driver. He made his first million at age 26, selling lace and distributing soft drinks. So these are those Babangida sets that are true bottom power or Owambe or whatever. You know, and when I say true bottom power, we know that Buhari has funny inflections, as a lot of them do in the north. From selling lace and soft drink to becoming one of the fifth richest black man on the planet. That's just Jay-Z is on that list as well. So I think Jay-Z, Oprah Winfrey, yes, the richest black female, certainly Oprah Winfrey, and not that Nigerian lady, whatever her name is. And then Patrice Motsepe. So he's where's he from? Founder and chairman of African Rainbow Minerals, became a billionaire in 2008, the first Black/African on the Forbes list. Which country is he from, though, is the thing. It may well be South African, because the only expectation... all right. In 1994, he became the first black partner at a law firm. No. Okay, so yeah. I suspect he will be South African. So that's the rich list. So let's go on from the rich list. Let's really go to the list that you are all interested in. I think I've held you in abeyance for long enough. So we will make this the last readout, and then we come into the room, see what is going on. So here it is, ministerial list. Tinubu allot portfolios to cabinet nominees, see full list. So it's really just who gets what is the most important part of it. President Bola Tinubu has allocated portfolios to his ministerial nominees. The list was announced to journalists by the special advisor to the president on media and publicity, Ajuri Ngelale. According to Ngelale, Tinubu appointed Wale Edun. Okay, so let's just go through the list. Let's go through it here. So full list and ministerial portfolio. So they've done it by sub-regions. So Southwest, Minister of Communications, Innovation, and by the way, we want to also see if new ministries are being created or ministries are being converged together. Because Ministry for Digital Economy, that was Issa Pantami, wasn't it? And Ministry for Communication, that was Lai Mohammed. But it looks as though they've all been converged into one, and the glove fits the hand in this instance. Minister of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani. So the obedient gets a hold of the internet. Minister of State, so is a full minister, by the way, not a Minister of State. Minister of State, Environment and Ecological Management, Ishak Salako. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun. So that name, of course, a lot of people, so that nobody is choking on their coffee on that one. Minister of Marine and Blue Economy. So marine and blue economy, so that's oceanic sort of a thing, I'm suspecting. Bomi Tunji-Ojo, Minister of Power. So now, I don't know the quantity of this guy, but I certainly know the importance of the ministry that he straddles. And that was the ministry that was meant to go to El Rufai, by the way. Adebayo Adelabu, Minister of State for, maybe I should just forget the Ministers of State. Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Tunji Alausa. Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake. So is that the best use of Dele Alake is the thing? Unless they're sending him in to Zamfara State to go and rescue the gold from the bandits. Minister of Tourism, Lola Adejon. So they've given a babe the free stuff. Minister of Transportation, Adegboyega Oyetola. So that's Tinubu's cousin, replacing Rotimi Amechi. So that's the compliment from the Southwest. The Southeast, do they give them anything significant? Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Doris Anite. So that's a solid enough space, and it does fit with the business thrust, the enterprise thrust of that particular space. Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnpc. That still feels somewhat because they like to fiddle with things in the Southeast. So that sort of tech, so especially science and those sort of things, they like to fiddle in the Southeast. Minister of State, Labor and Employment, in Kuru, something or the other, in Kiruka. I won't attempt a last name. You know I'm bad with names. So I was actually expecting a lot more Minister of State, but it looks as though, to no surprise, they've not given them any real portfolio. So Minister of State, Labor and Employment, in Kiruka. Minister of Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy. But this one now a solid space. So he replaces Fashola. Minister of Works, Dave Umahi. I was actually expecting, that was one of the portfolios that I bracketed for Yemsen Wike, by the way. So now this one, a total, next one, a total bolt out of the blues. A total bolt out of the blues. Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Kiyamo. My God. Yeah, what happened there? If we just go there and constitute a nuisance, just as he constitutes a nuisance everywhere he goes, it's just the thing. Your man from the Creeks, I think it's from Delta or something like that. Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Kiyamo. Minister of Youth, Abubakar Mama. Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. So this is an important portfolio, actually, because this one's the one that Sadia Farouk straddled, and she feasted like a glutton. So plenty of money to loot from here. Minister of, sorry, which region are we in even? Hold on. So yes, we're in the South. Yes. Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Betta Edu. Minister of State, Gas Resources, Ekperipe Apo. So that's an important portfolio, actually. Even though he's a junior minister, still an important portfolio. Minister of State, Petroleum Resources, Heineken, Beer. Minister of Sport Development, John Eno. Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Yemsen Wike. So of all of the uses that they could have made use of Wike for, and by the way, I suspect that this is the first time that a non-northerner is actually straddling that portfolio. Correct me, I'm sure I'm wrong, but by my recollection, this is the first time a non-northerner is straddling that portfolio. Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Yemsen Wike. So we go to the Northwest and see what their complement is. So Northwest, Minister of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, Hanatu Musawa. I think that was the one that replaced that pretty girl, wasn't it? But this one now, I don't quite see the feed. So I'm going to have to go and look at his CV to see how this happened. Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badaru. So we have to find out how that happened. Minister of State Defense, Bello Matawale. Minister of State Education, Yusuf Sanunu. Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Ahmed Dingiwa. Minister of State Housing and Urban Development, Abdullahi Gwazo. Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Atiku Bag. My God. I'm not quite sure about this one. No. Yeah, you know, because there's still monies being recovered from the Abacha loot from this guy, who is the bagman for the Abacha looting space. And he's actually negotiating how much he's going to give back to Nigeria and how much he's going to keep for himself with the American states. The Americans, we will look at his CV, and they're putting this guy in charge of budget and economic planning. My God. I don't know, man. Is this a recipe for failure? Minister, that's Atiku Bagudu, by the way. Minister of Environment and Ecological Management, Kaduna. So they've not given it to anybody. So they've put Kaduna there because there's a slot now missing. Yet, of course, the narrative of El Rufai. If they can persuade El Rufai to come back, I suspect they will reshuffle some of these people. Minister of State, Federal Capital Territory, Maria Mahmood. Minister of State, Water Resources and Sanitation, Bello Garonto. Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Abubakar Kyari. Minister of Education, Tahir Maman. Minister of Interior, Saud Al-Khali. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tugar. Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Ali Pate. So is that strong enough a portfolio? Is that a senior ministry or a junior minister? Minister of Police Affairs, Ibrahim Giadem. Minister of State Steel Development, Maigari Ahmadu. So North Central, so this is the last tranche. Then we come into the room, see who is there to take it on. So North Central, Minister of Steel Development, Shaubu Audu. Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris. Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi. So that one, that's another one that fits the bill right there. You see, there are certain portfolios that, anyway, we'll get to that in a moment. Minister of Labor and Employment, Samuel Along. Minister of State Police Affairs, Imam Suleiman Ibrahim. Minister of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs, Zaifania G. Salo. Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, Joseph Utsev. And Minister of State, Agriculture and Food Security, Aliyu Abdullahi. So Aliyu Abdullahi. So now let's come to it. We've got so that's Ayo tipping to the platform as it often does. So thank you, Ayo. Prince Daddy Johnson in this instance. Thank you, Prince Daddy. But then of course, you know, Ayo always opens up that space, which it does. So thank you, Ayo. Keep them coming. So keep them coming as we bring on the panelists that we have so far. We've got Kumi joining us, the majestic Ajale Koko, of course. Eze goes to school with Solomon in Abuja, and then we got Bishop in the building as well. So still plenty of room. Whoever wants to hop on. If Enigmatic is listening, by the way, if you want to hop on Enigmatic, because of course you always have a clear understanding of this ministerial sort of a space. But let's kick it off with Solomon, see if he's ready for us. Solomon, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening, everybody.
Yeah, yes, woman, yes, woman. No, yes, woman, yes, woman.
Because I've changed my introductory why I just come in. So because you've already mastered it, so I don't want to. I don't want
so
to.
You want to come with another flavor.
Yeah.
All right. So let's get to it then. What are you looking at in the news? Should I even be asking that question? There's only really one thing going on in the news. Let's hear from you. Talk to us.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
Okay. Yesterday or day before yesterday, I saw this guy, this former Usman, this former IG, is it IGP of police?
Yes.
Usman. I have forgotten his name.
Al-Khali Baba.
Yeah. Contesting for senatorial I be House of Rep in one of these northern states.
Yeah, I saw
Under
it. Was it in
APC.
Yobe? Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think it's Yobe. Yeah, it
yeah,
should be in Yobe.
yeah.
That headline was really it was really funny. Like, so this guy has always been a politician. He's just covering up as a police, as somebody that is that is not interested in politics, but he has always had interest. It's really bad, and I hope those people don't. They should not vote for him because he could not. I did not see anything he did as as IGP.
What is really going to surprise you is when Mahmoud Yakubu hangs up his boots as INEC chairman, and then he decides to go and become the governor of whichever state under the APC. So he's going to contest as an APC man, almost certainly.
Yeah, that one will be very bad. Those kind of people, they don't need to get into office. They should use their common sense self on their own. As you finish your service, no matter how the service was rendered, if it was good or bad, you just quit from public space. And because I don't know, these people, they don't have shame. That is just the thing. But it is what it is. So, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right. What else were you looking at? You can go to the ministerial list, but if there's anything else you were looking at,
Actually, this ministerial list, and that one, another one, this naira crashing from almost 1,000 to 750, just because they said Tinubu met with the CBN governor, the acting CBN governor, and so maybe I don't really know much about that space, but they should try and do something about this whole thing. And him now trying to bring back, is it that there will be a little money paid for subsidy, something like that too again. And yeah, that's it.
All right, brilliant. Let's go to the ministerial list. Festus Keyamo as the Minister of Aviation. Is that the best use for him, by your reckoning?
Man, it just shows that this APC, I don't know, APC. I don't know what. I don't know what's up with them.
Who is teaching you Yoruba?
Oh my, you don't understand. Don't worry.
Salo, be careful. Come after you. Those batties, they will come after you.
No, now they are people. Yeah. So what man? These people, I don't know what they want to do, or like what they are doing. Like, they are just doing anyhow. They are supposed to redeem their image, redeem their image, but they are in fact destroying their image. Festus Keyamo, what is Festus Keyamo doing here at first? Then why would they give him that portfolio of aviation? And you saw the last person that held that office was he did not do any single thing. To the extent
that guy is with the AFCC now, isn't he? That Siraki.
I think I saw
he's with the
AFCC
now. Yeah.
They invited him or something like that. I don't know. But this Festus Keyamo, look at the last guy we had. To the extent he went to even borrow, or let me say rent an airplane to deceive Nigerians. Then they are bringing in somebody that is not trustworthy. This Festus Keyamo to come and assume that post. It's very bad for you. It's really, really bad for us in this country. How? I don't just know. Like,
Yamson Wike as the FCT minister. Does that surprise you? Of all of the portfolios that they could have given him, they've made him the minister for Abuja. Does that surprise you, Yamson Wike?
No, not at all. But even though I was not really expecting him, but because of the projects he did, even some people say those projects were rubbish in Rivers State, but some said it was good. People must criticize, but it's not really that portfolio is not really bad for him, or he's not really bad for that portfolio. Is good for him, and he's somebody, like, they call him project master, even though the the people say that those projects just building flyover and all that. It's only that cardio stuff, that center that he built. Is it cardio center? Yeah, I think in River State, that was the major project that I was impressed during his administration about. Yeah, that cardio center. So, but the rest, building flyover, like Amechi using, making mockery of him, like it's not to come and be building flyover for us and this one where people are hungry or where people are don't have things to do and all that. But Wiki, one thing, my advice for him is just for him to continue with the master plan of Abuja, since he's somebody that knows how to carry a project.
I was wondering if it's the first Southerner to be made Minister of Abuja, but apparently not. But certainly in recent years, it's the first Southerner since 1980. In fact, since 1982, did we had Jeremiah Oseni? It's certainly the first Northerner since South Southerner since God knows how long. Probably the second Southerner. So what are you making of that? It's a space traditionally reserved for the Northerners.
Based on, for me, because it's a federal space, it should be meant for everybody, not just the Northerners. It's not just the Northerners alone, but everybody, people that are competent to develop this, they'll be competent to develop this and willing to develop this FCT. So I feel Wike will do good, even though I least expected him to be in that position, but he will do good in a FCT. He will do things in FCT. For real, he will do things, but he should continue with the master plan. But the best minister so far FCT has had is still remains El-Rufai, but I believe maybe Wike might just do better. So, yeah.
All right, brilliant. And you've already touched on it. The Nnpc borrowing $3 billion to stabilize the naira. Is that a good move?
Oh man, I don't understand all these things that they are doing in this country, for real. Like, I don't just know. I don't know. I just feel like we're deceiving ourselves. Like, all these things, different measures that they say they've been taking up to make this naira to be stabilized and all that. Still yet, things are still, like, the naira is still depreciating, and I don't know, woman.
I thought you said they appreciated sharply today.
No, see that which one is it? Just because it just the dollar just it just went down, and but to me it's really nothing. 700 to $1 is still nothing to me, to be honest. It's still nothing, even though it went down to 750, but it's nothing, to be honest. So, oh man, I don't understand. These people are just winding ourselves.
Solomon is back. It has depreciated again.
Really? Can you imagine? So
this evening. Yeah.
Where is it now?
Sorry, $700, 700 naira by the black market or central bank?
It should be, that's the one should be the official, the central bank
will be the official.
So definitely
we don't look at central bank anymore. We don't look at central bank anymore now. It's now 140 naira as naira last night in black market.
But well, it fluctuates sharply anyway. That's what it does.
But if it doesn't affect the black market, then it's not ready. It's meaningless, because right now it's black market we used to determine the rate. If any rate does not affect the black market, that means it's not really making any sense. You should put 5 naira or 10 naira. They should remove that arbitrage. They should merge black market and the private market and the central bank rate. If they don't do that, that means they're not ready to move the economy forward. That's the only way.
I do a bit of currency trading, and today I sent in the morning I sent to my clients 1,195 naira to the pound. And then by midday, I sent to them 1,175 naira to the pound. And then just at the close of business, I sent to them 1,140 to the pound.
But you can see one month.
That's all within today.
So today, 3 times.
Whoever bought early in the morning, there's a 45 naira differential already there.
Yeah, because me, I bought last night. I wanted to buy like $3,000 just emergency, but I couldn't buy $3,000. I had to buy $2,000 because the money just keep going up. So they should work on that arbitrage too. Otherwise, people will cry.
One man. Let me talk about this Matawale portfolio. It's really crazy. Somebody that could not protect his people, that did not have any defense strategy in his state.
Matawale.
Yeah, it was not the one that said they should pick up arms and defend themselves.
Yeah, but
when he was governor,
which ministry did he get?
Minister of Defense State.
All right. Let me see. Yeah, carry on. Let me see where he is.
Somebody that could not protect his people all of a sudden is becoming minister. So if he can't protect what they call it, Zamfara, then how will he? Even though he's not holding the major because he's on his state and not the. But how will he protect the people under him? So this list to me is not really. Then this lady, better I want to see how she would go about this poverty alleviation scheme because that was this thing under that she is part of her portfolio.
All right. I don't know. The thing is, we don't really know her quantity to the level of knowing how well she may or may not perform.
Yeah, but I don't think that kind of lady who is meant to hold that kind of office, that one is still trending. She's still a slave queen. Let her not go and use money they will give her. I mean, you know what I'm saying. I know the lady very well. I followed her up during that campaign period. You know, she's still young. There are still young people who are good, who can handle that post. But that's portfolio. But I don't think this lady, she's still a trending girl. You know, go carry money where they'll give her to carry out some assignments. Use them just like some things they're even saying that was circulating that this palliative something or something. There's this money that they said they dispersed and Senate I do on sharing the money. It's really crazy. How long are we going to continue like this in this country? How long, man? It's painful and God knows the best. I don't know what to say, but God knows the best.
All right, brilliant. God always knows the best. So God knows the best. So stay with us, Solomon. I'll go to Bishop next. Then after Bishop, I'll come to you uptown. So Bishop, you're up next. Because I really want to tackle this ministerial space. Hopefully you have a good understanding of it. Have you seen the list? And what were the standouts for you first? Go to the standouts first, and then we take it from there. The ministerial list and their portfolios.
Okay. Let me say good evening, everyone on the platform. Can you hear me?
Well, it's very. It's not a good quality audio anyway. But carry on.
Let me slow down. I just was somewhere to park. But let me say again, good evening, fellow compatriots, and please click on the like button as you come in. Thank you for doing that for us. At a glance, I will rate the ministerial leave as, I'll give it 60%. Not too impressive, no. That's for me. Sorry, I'm trying to pull out of the road so I can make my 5 minutes contribution and continue. So I would say I'm not too impressed. Maybe 50-60%. Some are a real suitable fee. Others I don't know why. So my general something is that. But before I say that, I want to quickly say something on what Solomon said about what policeman, what is going to politics. I think that was an unfair assessment. The man wants to go to House of Rep, he's going to represent his people, that he served in the police force as a police commissioner or minister, police IG. Does not disqualify him in any way. In the last election, we had a chief justice of Anambra State that contested to be the president. He was a chief judge. He contested an election. Nobody saw anything bad in it. In this 2023 election, we saw Jega team up with the likes of what's his name, Pat Utomi. Say they are the big tent, the third option. Or what were they calling themselves? They wanted to unseat the APC. Everybody applauded. They hailed them. Yeah, that was the immediate past chairman of INEC.
But
so
Al-Kani Baba was contesting as an APC man is really where. If you want to navigate quickly back to the ministerial list, land that and then come back.
I know. I'm not talking of party. You can choose any party he decides to. That's what I'm saying. When Mahmoud Jega chose the third party, the third what do they call it now? The third, what do they call them? The third option or something. The third force. That they say they have the big tent with Patu Tomi and the rest. Nobody saw anything wrong. So,
all right. Let's get back to the ministerial list. Which ones? Take us first to the ones that you feel fitted the portfolio. So let's start it from there. Which ones did you feel fitted the portfolio?
Well, I think Ali Pate. I mean, nobody. That was where everybody was looking at. Latif Fagbemi. I mean, I just heard them from you now. So whichever one I remember. Ali Pate for head. Latif Fagbemi. Wale Edun. The Bosuti Jani guy, a key fit. But honestly speaking, I would have preferred him to be a minister of state in that same ministry, at least for a few years.
Why though? Why though? If it's a globally recognized expert, it looks as though they actually headhunted him specifically. Would that not just be a waste? Let's just throw him at it. Because I think that digital space is one of the main hubs that Tinubu is looking to open up.
Let me put my position now. I mean, I heard you very well. I am saying...
No, it's conversational now, as you know. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
I have not finished my position.
Yeah.
That's my view. My view is that, look, because we thought that they've dealt with the issues of what they said, and I think he's going to find it very tough with the civil servants. You must have to work with. That's my view. I wish I am wrong. I really pray that I am wrong, but that's what I think. He's young, but there's something, experience counts for something true in every endeavor, in most endeavors. I mean, we're not talking of a sprint here. We're talking of a marathon, something that needs to endure. So that's just my view. So I can't remember all of them. I don't know whether the president is still retaining the Minister of Petroleum, because I did not hear anybody as the Minister of Petroleum. I only hear the Minister of State in charge of gas and the Minister of State in charge of petroleum. So I think the president
there's a Minister of State for petroleum resources, which is Heineken's Lokobiri. But like you said, there's no.
So like the president is still retaining the Minister of. I am very disappointed with some of the nominees. I am very disappointed, and I believe and I hope that there will be a quick reshufflement. Using different parameters, key performance KPIs. I don't know the wisdom in making Matawale and is it Badaru now from Northwest, both Minister of State and Minister of Defense and Minister of State for Defense from the same zone. It doesn't seem to. I don't know why that choice. That's me.
Is that not just some sort of counterbalancing? The Chief of Army Staff is, I think it's a Yoruba man. The Inspector General of Police is a Yoruba man. So is that not really for counterbalance?
I am not saying Yoruba man. I am saying from the same Northwest. Why not pick somebody from the South or from the Southeast? You understand what I'm saying? both of them are from the
to
northwest.
make a man from the southwest the Minister of Defense.
Can make him a Minister of State for Defense? Why not?
All right.
One disqualifies a minister, somebody from southeast. Why not?
To put guns in the hands of somebody from.
No.
Why are you talking like this now?
No, I'm trying to wind up town up, but it's not falling for it. Carry on.
The minister will not carry gun. So for me, I think I will give the Nnpc and CPC. I wait to see how, because Tinubu micromanages a lot. I wait to see how he will be able to. Hello, are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can, but it's still quaky, but we can carry on. I think it dropped now. So he's dropped out completely. So let's go to Uptown then. Uptown, you're up next. Bishop seems to have lost connection. Hopefully you are there, Uptown. All right. Let's go to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, are you there?
I'm here, woman.
All right. All right. Ajanle Koko, let me go to Uptown and then.
Okay.
What do you want to do, Uptown?
No. Let Uptown go. Let Uptown go.
Yes, Uptown, speak to us about the portfolios attributed to the ministers now. So they are ministerial nominees, now ministers fully. So the portfolios are ascribed the good, the bad, and the ugly of it. Uptown.
Yeah.
But before you do, let's hear from Alexander Gomez, who joins us. Alexander,
Okay, sure.
your usual cameo appearance.
Yeah, I had to come in because we have new ministers in place now. So I just had to come in to just say hello to everybody. I hope everybody's doing okay. I heard what Solomon said, that the dollar dropped to the Naira gained some grounds against the dollar today. I think the dollar dropped to 730, 750 to a Naira. But I think Uptown gave the impression that was a temporary drop. So it's come back again. I don't know. I think I said on the comment section that Tinubu is practicing voodoo economics. A very good expression to use, and I understand what that expression means. Very good expression to describe what's going on in Nigeria, borrowing to stabilize the Naira. A very unethical way of doing things, but hey, that's Nigeria. I see that they've broken up some ministries. Like Works and Housing is only Works now, Umahi.
Yes.
Yes. Like there's another one that
and then they seem to have merged some as well. The Ministry of Communications is now the Ministry of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy. So
yeah,
it
they
looks
gave
as
it
though
to that boy, the IT expert.
Tijani.
Yeah, Tijani. Yeah, Bosun Tijani. Good move.
I agree with that as well.
Yeah, Matawale shouldn't be on that list. I agree totally what Solomon says. Solomon's so young, but his submissions sometimes are sublime. I fell in love with him when he was doing the permutation as to who was going to win the elections, and 9 times out of 10 he was right about the whole thing. That, for me, throughout the campaign season, that was the highlight for me. I'll never forget that. Sometimes I go back and replay that part, and it's just so catchy to watch. So we have Wale. I think he has Minister of Finance, Minister of Economic Planning, something like that, right?
Yes, that makes sense. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun.
Yes, so we have that. The Budagu.
Yeah,
the guy that is the guy that's an Abacha protege. He's
carry on. That one really surprised me. Yes, but carry on.
Yeah. I don't know why he was even nominated in the first place. I wasn't too pleased with the. For me, the three most important positions in the Nigerian ministerial positions are finance, foreign affairs, and attorney general. Petroleum too, but those four essentially. And so this foreign minister person, he's an unknown substance. From where we are right now, we need someone who is a proven technocrat internationally that's gonna be able to sell our country to the international community. Not that we don't have a name, we do have a name, but the obedient is totally demarketed, Tinubu. So a lot of people are kind of poo-pooing his position right now. So we need a heavyweight with a lot of clout to help us build up our image. You know,
just to what you were saying, Alexander. I was listening back to Thomas's session when I left, so just to see how it went. And every single person there was giving anecdotes. Babati, Simba, and everyone else. They were giving anecdotes of foreign people coming up to them to ask why they have elected a drug dealer as their president.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that that's
all the doing of the obedient space. Well, carry on.
Yes, well, I think there's every possibility that this University of Chicago State University might be structured to release Tinubu's records, because they've given Tinubu up till the 24th of August to give a justification as to why that information shouldn't be made public. If that information,
what records?
His records pertaining to his attendance and his track record and all that in the United States. The one that they said they weren't going to release till 2026. They changed the judge, and the new judge has said that that Tinubu has to convince them beyond a reasonable doubt on the 24th to convince them not to release his information. If that information is released, alarm go blow. No,
I'm not sure if you are not getting carried away, Alexander.
No. But I read that, and I know that the judge has told Tinubu today, and his legal team, they have to give reasonable reasons.
Is that the noise being made by Elvis and his team?
Reporter.
No, one man.
Those brainless
one
ones.
man. One man is on international media. I watched it 3 days ago or 4 days ago in Japan.
Sahara reporter today.
Sorry, guys, gentlemen. The first this is that came out. The judge struck down that Atiku lost the appeal in Chicago for releasing Tinubu for Chicago State University to release the information. Then I was wondering, why is it? I thought this result thing is gone fast gone. Then 2 days ago, a new judge came in, like Tinubu had on August 28th to come and defend the reason why they didn't release the result. And I was surprised again.
What results are they looking to release, and to what end?
That's what we have to ask Tinubu and his team and Chicago State University. I watched it. It's on media here in Japan, but I didn't take it serious.
It's a reporter. It's a major breaking news. And if that record, alarm go blow. Tinubu has a reason for not wanting that record to be released. So for him to get a team to have that, I'm sure if it's possible, you have that thing.
I'm not sure what record you have in a university other than how you performed throughout your years there, what grades you score in XYZ subjects, and what groups you belonged to.
I think the record is. I think that's just part and parcel of the records they're looking for. I think it has to do with his whole stay as a resident of the United States.
Yeah, but that's nothing to do with Chicago State University. That's an
but
immigration matter.
But I'm thinking that the Chicago University is just an integral part of the information they're looking for. But the bottom line is the judge is giving them up to the 26th or something like that to give a reasonable reason why they shouldn't release the
university records.
Yeah, the records. I don't know whether it's university records alone, but I'll just put it the records. So I don't know. Anyway, going back to the ministerial list. So so we have ministers now in place. I'm hoping in the next Tinubu should have gone through a honeymoon period, but obviously he didn't never get no honeymoon period. His first 100 days should have been what we call a honeymoon period. He wasn't afforded that opportunity because he committed a crime by opening his mouth and said, by the way, I mean, come on now. Anyway, that's how even unforgivable.
Are you being turned by all of these places that you go to? Your tone and texture.
In actual fact, I'm being very objective. In actual fact, because I would accuse myself. I have to be honest with myself. But I'm not honest with myself, then I'm being stupid. The reason why I supported Tinubu in the first place was really, and everybody can hear me right now, was because him and I are from the same place. That's why I supported him. I thought it was time for someone from Lagos, Lagos being the most sophisticated, richest part of Nigeria, to now produce a president of the United States, a president of Nigeria. So, but you can't support Tinubu one way or the other and be objective at the same time. I said it before, and I'll say it again. Tinubu is probably the most controversial president we ever had in Nigeria. Nobody knows anything apart from the inner caucus, anything about this man until he came back from the United States and he started participating in local politics. Primary, secondary education, nobody knows about that. And he's a Nigerian. Let's call a spade a spade. Something
of what significance is that?
No, what do you mean? You talking with your Peckham accent, like Kulato would say.
Peckham? I've never been to Peckham in my life.
I have. I love Peckham, actually. We used to buy food there back in the 70s. But anyway, I was just teasing you.
No, I know. But what does he add or remove from anything? What primary school he went to? Which primary school did Buhari go to?
But people know him growing up. How could you? It's only in Nigeria that you have a president that nobody knows the first 45 years of his life. That's kind of weird, but that's neither here nor there. Let's put on. But he's a very controversial figure. Let's put that aside.
I don't think he is controversial. I think artificial controversy is being generated around his name by desperate obedience space that are reaching to the skies and coming up with ludicrous narratives. They are going around saying that they are going to release his university records. What does that even mean? That's just
devoid
of sense.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go on.
Do you believe in your heart of hearts that Tinubu is a 70-year-old man?
I think he is. Because I saw him as the governor of Lagos State, and he fitted that age bracket. I think what you're seeing with Tinubu is misspent youth. Would you believe that Charlie Boy is 73? He looks like a 50-something-year-old man. It's a matter of genetics, isn't it? It's a matter of genetics.
No, I believe that because I've met people. I am even in the United States here. A lot of people think.
Okay, let me phrase it differently. Would you say that Charlie Boy could pass for a 50-something-year-old man, even a late 40s man, Charlie Boy?
No, he won't. No, when you see
Charlie
him in real
Boy,
life,
Charles
when you see him in real life, he can't pass for a 40-50-year-old. You can tell me he looks good for a 73-year-old man. I'll take that. Would he pass for a 50-year-old man? No, he looks older than that. In real life, he looks older than that.
No, but I think yeah. Oh, go on, Princess.
Hello, good evening, everyone, or good morning, wherever you are. Please, I have a question for the speaker. He was saying something about Tinubu, nobody knowing anything about him for the first 5 years.
Yes, that was what I said, madam. Yes, so that's what I said, madam.
Yeah, my question is, are you sure nobody knows anything about him? I think
maybe because maybe because I know more than I'm letting out. Why don't you look at it like
that's
that?
what I'm saying, because I think the question should be, or the statement should be, nobody. I mean, you don't know anyone that knows him. The first 45 years of
no. You're actually, with due respect, man, you're being presumptuous. You don't be presumptuous by putting your question like that, because you can't sit where you are in Houston and categorically tell me I don't know of anyone that knows of him. That would be a misconception, a fallacy. You know, I'm not here to start.
My concern is this: is there anybody in this world that does not have anybody that knows it? Did they just drop off the sky?
Madam, you grew up in Lagos.
Yes, I'm listening.
You grew up in Lagos. I've heard your submissions. You say you are a Nigerian woman, but you grew up in Lagos. If you are from Lagos Island, madam.
Can I interject 1 minute?
I
think we have to move away from this thing. This is
no. Let me just say this. Let me say this. Let me just say this. If you if you're from Lagos Island, people there know themselves. The reason why I'm saying this is because I'm saying that Tinubu is probably the most controversial president we've ever had in Nigeria. So, but according to Ajale Koko, he has his reasons. I know why he's saying this. So let's keep that aside. I respect Ajale Koko's reservation about this conversation. So I'm going to put that aside. But let's go back to the topic in conversation. We have the ministers in place. Let's jumpstart the economy. Let me see what Wale is going to do. Wale Edu is going to do. Let me see what Dr. Edu is going to do to take us out of the doldrums we got ourselves in. You know, I used to be told when I was very young by my uncle in Lagos that, you know, when you take a plate and you throw it on the floor, it breaks easily. But you know how difficult it is to put back the plate. So it's next to impossible. It's difficult. So we have the worst economy we had in Nigeria for a long time. We are where we are. We need to look for what we're going to do to take our people out of the poverty that we are right now. So, woman, that's why I called. Impressive ministries. I'm surprised that what's his name? I'm surprised that I hope people are hearing, because I hear a lot of quiet over there. Are you there, woman? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. We are hearing you.
Okay, so but woman is woman on the platform? Anyway,
maybe going to the fridge. I'm here. We can hear you perfectly. Carry on. I was responding, but I was muted. But yeah, we can hear you. Carry on.
So I'm surprised they gave Wike the Federal Capital Territory. I thought that was going to be
were you disappointed? Were you disappointed that was what he got? What would you have rather hear?
I thought he had more to offer than just being a minister for the federal territory.
I think so as well. I think so as well.
Yeah. So, but like someone said, my most respected panelist, Bishop, Tinubu has a propensity to micromanage his people. So I think these people are going to be shifted around constantly based on performance and all that. I think that we can use a much bigger position. Well, we see how that goes. So thank you for having me, one man. Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you, Alexander. So that's Alexander Gomez, who drops in to give us his usual cameo take on matter. So back to you, Uptown. And still from where Alexander Gomez was. So the ministerial list, start from the wiki that Alexander just spoke on. And do you think that was a good fit or would you have thought that he would have fitted better Uptown the homie?
Yeah, that's the first time you call the full name. Okay. Thank you very much, one man. Thanks. Welcome everybody, the panelists. Welcome to the greatest show in the world. Please click on the subscribe button, and if you love me, please let the likes match up with the viewership. Thank you very much. All right, one man, down to business. Ministerial list. One man, we've dropped a verdict on the ministerial list before now, and you know what the verdict is. So the only difference now is the allocation of portfolios. Yeah, nothing shocking. I mean, a few shocking ones, but nothing. I mean, I've already lowered my expectations already, so yeah, the shock is not too much.
Okay, from your
But
lowered expectations, but yeah.
I think
Okay,
I'll start with my
carry, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
I think the good part is always better, as because at the end of the day, all we want is for Nigeria to move forward.
The obedient got the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy. That must please you, the obedient.
Yeah,
sorry,
minister...
Uptown, sorry to interject.
Okay.
Sorry, please.
Okay.
One man and Uptown. Like I am scared of, because of the things they said this guy has already tweeted about the APC and Nigeria. I'm just scared if this guy will not turn rebel later. Do you understand?
Like, his face, I mean.
Yeah, I'm really scared. Yeah.
Eze, you're a conspiracy theorist. But yeah, one man. I wanted to start with Wale, but you already got it.
Carry on. Go with your flow. Yeah.
Our star boy, which I think is the star boy of this entire list. I said it before. My own Tijani, our Tijani. That's our minister that was stolen from us, from our camp. But it's okay, fine. Let him come and show you guys, give you guys a taste of what we are cooking. Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, he's definitely going to do well there. He has the age by his side, he has the technical know-how, he has he just has that's just a perfect one. The finance minister, I've said it before, Wale, a perfect guy. He's actually the father of the guy, if anybody have watched Melon here, the one of the knights in Melon, that's his son. Great actor in the UK. Yeah, good portfolio. Ministry of Health, I think that's also a good portfolio. One man you asked, yes, that's substantive minister. He is the substantive minister of health. That's Professor Party, and I think that's a good one right there. And also another good one. Not a fan of him of his politics, but a fan of his capacity in terms of the engineering aspect, which of course is a trained engineer. I'm talking about engineer David Umahi of Ebonyi State. I think that was
you think that's a good fit, Minister of Works?
A perfect one. The unique thing about Dave Umahi, because I hear what you mentioned about that should have gone to Wike, that's not true. So right now, Nigeria, we are trying to manage the resources we have here. Now, Wike was able to build a few roads and flyover. But guess what? If they've built almost 20 something, Wike built barely 10. And Wike had access to times 10 of the resources they have. So do your mathematics, you find out that
what did Dave build?
No, I just talked about flyover.
Has the flyover a better economy to Ebonyi State?
No, you don't understand the
point. Let's not deviate from the ministerial list too much, but answer that question and then get back to the ministerial list. Yeah.
Okay, so what I say, it had nothing to do with the question, because the question he asked is how it affected Ebonyi State. I can argue, I that's why I say I'm not a fan politically and in terms of also governance, but did they do the the brick and mortar. Yes, he did the brick and mortar. And then
was it not noted for vanity project? Was it not the one that went and built this ludicrous,
White Elephant
colorful
projects?
airport?
Yes.
Yeah,
White Elephant
some
projects.
ridiculous airport or something.
I mean, they were all building White Elephant project, but see the point I was making one man here. I say I'm not a fan of him politically, and I'm not a fan of him in terms of governance here. But did they do the brick and mortar? Yes. You got what I'm saying? Now that he's a minister, all he has to do is the government has to know what they want to do with our infrastructure, and all he has to do is to send him to the field. Is he going to achieve that? Yes. That's the point here. Because he's an engineer. Enrique is not even an engineer, so that even is a higher qualification already. Secondly, he's able to, one of the superpower, genius things he has done, I'm yet to even decipher how he was able to do it in Bonny State, was how he was able to manage the tiny ant resources of Ebonyi State to achieve what he achieved. We can argue about how viable those are to Ebonyi, considering where Ebonyi State is right now in terms of development. Is that really what is on the priority list? You can make that argument. But how was he able to achieve those giant projects and building 100, 200 kilometers of roads with solid, concrete and what have you? Like, it is terrific. I still don't understand how he's able to manage the resources of Bonny to achieve what he achieved. So that means that this guy has something to do with, he knows how to make the most out of the little, which is actually what we need in Nigeria now. We don't have all the resources to throw around here. We want someone that will use the budget that is being passed to the works ministry to achieve probably 5 times. And I think he has something to do with
All right.
so that's the point
Take us to Wiki. Take us to Wiki.
Right.
Do you think that's a good fit? Yeah.
Yeah. So no, one man, my good, like I said, finance minister Wale, communication, the guy, the health guy, the Ministry of Work is good. I like Latif Faibimi as well as the as the Attorney General. I don't think he's ever gonna do as bad as the food that was given that portfolio before.
And Tijani, do you like Tijani?
Tijani is which Tijani?
For the portfolio, the communications digital economy.
That's the first point I made now. That's my star boy now.
Yeah,
right.
Please, woman, please can I say something? Yes, is this Uptown?
Yeah,
it's Uptown.
Yeah, hello Uptown. Yeah, please, I just want to chip in a little stuff. I'm not actually a Tinubu supporter, but I'm just, I'm very neutral. I think we really need to commend him for what he did, for really accepting this guy to be in his, to be as the communication minister. I mean, considering all what this guy wrote about Nigeria and everything, for Tinubu to still accept him, I think we really need to commend him for that.
Okay. Yes, I heard.
Yeah.
So yeah, the last time for me, I don't think I need to commend him because this guy is highly qualified. He didn't do him a favor. Nigeria needs him. He doesn't necessarily need Nigeria. Hence, he wasn't playing to the gallery. But that's the point there. One man to the bad ones.
Before you get to the bad ones, Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake. Do you think that's the best? Do you think that's the best use of Dele Alake?
It is under the bad ones. One man. I mean, Dele.
And Festus Keyama's Aviation.
Yes,
I mean, what
it is under the bad
does that
ones
mean?
as well.
Yeah.
Dele is the media guy. He has done media all his life. I don't know why they're sending him to the solid mineral space. I mean, I had to go back to go and check again if there's any, and I couldn't see any link. I was like, okay, wow, okay. Maybe it's just, I don't know what happened there, but it's just under the bad one. The foreign minister, I agree with Baba Alexander Gomez. Tinubu probably needs a Spider-Man now as a foreign minister, and they are bringing that guy. And I've tried to Google. I'm not seeing nothing spectacular. I'm like, okay. I mean, foreign minister. Okay. I mean, that's your problem. Labor unemployment. I'm not impressed. Simon Lalong. I mean, we've heard from people of his states. Literally a failed governor. Wike, the usual suspect. I think Abuja is too civil for a Wike. I pray Wike does not bring the rascality of River State into our very calm federal capital territory. So I feel we maybe should have put him somewhere else, maybe transport or somewhere else or whatever it is. But come on, bringing the rascality in there. I mean, some people are already going around saying that this is for election purposes, so that going forward, APC will not get less than 25% in Abuja again. I find that really funny. Even the APC guys saying that.
Somebody is saying on Facebook,
Yeah.
Mickey Okata. He says, I hope Wike will not
Whatever
demolish
plaza. I think he's
it's
gonna.
PDP secretariat in
I say they're all the PDP members, not just from their secretariat to their headquarters to them to their personal properties, especially Dino's house. Dino should make sure he has CFO because Wike bulldozer might begin at Dino's house at my Tama, So I think that space is too civil to bring somebody of that nature into that space. It's probably going to be so catastrophic, but I really pray that we don't get that kind of thing there. He's too, that's a very bad choice. I am not impressed by Oyetola being transport minister. I don't know what he's doing there really. But the
do you think that portfolio is too big for him?
It's actually too big for him. I'm like, okay, I mean, come on, guys. But I mean, what's my business? For me, I think they are interim ministers as far as I'm concerned for now. The ridiculous one man, really, the pair of Matawale of Zamfara and Mohammed Badaru in the defense ministry. Like, okay, I mean, a lot of people have said a lot, so I don't even feel I need to say much, but I just have to just take a deep breath because it's really very depressing. The pair as the minister and the minister of state, and then also the concern that.
Are you there? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I think he has dropped. What's happening? Everybody's dropping like flies today. Let's say from Princess. Let's say from Princess, just to break up the.
Am I here?
No, you're back. We lost you for a moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, to keep that in, I think Tinubu. I looked at the list. I think Tinubu did not waste what we call the more you look, the less you see, because when ministers were designated, that region got the highest, which is 10, and then I think Southwest got 9. But now, what Tinubu has done is that he has divided it into 2, and he gave 5 ministers of state to that region. So that means that region, even though they had 10 minister designates, they only have 5 substantive ministers. Only 5. Whereas Southwest is now having
but they have some plum portfolios though. They've got defense, they've got housing and urban development, and curiously, Atiku's go-to man for corruption. He's in charge of budget and economic planning. Atiku.
Not Atiku. You mean the general, Sani Abacha? You mean?
No, yes, for Abacha. Yes, sorry, yeah.
Yes. So for me, I still think he did them bad. I mean, at the end of the day, all they got is 5 substantial ministers. Almost same thing with Southeast. I think he did them. The more you look, the less you see. But then,
excuse me, Uptown. Sorry to interject. Sorry. One man. Okay. See, this guy, this Tinubu APC, I don't know if they really want to win the next election, because the people they brought in from the Southwest, I know, they played a very big role, in this election. But their personalities, is it one that would can bring in vote for them in the next election? Because the way that space is now, is in the extreme Northwest, the kind of things the politicians are doing is not. They've even left the southern politicians the way they are in kind of in developing their human whatever resources. So I don't think these people that this guy has chosen, that the president has chosen from this Northwest, if they are really, really, really intact, or they can bring that vote for him.
I think it's left a window for El Rufai, because if you look at the Minister of Environment and Ecological Management, there is no name. It just says Kaduna. So it's left that window for El Rufai. So if and when they persuade El Rufai to come back, they will slot him in there, and then they will move it around. They will take whoever they gave the powers to and move it around.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe El Rufai whoever he wants in there. We are getting the gist that the governor doesn't, and some people are saying no either. So we don't know what's going on there. So whatever it is, they kept it open. But then one man, why did he make it to the list? You are designating a ministry to Kaduna. I mean, you could have just kept it away. After all, you kept some away. We didn't know the petroleum minister. You just keep it away and then bring it in when you find a person.
No, it's signaling. It's signaling, isn't it? I think it's signaling to El Rufai. I think that's what it's doing.
Okay, I mean, El Rufai finally makes it to the list as Kaduna. I think that's even worse than what is happening to him already. But one man. Also, it's also very significant that most of the most ridiculous ones are also coming from the same Northwest. Whether it's Matawale, Mohammed, I know a few from Southeast as well. I mean, I'm not impressed as well. Even Atiku Bagudu, one man, I think he talked about him. I mean, giving that guy Minister of Economy.
That surprised me.
Budget and planning. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, oh my God. Okay, I don't know where we're heading to, but wherever we are heading to, let's get there. One man, I don't know what's going on there. But then, on the average, 45%. That's my verdict on the ministerial list. That I think that's very much charitable. But obviously still below average. For a Tinubu that for me, his 1 point agenda was I will organize the super team, the super power team, or whatever it is they campaigned with. One man again, something notable on the list. One man. The ministries are going to increase from 24 to probably 33 or 34 because there are about 34 substantive ministers there. And the last under Buhari, we had 24 ministries. So I think that's a huge stress for where we are now. So you have to create 10 more ministries under this economy. And knowing that Tinubu was one of the voices that really felt that
but it's not really the number of ministries, is it? It's the fitness for purpose. Is it not the fitness for purpose?
No, one man. Everybody knows that this government has not, since this government came in place, has not shown any sign that they want to cut cost of governance. They have not shown any sign that they're going to run a lean government as they claimed they wanted to do earlier. So, and this, considering the one of the things that flamed me up yesterday at the platform is that we did an outreach earlier yesterday. Yeah, we did an outreach. I am a team I was part of, and we went to some spaces where we gave out things. One man, the suffering in Nigeria is excruciating. I almost dropped a tear. I barely do that. I'm a very strong-hearted person. It's excruciating. So that's why when I came to the platform, someone was gaslighting and doing things, I almost wanted to flame up and then playing ping pong or whatever it is. But that's by the way. It is excruciating, and these guys are creating more ministries. People are sharing monies for vacation in the Senate. People are making unguarded statements. So, I mean, it's just, I don't understand one man.
No, I still don't see where the gotcha is. There's no gotcha yet. You're saying he's not running a lean government, but you've not told us how he's not doing that. Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure which of these ministries you want to quibble. In fact, a lot of ministries have now been merged. With like the one that Bosun is in charge of, communications, innovation, and digital economy. So under Buhari, that was 3 portfolios. A Minister of Finance and coordinating Minister of the Economy. So those are 2 ministries converged right there.
No, there was no Minister of Economy under Buhari. There was just a finance minister. One man, it is a case of number. Whatever you want to see, Buhari had 24 ministries. Tinubu is going to have 33 or 34.
Yes,
I don't know.
right.
You know what I'm saying? So there's a 10 extra creation of ministry, and for every ministry you create, you know everything that comes along with it. I mean, so many everything that comes along with those ministries. 10.
I think you're reaching. I think you're reaching. There is unless you are identifying a ministry that has been created that does not serve a purpose, then that's an argument, but not the numbers of ministries.
No. The numbers of ministry is an argument. It's a very valid argument. In fact, a couple of people have already spoken up on that this evening as this list is dropping. Are you going to create 10 extra ministries? We are even talking about we should go down from the last numbers of ministry. And to know one man.
Have we lost you again? Uptown, have you dipped out? Have we lost you? Are you there? All right. Let me go on to Princess because there's always a huge chasm whenever you drop. Princess, talk to us about the. Yes, there's always a big gap in between you dipping. Sorry, Princess. Bring it home. I know. Bring it home, and then we go to Princess.
Okay, so I'm sorry for that glitch. I mean that word.
No, it's not your fault. I think Bosun Tijani will sort it out. Yes.
Yeah, of course he's going to sort it out. Definitely, I can bank on that. Tinubu is lucky to have him. So one man, there's no argument. There's no counter argument about the extra ministries. There's none. There's no justification for that. That's just the truth about it, and it's really very sad. This government needs to start cutting cost of governance. At least show that you even intend to. That's by the way. One man, if you want me to comment on a few other topics that others did, which is the meanwhile the new guy that's put into power. One man, I've tried to check him up. I'm not much is still coming out. I don't know, but maybe I'll still have to do that more.
Which guy? Which
new power guy? The guy at the power ministry.
Oh yes, that surprised me because for such a portfolio, I don't know his quantity as well. So yeah.
See, El Rufai or no El Rufai, we need a genius there. We need somebody there. You know what I'm saying? That space needs to be fixed. One man. Our FS can never get better. Our Naira will never get strong unless we start exporting and we start industrializing hugely. You get what I'm saying? And we can't do that without power. It is very crucial.
In fact, we can't do anything without power, really.
Absolutely nothing without power. So
there's nothing.
I'm still going to go and search about the guy, but for heaven's sake, please let him not just be any of these other mediocres that I've not even bothered to spend any time to talk about.
Adelabu.
Yeah. So somehow that ministry also returns to the southwest. So we can also say that the Yorubanization of Tinubu's government is still on course. I mean, there's no sign of slowing down. But I really don't care about that. If the best guys are going to come from that side, kudos. One man on the let me just make short comments on what some of I think Sir Alexander Gobens commented. I think Eze as well on the Chicago space. One man, I think what is getting me worried is the effort that Tinubu is putting into blocking the release of his documents from the US. Because I mean, if I have some clean records and what have you, and somebody's going to go and get it. I mean, don't even go to court. I mean, I'm just going to put it out there. But for you to send the best teams of lawyers and what have you, lobbyists, they are putting stumbling blocks, are trying to block it. And why are you blocking it? What don't you want us to know about? So that's what just creates curiosity there. Apart from that, I really don't care. Everybody throughout the campaign, I never mentioned anything about Chicago because those are not things bothering me. But then the fact that they're blocking it now, I'm like, okay, is there something you're blocking? So, and what they said about the court giving him a deadline to come and prove, yes, one man is true, reported by both local and some foreign medias. He needs to come and convince the court on why he doesn't want those records to be released to Atiku Abubakar and his legal team. One man, to summarize, really, this list, like I said, 45%, I think that's actually probably one of the highest rating you will get from an obedience. So I'm really a good guy. For me, this, in addition to so many things that have happened so far in this administration, one man, Tinubu is unraveling. It's as simple as that. The age problem, I was worried about it. It's probably going to play a part. Every other thing is going to play a part. Some questions that these coming weeks and months is going to answer is simple. Is his age going to be a hindrance? Did Lagos strategic economic positioning in Nigeria, did it actually create an illusion of genius on anybody that handles that space? Those are the questions that Tinubu's presidency will answer. Was he really a genius, or did he just rule a space that creates an illusion that whoever handles that space creates some kind of genius touch to them, whereas they're actually not? Those are the questions that this presidency will answer. I think they have started answering those questions for us already. Two other questions going to answer is, does he really have the executive experience apart from being governor? Does he really have the executive experience? Those are the questions his presidents are going to answer. So one man, that is it on that space. Is there any other thing you want me to speak on?
Yeah, there's several more I wanted to speak on, but I want to bring others into the conversation just to manage the time. Let me bring Princess in because we don't hear from her often enough. So, Princess, the ministerial list now in situation, what is your take? Are you impressed, especially who got what?
One man, please, can you get somebody else? I'm actually driving and I might not have good reception.
All right, brilliant. Let's get back to Bishop then, see if he's ready for us now. Bishop.
Yeah, I hope the network will not still mess me up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Carry on.
So basically, I mean, I was saying that I was called maybe 50%. I'm not quite impressed with some things. I don't know what Kayamo will do in aviation. Even though I don't agree that the last Minister of Aviation was a total failure like Solomon proceeded. I don't agree with that. Completely not. Absolutely not. But I don't know what Kayamo will do there. I'm not too happy. I'm not too impressed with Adebayo Adelabu as Minister of Power. I don't even know why they had to get to the minister. It's a slap on others that were faithful. And that was the guy, because he lost the primary, he abandoned the something and went to another party, and that was why Oyo State returned Seyi Makinde. Now, after losing the election, he's coming back, and they are rewarding him. I mean, that's some of the mess Tinubu is making. I don't agree with that absolutely. You are rewarding somebody that sabotaged the party and they made the party to lose election. Oyetola, I don't know. I don't know what to say about Oyetola. I don't see Oyetola as a good fit for a minister, talk less of a minister of transport. I don't know. I don't know how they arrived at that. The one I mentioned before, Matawale and Bagudu, the same thing. So quite a number, but the number of them are good. Like I said, in my summary, my summary is that I give Tinubu the benefit of the doubt. I don't quite agree with the last speaker that says that there's nothing new about. I mean, he's not a genius. The way he managed Lagos, and he has never held any executive position other than being a governor. Of course, what other executive position do you want to hold that is bigger than being a governor? That area I don't understand. I think Tinubu has something, might not be as witty and sharp as he was maybe 20 years ago. But I think like Fashola did confirm that he micromanages, that Tinubu can call you up at 3 a.m. For a meeting when something strikes and you'll be there, you defend, you do. So if he does that, I don't see one pattern I would not want to see is the pattern of Buhari, that immediately you are a minister, whether you are sleeping or whether you are snoring, the Buhari will not change you. I think Tinubu will change his ministers. Now, we get a wrong approach when we talk about lean government, what do you call it now? Reduce cost of governance. We're concentrating on the number of ministries and thinking that that is where a whole lot of money in civil service is going. No, absolutely not. I mean, we were seeing revelation that in 1 year, CBS spent 155 billion in staff denomination. Majority of these income generating ministries and agencies in Nigeria, they are so independent and so powerful to the extent that some of them even spend more than 60-70% of what they generate and still go to the National Assembly to go and collect budget. So if we can tidy up those areas and we can do some few things and make this productive, and we have there are some states that have more than 30 commissioners. So if one state can have 30-35 commissioners, why are we now complaining that federal government has 45 commissioners and 45 ministers? I don't think it's a valid point. But I really want, how do I put it? Person like Matawale and the other guy, Minister of Defense and State for Defense.
Your system is fluctuating quite heavily, but carry on.
Now I actually parked because I want to, I'm not driving. I actually parked.
Okay. Carry on.
I actually parked because I wanted to be so that I will not fluctuate again. So I'm completely stopped now. So basically, I really hope you will do that. If it doesn't, then I will be very, very, very disappointed. That look, measure them, bring auditors to audit their performance so that they can measure what they have done, what value they are adding, and if they are not adding value as required that meet up expectation, show them the way out. And that's the only way Nigerians will say, okay, I think we are giving you the benefit of the doubt that you are serious. Anything other than that, honestly speaking, I will be extremely, because I have my disappointments already in some of the appointments. In majority of the appointments, don't let me lie to you, I have my disappointments and reservations. And I did mention a few of them yesterday. We have not even heard of this ministerial list. And this ministerial list, one thing I don't know that you read is, did Lateef Fagbemi, is it the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, or are they planning to separate it? Did they add Attorney General?
Let me check. Lateef, it will be from North Central, will it not?
North Central, yeah, from Kwara State.
All right. North Central, Lateef Fagbemi, Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice. So they
yeah, I was actually rooting that they will separate that office, and we need to separate. I mean, we need to separate it. So let me.
When Uptown is already complaining that there's too many.
No.
One man. As for that one, I support him. That thing needs to be separated.
Yeah, we need to separate the Attorney General should not be try as much as possible to be apolitical. The Minister of Justice can be, but the Attorney General of the Federation, who is going to be like the chief prosecutor, we should be able to. It should not have political affiliations. We are not there yet, but I hope somebody will have the courage to be able to do it someday. It's going to add to some quality thing to our jurisprudence. So basically, I'll give them 50%, but I'll give Tinubu the benefit of that. I gave him my vote, and I expect that he's going to do better. Even though maybe he's been handicapped with some choices and some selections, but let's just give him, let them hit the ground. Let's see how they will go. On the economy space, I think Wale Edun will overshadow Bagudu, the Minister Budget and Planning and whatever it is. I would have even preferred that they elevate this man, Akabweze, to that position. He's been the DG in that space also, Ben Akabweze. Elevate him to that position and make him a minister. Some of the women that were selected in those days, Akabweze has more value to that space than them. So, but let's see how it goes. I am hoping that Tinubu will do the needful. I will not have to wait until 4 years before you reshuffle or remove some people. At least they have tasted it. If they are not fit or suitable for purpose, then throw them out from the window like a piece of garbage that some of them are. So I give them 50%, and I just give the benefit of the doubt.
What about the use of Wike? Do you think he's making the best use of Wike?
I believe so. You see, the truth of the matter is that people celebrate Wike a lot, and I tell you, I have said it that Wike cannot do what he did, or what he's doing. Okay, now what he did in the past in Rivers State in any of the ministries and get away with it. Look, there was no appropriation in Rivers State in the 8 years that Wike was in government. Money comes, Wike just call people and spends money. He calls Julius Baja and negotiate with them directly. You know, he's one that approved drawing, that approved bidding, that is what he wants to do. If there is no competition, there is no input by his commissioners. Look, they are not talking now because they have their pocket placed too. They have enough money to line their pocket. So there is no way we can get that one done in the National Assembly or in the ministries with civil servants. You know, you cannot have that Lord of the Manor cloud. You cannot. If they are to subject a lot of Wike's projects, he just get money and spend them on the project he wants to. There is no debate. There is no state executive council that deliberates. The deputy governor was just a figurehead, completely very obedient to him, and that's why they did not have any clash. And she just said, "Don't worry, I will make you to go to the Senate." And she rewarded the woman to go to the Senate. So we cannot run that at the federal, but at the Abuja, because Abuja gets a statutory certain percentage. So the problem of Abuja budgeting will not be, there will be not too much problem. So I think that's about the best place they can put it. In any other ministry,
have you not effectively just made him a state governor again? It's essentially just a state governor again.
Yeah, maybe. But you see, he can add value in that Abuja, because what we need in Abuja is somebody to be able to enforce certain things. Okay, a few days ago, I was watching this timber market in Abuja that they demolished. When I first saw the report, somebody said, "Oh, they did not tell them. Oh, the government is wicked." When they brought the committee, they had meeting with them in 2016. They paid them compensation in 2018 for the land that does not belong to them. Are you getting me? They paid them money to help them to relocate. Those people collected the money, sold those shares to some other people. They still want them. In June, they gave them last deadline on June 23 that they are coming on that day. They were going there every day. Now they now come to demolish it on the 7th of August. Oh, they are not shouting. Oh, they did not give them enough time. When they brought all the video where they had meeting, the MOU, everything said, "Look, we want to construct a power line here. You people just use this place when they were there, and you turn it to a market. Nobody allocated one single plot to people there. So we need people that will be able to enforce that cleaning up of Abuja. If I were to be Oyesha Wike, I will go to Erufai, even though we have our differences. Can you give me those things that you did that made you to be the reference point in Abuja? Can you help me to recruit some young people, talented people, in urban and regional development, in this area, in enforcement, in this? Can you just help me? And we'll work together so that basically, I don't think being a minister is, you must be in that discipline, and Fashola had demystified that you must be an engineer to be the minister of power, or the minister of minister of works, or you must be a doctor to be the minister of health. No, you must be an astute administrator. So if you are a good administrator and a technocrat that can apply people, just count for a good head and bring them together. So I think we can too, unlike the general perception or the belief, I believe Wike will be more useful in that place, because we need somebody that can enforce and forget nonsense. We give you notice, this place is a no-go area, this is the rule, this is how, so we are going to enforce it.
Sorry, can I ask, what do you have to say about the personal vendetta part of it?
Personal vendetta
between who?
Like taking his political enemies around in Abuja and all that. He's always saying that Abuja versus Rivers State thing, that Abuja politician things and all that. So what do you think about it?
Let's paint the scenario. Now, if you are my enemy, assuming without considering, and I am in charge, but you have done your thing, you have followed the law to the letter, then I cannot have anything against you. But if you have circumvented the law in any way, or you have used mago, well, the fact that you are my enemy will now hasten me bringing justice to you. You don't have anything to cry about. The first question is, did you flout any part of the regulations or the law? So don't let us go to the issue of whether we have personal beef first. Let's look at,
can I add something to what you said? Sorry.
Yes.
If you're talking about, does Wike strike you as somebody that follows those kind of, does he strike you like a due process person? Does this, I mean, someone that block lawyers and block other political enemies from campaigning and all of this stuff? Does this strike you like anybody that's interested in going through the due process to prosecute you?
That's where the different lies.
Yeah.
That's where the different lies. Wike cannot rule Abuja the way he ruled Rivers. Take that to the back. Wike cannot rule Abuja. He is the minister, he is an appointee of the president. So if he's over, I mean, and the Senate will still call him to order. So he will learn to be humble in some area. Senate will call him. So he cannot apply the same rule he used in Rivers with the same rule he used. Look, we were there when Wike was a federal minister in Rivers State with Mbu, what's his name? This commissioner of police. The day that Wike blocked the road of government house when Amechi could not go out, I was in Rivers that day. So he used those forces, and we knew what Wike did with those boys in Rivers State. You know, so there's a guy we used to call Dogo in Port Harcourt. He lives somewhere around what do you call it? Before that election of 2015, Dogo and some people they joined APC. They went to, before they joined APC, they went to Madam Peshe's house with Dogo, with Governor Wike. Madam Peshe gave them money, substantial amount. When they got back, Dogo gave Wike gave Dogo 20 million or 10 million, and Dogo had the effrontery to ask him, "Okay, this money is it for me or for me and my boys?" Because Dogo get his own boys, and they fell apart. So Dogo went to APC. Do you know, a few days before election, almost 70 or 80 of the APC leaders in Rivers State, Wike rounded them up and locked them up at the police headquarters until after the election. This is not they say. I went there. I saw those chiefs by myself. I went to the police headquarters. But you can't do that in Abuja. So yeah, we understand. We know some of his very excessive high-handedness, but he cannot do that in Abuja.
Yeah, let me come in, please. Sorry. Yeah, Opta, I support what I agree to what Mr. Bishop said. People in Abuja, the caliber of people in Abuja are bigger than Wike, to be honest. The kind of people in Abuja, he can't come and do what he did in Rivers State for real. He won't even try it. He will not even think about it. He will come here. He will use this place, this portfolio now to just behave like somebody who is democratic and somebody who is responsible. Those he's irresponsible. He himself, he knows. Before, as soon as they've already told him that he's the minister of FCT, he will just reshape himself and come here like a responsible person and reasonable, not like a tout. Yeah.
What about the brandy though? Will he still be coming to work drunk? Will he be coming to work drunk as he did for 8 years in?
Wow, man.
No, that one I don't think they can take out that one from him. That one is part and parcel of him. So, but he's not going to behave like a tout here. He would be more professional in Abuja. To be honest,
Solomon, I'm still sorry for you and your
no, nothing. I know that people. Nothing is going to happen for real. Nothing is going to happen. The guy is just going to. He's coming for enjoyment. I feel like he's coming for enjoyment.
All right. So that's my take on Wike. So that's my take on Wike. I don't think he will be able to do that. I don't think so. Absolutely not.
What about this minister for power, Adesa Adelabu, something or the other?
I addressed that already. I told you that I'm not impressed with him for so many reasons. You know, he was the one that he's from my state. He's the son of Adelabu Benkelemes. He lost the primaries to Teslim Polari, and he went to Accord Party, and he shared.
Oh, okay. Is it that guy? Oh, I know. Yeah. I know the guy.
Yeah, he was the former deputy
governor. Are you serious? Jesus.
Yeah.
Damn.
So for 2 reasons. Number one.
Sorry, hold on. What do you mean? Are you serious, Jesus Christ? He has a stellar CV. I'm looking at his CV here.
No, it's
I'm not
political
talking about
record. Is what I spoke to.
Yes.
exactly. I'm not talking about his CV. I'm talking about his record.
Is a chartered accountant, Price Waterhouse, Cooper, deputy governor CBN operations. So is a tried and tested administrator. So it's not a fool. It's not some idiot from somewhere.
See, Oyo and Oshun, I don't agree. And it was the hard-headedness of Oyetola between himself and this other guy, Aregbesola, that caused all the trouble in Osun State. It is the high-headedness and high-headedness of this guy and Teslim Folani that made them to lose Oyo State. Why are you rewarding failures? Why are you rewarding people that destroy other people's labor? That's my grief. That's my anger with them. So all the people that have worked in the party, there's none of them that deserve to be rewarded, except the one that went out and sabotaged the party from outside. That was exactly what we are seeing now, and that's where I'm beginning to have some silent reservations about some of Tinubu's choices, like Majabi Amila and like Nuhu Ribadu, like Ganduje. So that's my. So I don't know whether he will bring competence, and his competence will now overshadow the lackluster whatever or what he did during the election. Maybe that we are going to wait to see that. Maybe it will not make us to have a change of mind. In the Ministry of Power, we need someone with a balls of steel, because that is what that place requires. We have put so much money into that space that we should be getting results. We sold the power, the distribution power to some people that are not competent, and we cannot, because some people hid some obnoxious, some vexatious clauses into the law. We can't do anything. I paid almost about 600,000 or 700,000 about 4 months ago now for meter. Anyhow, they installed them for prepaid meter. So am I supposed to be paying that amount for meter? Well, one of the conditions is that they will meter as many people as possible. Government have been giving them money, bail them out. We know it was a terrible thing under this guy. The next chairman before, Sam Amadi. But at least we should be able to correct it. 10 years come by now. So for me, let's wait and see what he will bring onto the table. But I mean, we can mention, if we can mention 20 or let's say even 15 of the ministers that can do magic in their space, then I think the rest can just latch on, and everybody will be struggling to outdo each other. I mean, the power is very important.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Bishop. So thank you, Bishop. So Bishop, let's go on from you to Baba, who is also with us. Baba, you're up next. Baba, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, one man. And salutations to you, gentlemen.
Good to have you, Baba. So you know the subject matter, the portfolios now being ascribed to the ministers now, and we're seeing now how good a fit it was. So what's your take on that space, Baba?
Yes, I'm not impressed actually, and I think, I don't know how to put this. Let me say, the people Tinubu will work with is yet to appoint them, because he's just a person used to a small circle of people he calls his kitchen cabinet. When the kitchen cabinet evolves, we'll be able to know, because those are the people that would direct and supervise this project. These are real political appointments, and some of them are not really, they are like square pegs in round holes. I'm disappointed. I think Umahi has a better temperament to handle the FCT ministerial position, actually. And I think Wike should have taken the works. And I'm disappointed also that The guy in power, I think, is just a holder for that position. I think they are still shopping for somebody. I would have preferred that he comes abroad to headhunt for somebody who is vast in energy space. And also the foreign ministry, I'm not impressed with the name, because in this at this material time of our political life, we need somebody very vibrant, authoritative, and knowledgeable in the international space. We've been missing in that space for a very long time. For the whole 8 years Buhari was there. So we need a kind of vibrancy for that ministry. And I don't know why he has to pick somebody obscure to man that ministry. But I think these ministers are, how do I put it? I'll just put it, the listeners can fit it in. They are there actually with an eye for 2027.
Is there anyone that especially impressed you?
Yeah, the Attorney General is okay, Minister of Justice, and the previous speakers are saying that those two positions has to be separated. It's not going to be separated. All over Africa.
Do you think it should, though? Do you think it should?
We've been saying this for ages. You understand? Even, I think, a couple of, I think Jonathan or somebody, I can't remember, even campaigned and promised that they will separate it. But that fellow, I think, came in and he didn't do anything. It won't be done. Actually, it's necessary, but check all over African countries and even abroad. They always marry those two positions. Why? I do not know. You understand? I think it's for just safety of the ministerial, the presidency. I don't know why. It should be an ideal thing to do, but nobody's going to do that. Actually, I think it is a cabinet meant with an eye for 2027. 2027 is going to be a very, very expensive election in this country. Big money like we've never seen before. And these are the people that will produce it. How do I come to that conclusion? Apart from what I had whispered all the time. Bagudu, you understand? I just leave this puzzle and you can fit in the rest. Bagudu Abasha Gilbert Chaguri, a Lebanese Nigerian. Ahmed Tinubu, Bagudu Gilbert Chaguri, fitting the rest. We'll come to
what are we meant to read into that?
The common denominator there is Gilbert Chaguri. You can check it out. I cannot speak to that openly, but I've hinted that the next election is going to be very, very expensive. Very, very, one of a big budget election. So give me a pass there. Let me go to the issue of Chicago University. We are mixing two things together, except those who understand. There is University of Chicago. There is Chicago State University. Tinubu attended Chicago State University. If you go to their website, it's been placed there as a distinguished alumni of that university. I think one of the only person also who has become a president of a country, a notable country like Nigeria. The case in court, Atiku filed that case in the state court in Chicago. The state court, naturally, they move very, very slowly. He wants to actually hurry up the process, and he took it to a federal court. He withdrew in the Chicago State Court and took the case to a federal court. And that's the federal court that is driving it. It is normal when you file a motion, whoever, because it's Chicago actually article brought to the fore, but Tinubu joined. And now the court is now saying, okay, come and give reasons why we should not allow your academic records to be released. And they give him a deadline. It's not like the court is enforcing it. It's normal court procedure. If you join a process as an interested party, you understand, they have to give you your own.
Papa, sorry, I have to push back. It's not only that I've saw the news. It's not that you're explaining it. The first case in court, Atiku lost it. His appeal, they are right now, is the appeal that asked Tinubu to come and defend it. Atiku lost 4 days ago.
No,
the case, hold on now. It's all
Atiku withdrew, actually.
Okay, he withdrew or he lost it?
Atiku withdrew.
He withdrew.
He withdrew the case in the state and took it to federal. That's exactly what is playing out, and federal is speeding it up. Tinubu is an enigma. We all grew up in Lagos. I understand.
Sorry, Baba. I'm on Chicago State University website now, and I can't see Tinubu being highlighted in. Where is it highlighted here?
One man, allow this APC propaganda to go through now. One man, don't spoil it.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you.
Baba, when do you know Tinubu?
Hold on. This is Chicago State University. This is alumni and giving. So we click on alumni.
Okay.
And I cannot see Tinubu anywhere.
Put his name in.
All right. Let's say let's just start Tinubu. Yes, it's still not giving me anything. Don't worry, I'll keep searching. Carry on, Baba.
Okay, Tinubu is what I would term as an enigma. We all like. I can understand.
Click mute yourself if you are not speaking, so that we don't hear background noise. Carry on, Baba.
Okay, we all grew up in Lagos. I can understand where Sir Alexander Gomez is coming from. You understand, and until maybe about some 25, 30 years ago, we all knew ourselves. We all know ourselves, or you know someone who knows someone who always tell you this is their house, or this is where these people come from. You understand? For Tinubu, I think he's part of us. Let me just leave it like that.
You can't leave it like that now. You say you all grew up in Lagos. For Tinubu, do you know him? Do you know anybody that know him?
I didn't say he grew up with me. I said we are all Lagosians. We all grew up in Lagos.
Is he Lagosian? Is Tinubu Lagosian?
Why do you want to put me on the spot?
Because you are putting yourself on the spot. You try to use your mentor. You want to defend him. So defend him the best way you can.
It's not my mentor. It's not my mentor.
Sorry, why did you say it's his mentor?
We know Tinubu mentors on this platform. Don't worry.
It's not my mentor. It's not my. It is. Wait, listen. I'm not APC. Tinubu is not my mentor, but I support him. You understand? 3 candidates presented themselves, and I listened. I watched. I spoke. I think a few days ago here that months before the election, I was like on with the what is it called now, the interim government thing, because I felt our country is going apart and we need to refit. You understand? Because the constitution we're working with is not good. But since that didn't come up and 3 people, forefront candidates are there, I settled for Tinubu because I believe he could do it better or best. They're like first among equals. So that's why I settled for him. And I'm still backing him to succeed.
Yeah, yes. I mean, he's showing all the indications that he will succeed. You know, that was why I was a bit surprised to hear Alexander's tone when he came on. I think maybe he has been spending too much time with those obedient sort of mindsets. Because Fatai was at pains to talk us through Tinubu's trajectory, and you couldn't see where he has made a misstep in all of his 70-something days so far. There is nothing
what
that
I
he has
think,
done
what we
that
don't
can be
realize
declared.
is that whatever is happening now, one man, we all are lashing out. We are blaming him. Who told us that the oil price will not come down? During Jonathan's time, it rose to 130 per barrel. Rotterdam, Brent, all the rest. During Buhari's time, at a point, it fell to $30 per barrel. This thing goes up and down. It will go down somewhere along the line, maybe in the next 6 months, maybe 3 months. Something may happen and affect the trajectory of the price of crude oil. And then we'll be singing a different tune then. The major problem here actually is the foreign exchange. The I and E window, that is the investors and exporters window. The money there is being accessed by people with deep pockets who have enough naira, and they kind of corner that space and they are stacking it up. That is the dilemma. And I don't think this current acting CBN governor is capable. It's not a capable hand. I think it's high time Tinubu
He's a mechanic,
found.
actually. He's a
Say
mechanic.
again?
He's a mechanic now. He's not an economist. He's a mechanic.
Yeah, we need
Like, that's
somebody. That is a serious cornerstone of our economy. We shouldn't play with it. You understand? I think you should find somebody right now, like since yesterday, to manage it. Because when you are floating money, you need experts. You don't even need one hand. You need real experts to do that, who are vast in international monetary space. He has to look for somebody. He has to shop for somebody right now to take over from Shonubi, or what is his name? I can't remember now. Because our economy actually, with this 3 billion Kiari has brought in, if we blew it, that I don't see us recovering.
Yes. Speak to us about this 3 billion for a moment. So it's an emergency loan that they've gone to take from Afrixim Bank in dollar for oil sort of a deal. But the purpose of that thing to stabilize the naira. So how do they stabilize it? Is that to have more liquidity in the market, to bring down the value of the currency, to have more dollar liquidity in that market, to bring down the value of the currency, which is still a form of subsidy? Or is it really to defend the currency using this 3 billion, which is a more frontal sort of a subsidy? Is this a step back? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, it is principally to shore up the naira, not about the subsidy thing. It's to shore up the naira. And when you are doing that, how are you going to disperse it, push it into the market? The bankers are not disciplined, because there are people in our country that have put in starch of billions of naira, and with instruction to their account. Bye-bye. To their account supervisor, that look,
who's leaving
me.
you? And by the way, Baba, we have well in excess of 200 people watching us, but we've only got 30 likes. So maybe with your dulcet tones, you can persuade people to click on the like button.
Oh yes, folks, please. This is a vibrant platform. You can see we have diverse views, and it's very accommodating of all manners of people. Please subscribe, like, and share. It is very good. It's a platform where you can air your views both on the comment section, or you come on board and then let's rumble. Thank you.
Rumble in the jungle. All right, but back to it. I still feel that this I feel that this emergency, and by the way they are using that Nnpc is quite a concern, because it stands as an entity outside of the state that seems to loan money to the state. I mean, it's just some convoluted system.
It's surprising because Nnpc is a limited liability company getting prepared to be launched as a PLC. Because what happened is we are trying to create an Nnpc in the image of Petronas in Malaysia and Petrobras in Brazil. You understand? Those two companies, they are like Nnpc. And Nnpc has, when you format it like this, it has nothing to do with government. But this is very strange move, because Abba Kyari they've taken, I think, about $1 million or $2 million sometime in 2021 and 2022 from this same Afri-Exim Bank. So this new one you are taking because you are owing JP Morgan and then the other bank, you are owing them 7.5 billion. Are you going to service that debt to the two American banks with part of this 3 billion so that our Euro bond can be stabilized? I don't know. I'm still investigating that part. But if it's to shore up the Naira and give it some more financial, some muscle, I think it will be a bad move. Bad move in the sense that you can't disburse it directly. You're going to give it to banks at the I and E window. And people that will go there to buy, these are very rich people with deep pockets. They own those banks, so they can control these things. It will still come back to the same position.
Barbara,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This NMPC of Destiny, that organization is becoming too dangerous to our economy. It doesn't mean that Mr. President don't have. Doesn't mean that he don't have anything like this about Miracle. That guy, I don't fancy him anymore. He's getting me irritated day by day.
I agree with you, because this 3 billion.
Sorry, Baba. What Ekene just said. Are you surprised that Mele Kyari is still there?
I'm very surprised. I don't know what it is.
Wait, Mele Kyari is like a mosquito that perches on your scrotum. You have to be careful how you kill it. You don't use a mallet. You don't slap it. I think either you just blow it away. That is Mele Kyari, because he's done so much, I will call it evil in that petroleum space. So to ease him out of that place, because Tinubu made a mistake in the case of Emefiele. Emefiele is maybe, yes, they will grab him later, but Emefiele should have been left in position. He damaged that CBN. And the damager will be able to, at least to redress the situation in a way.
Emefiele was a flight risk.
You can keep him relaxed. You understand? You can keep him relaxed and reassure him. You understand?
No, because he's not a fool now. He's not a fool now. He was looking for the window to run. He's been looking for the window to run
but even a CBN governor cannot just take off like, though he did during Buhari's time, and he was persuaded to come back, and the military were guiding him and things like that. You can do an how marry job team with him, you understand, until you're ready to, because he damaged the whole thing, and he's the one that can really say, okay, this is what I'll do, or wanting to remedy the situation. And he can get, because we, like I said, we are in their straits, really their straits. And any misstep, what we are seeing now, I mean, is just a child's play.
What are you making of the plans to sell off certain parastatals agencies? Nnpc being the cream of the crop. It says Tinubu moves to sell government stake in Nnpc and 19 other state-run institutions. So Nnpc, as I said, but Tafawa Balewa Square is on the shop window. As is the National Stadium in Igamu, and a few other pearl pieces within the Nigerian ownership. I didn't even know the federal government owned hotels, but they're looking to sell that as well, and the postal service. So what are you, and this is what Uptown was speaking to just then about the size of governance. So what are you making then of this fire sale by the Tinubu administration?
Well, I think first, I used to say 3 of the refineries should be sold, but knowing our political situation, the North will be too suspicious if we say we are selling Kaduna refinery. So let's leave.
Yeah, but one
refinery.
of them can buy it now.
Let's leave LMA and let's sell the other Port Harcourt one and Warri refinery. Those are fast sale.
Yeah, but hold on. But the Port Harcourt one is the one that the government is refurbishing for use.
One man, that December date, read my lips, it's possible. It's not a viable date. Forget it. So those refineries were built in another era, not in the digital age. That's one. 2, it has been cannibalized. They've cannibalized those. If you've been to a refinery before, it's like a look.
All right, move from the refineries to Tafawa Balewa Square. Would you like to see Tafawa Balewa Square sold?
Yeah, I think it's a commercial space that is viable, and our Southeast brothers, you understand, who they have liquidity. I think it's a good space for them. Why I'm coming from, what happened at Trade Fair, you understand what happened at Trade Fair. I think they can snap it up. It's a quick one. I think it's the fastest of all that could be sold and money raking.
And the National Stadium in Igamu?
That will be difficult because Lagos State government has built their Teslim Balogun Stadium opposite.
Sorry, National Theatre, I should say, not stadium. National Theatre in Igamu.
National Theatre, I think some corporate bodies, some last year or so, they refurbished it. Some corporate body actually refurbished it and is functional right now. I think it's a national asset we should not toy with. It's a pride of all of us, because if you look at it, it's molded in the image of a generous cap.
Baba, I think Adale Koko wants to come in. Yeah.
Baba,
okay.
Not refurbished. I was there recently. It's still garbage as the way it used to be. It's not refurbished. I don't know what happened.
Well, that's what I read. I read it somewhere that it was refurbished by some corporate bodies gathered themselves.
It's still an eyesore, when you're passing through that bridge across it, that Akpogbon, that links to what do you call this thing? When you're just looking at it from outside, you know that it's still in bad shape. It's not refurbished. It's not refurbished. What I saw,
read I think it was launched with even fanfare, but
there was a portion of it that was refurbished.
It was there.
There was a little portion of the complex that was refurbished there. I remember the director. There was
hold on. Dewale, Ajale Koko was there 2 weeks ago, and it's telling you it's not refurbished.
Maybe not to his taste, but it was a part that
I was You know, we read it here too that it's going to be refurbished and stuff. So I was hoping to see a good looking National Art Theater, but still, man, it's still an eyesore as far as I'm concerned. It's still an eyesore.
But they repented it. They repented.
Do you know there was a time the place was under lock and keys, right?
You can see that overgrown weeds still around it.
But
I
people
don't know.
don't use it. It was the national troop that was using it to practice then. Hardly you will see any event, being held because none of those theater practitioners were using it. So I think the refurbish came after, the new management was put in place, but probably not to your taste. Nigerian style that they would say it was refurbished. However, they would put plastic chair. What I saw was a plastic chair actually. Nothing was, none of those theater held.
Maybe they refurbished on the inside, but that would be stupid anyway. If they're going
The
to,
inside was what I was talking
if
about.
they say something, I mean, it's got to be totality of it.
Are they drain the slump outside? The slump outside. Are they drain it? Those weed and all that by the
I
side.
saw all those weeds were still there.
I saw that 3 years ago. It was a
Let them just
slump, mosquito infested.
Yeah,
Big slump.
I don't know, man.
That's what I read too.
Do you think it should be sold, Ajanle Koko? I think it should be sold anyway. It's too important and elegant. It was a very beautiful edifice when they built it. The Colonel's Hat or something like that. They modeled it after. Do you think it should be sold off, Ajanle Koko?
Yes, it should be sold off. These young guys, what do you call this Afrobeat guys? I think they should be able to come together and buy that place. You understand, like the video and all those guys.
You think that video should sign a check? Eh?
And those guys should be able to buy it, refurbish it, show it to outside world, everybody to attract, and people can come and listen to their music. They can play to their fans there. I mean, it should. I don't know what is so difficult for these people in government to build. They cannot build nothing. They cannot build anything.
It's us. It's not them.
No, what do you mean us? Am I part of them? You
are part of them.
When you voted people in, you gave them responsibility to do.
To
do it, and then you want to blame yourself as part of them. How do you people reason this way?
The Nigerians that were appointed to manage the place, are they from Cameroon?
No, forget about Nigerian. These people in authority were given the mandate by the people.
I'm saying that those people that were appointed by the government to manage the place. I know TBS was concession to a private company. Federal government still have stake, but it was given to private company to run. I have a family member that works there as one of the manager. Now, it was profitable to the extent that this individual was doing well. But were they giving money to the federal government? The people being put in charge to run the place, we should ask the question: are they knowledgeable enough to turn the place around? With innovations and all that, to make it more profitable without filling the outright stake of the federal government.
Why would they be given the opportunity if they don't have the capacity
when they
to
don't
even
have
do
the
the job?
to run the place? Why should
But
they
that
be
tells
let's
you
not stop passing
that
the
tells you that Nigerians don't know how to turn things around, especially when they know that they don't have much stake in it. So those people being appointed, they are Nigerians, right? But they chose not to commit 100% in turning those enterprises into something profitable. That's why I said Nigerians were appointed to manage
The people that was
It's
appointed were APC. They were APC.
It's the government
APC
that still have to play. It's the government that you still have to blame for not giving that place.
That place has been run down for decades, so I'm not sure why the APC came in. The National Theatre has been run down for decades.
Yes, I agree that with you. But they said they're gonna refurbish it. But what I saw, there's nothing that looks
there's
like
no way
anything
government would. Babanjale Koko, if any government comes out and say they want to pump money into that National Theatre, please do not believe them from here to there. The reason why I said that is
Emefiele
like
did.
a basket.
Emefiele
No.
award over $100 million on that national theater.
Yes, you're right. It's a
You know, it's a
It's
national edifice.
Emefiele.
No, forget those things. They have a way of recouping their money back. They just make it
That's
look
what
as
he
if
did. That's what he did. I know. That's what Emefiele did. He said he's gonna give it to the private company. They approved $100 million to renovate National Theatre.
Yeah, no, it was done with fanfare, but I think a nation needs a national cathedral, a national mosque, a national stadium, and national theater. It's a symbol, you understand, that is enhances the outlook of a nation.
You see those countries that have
We don't
those
have no places of
monuments
monument.
and
Don't have it. What type of country is
historical.
that? No
Yeah,
places
but
of
those
monument that you can point to that. Oh, look, go to Tinubu Square. That was a pride. I mean, it was a place
Baba,
of monument when we were growing up.
And if they are selling
It's
TB Square,
oh,
while at it, if they are selling TB Square,
so,
where would the soldier
sorry.
Idumota be?
Yeah, one voice, and then if you're not speaking, keep muted so that your background noise doesn't interfere with the stream.
Because the
Carry
soldier
on. Yeah.
Idumota in those days,
yes.
when it was at the end of Tata Bridge, was really fun place. Was fun place.
Even go to the central bank in Lagos now. It's like an
Global
abandoned.
Hall,
It
by
looks
Global Hall.
horrible. It look horrible. Central bank. This place should have been. They should have. I mean, kept it and make it look that old structure. Keep it so that the coming generation can come and see that this is our central bank. This is the way it used to be. This is when they started our central banking system. This is the structure, and we can just keep it and make it look good. But if you see what Tinubu Square turned to, garbage place.
You see, some of these advanced countries, the Western countries, monuments in their country, most especially they usually appoint trust or a company to run the place, and the government hands off completely. Even the appointment of the board that oversees the affair of these monuments are not from federal government. That is why this cathedral in Paris, which is very dear to me, what is the name again? The one that was gutted by fire.
See how quickly they rebuilt
Notre Dame.
The French government, in fact, as a matter of fact, you needed to see the way the Parisians were contributing money to rebuild that cathedral, and the construction is still ongoing there. I think the greatest mistake Nigeria made is that we usually allow, or the government, because of their greediness, they don't trust private, so they believe that they themselves can run it, and that is the greatest mistake. So the best option to me is that the government doesn't have to sell 100% stake in those edifice. All they need to do is just to give it to private companies to run as a profit-making enterprises, and then government will still retain certain percentage or certain stake in it, so that at least we can retain that original purpose that was constructed for, especially something like that National Art Theater. But that National Art Theater is like a basket. Any government that is pumping money into it now is just maybe just to siphon money or to embezzle money. The best option, if it's a possibility to even reconstruct the old building, like pull everything down and reconstruct from the scratch, make it modern so that you can,
They have to look. Have you been
No,
there
you don't
before?
have to tear it down now.
Have
What
you
do
been
mean
there
tear it
before?
down?
Have you been there before?
Oh yeah.
You've been
But
inside
what
before.
I think actually is
there's no structure that cannot be rebuilt or reconstructed.
They don't need to
have big
tear it down.
families. You understand?
Hold on. Are you saying that they should tear down a monument and a building of historical significance and then build
Not completely. If
so
you
they
ever
should
enter that place, you know
renovate it. Yeah, you're talking
to be
about renovation.
modernized. to be modernized. You know, like when you enter into mall now, the modern mall now, you will see the way it's been constructed, open space, light. But the way National Theatre was constructed, just like our airport, the way it was constructed then, it was closed. The light wasn't that something to, so they need something that is modern. That's why I said it has to meet this, today's standard in such a way that we'll be able to do whatever hard work or whatever we want to do there. Because if we say we want to renovate, bring furniture here and there, nobody will patronize at all. Nobody will patronize it. So that's why I said at least rebuild, reconstruct, rebuild to.
All right, you've lost signal somewhat. Let's get back to Baba. Yeah.
Woman, can I ask a question from the last speaker?
Yes, but I think he's lost connection. But you can ask the question.
I'm here.
Which national theater are we talking about? Is it the same national theater that hosted the International Conference for World Tourism Organization?
When was that?
That we're talking about. Nigeria hosted the World Tourism Organization Conference.
When was that? What year was that?
That was last year. I think early this year or last year.
Last year.
Anybody can go to that. Yes. They spent good money on that place. They spent good money. Don't forget that the railway, the train, the electric train.
I don't see anything. I don't see.
The train station that was stationed around exactly at that particular place. One of the blue line train station is to stop exactly at that particular national theater station. So that as you are coming, you drop from the national theater, from the station, you move into the national theater straight away. Probably we don't know that Nigeria hosted the World Tourism Conference last year inside that place.
I see.
And
Thank you. It doesn't look like a good place to me. As far as
me either. It doesn't.
It doesn't.
You have never
try
and Google. Try and Google.
Sorry. Hold on. Carry on, Najale Koko.
So it doesn't look a good place to me. It doesn't look like a place I used to know in the 70s, in the 80s. I did the village 70s and 80s. It doesn't look like that. Even in the 90s, it doesn't look like the way it used to look. It's still it's to me it's an eyesore. As far as I'm concerned, it's an eyesore.
You're right, Baba Jaleko. You are very, very right.
No, I don't know I don't know what we are trying to paint here. That it doesn't look good, man. Anybody into Lagos recently can testify to.
But Baba, please, for the guy that is saying that we need a new structure, that's not true. If you go to Egypt, go to Rome, go to a lot of countries, buildings are over 200 years, 300 years. They preserve it because it's one of their monuments, it's one of their historical evidence, like Bonaboy will say. So we just need to preserve. Let's not stop giving. These governments are irresponsible, all of them from 1999.
All right, let's return to the subject matter and Baba round up, and then we go to
the fact is,
we go back to the ministerial.
The fact is, for these monuments, I think maybe we don't have the tradition or in our country of families with the foundations to take care of it, particularly the small ones like Tinubu Square. I mean, it used to be like Trafalgar Square in London with pigeons all over the place. I don't think that would be, that would take a lot of money to resuscitate. The Soja Dumota thing can be brought back, right back to the Dumota place, and somebody can, these things, I think we don't have the culture. If we have the culture, I think we'll be able to do it, because these things need preservation. Look at the New York Bridge. Every day they are tinkering with it, and the hands is always touching something every day, because this is how to preserve things for our children to see and to know how their forebears lived years to come. It is very, very important we preserve all of these things. I went to National Stadium a couple of years back, and I wanted to shop for and what's this machine? The walking one, what's it called now? And they said, look, the best place is National Stadium. And we went there.
All right.
I couldn't believe what I saw there. I couldn't really believe.
That national stadium is the most horrible place I've ever seen.
I was even scared. I thought I would be robbed or killed.
Horrible place I have ever seen in the recent time. Horrible. National standard. Oh Lord. Let's just forget about it.
It's a drug den.
All right. Let me move on from you, Baba, to Ajanle Koko and get the conversation back to the ministerial list. So, Ajanle Koko, so at last, a lot of people were insisting that they should really have ascribed portfolios to the ministers before they sent them to the Senate. But nevertheless, the portfolios are now being ascribed. Some you will say the glove fits the hand, but the other one you will say square peg, round hole. So what are you making of that list, Ajanle Koko?
Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so.
Look at that. We got 200 people watching us and only 30 likes, Ajanle Koko. Unbelievable.
What is going on, our people? I mean, why do we like to... I mean, it's just very simple. Just push the like button and let's keep on rolling together. I mean, why not? Why not? Let's do it. Let's do it.
All right, to the list. Wale Edun, I think we can agree with that one. I've not yet heard anybody query that, you know. And Fagbemi, as the Attorney General, I don't think we can argue that. People are not even arguing about Bosun Tijani, but the rest of them are condemnations. Your thoughts, Ajanle Koko?
Well, like you said earlier, we expected the portfolio to be attached to the name before sending them for screening. But, well, that one is a matter of... I mean, here we are today. The list is out. Some names are people that are competent by record, by what they have known for in the past that they have done. They are competent for their position. Some names are controversial. But like you said, Wale Edun, for that position they gave him, and with his working experience and a man that has worked with the Wall Street, with what do you call it? Maybe JP Morgan, with some of the top money management organizations, IMF, and some others. So he's well fit for that position. And we saw what he did in Lagos, the way he was able to package a policy for the government then, and which, you know, that make it successful for Lagos State to become the best internal revenue generating state in the nation. So today, Nigeria is facing a serious problem in revenue generation. So maybe we come and perform the same magic at the federal level and turn around the economy to the best interest of everybody in that country, best interest of the country, and which will definitely be of benefit to us as well as people. So, but some other names like Keyamo, I see some people been saying, "Oh, Keyamo is not good for that position." Well, this guy is a son. He's a smart guy too.
But aviation, though, did that catch you by surprise when you saw that? Because of all of the I wasn't really thinking that he was going to be the Attorney General just because of Fagbemi. So I didn't think that was open for him, but I was expecting something like labor and employment, that sort of space, or even tourism, but certainly not aviation. There is nothing that aligns Festus Keyamo with aviation.
Well, aviation sector, as we know, is one of the sectors that that country, if it's well developed, can become a source of revenue generation for the company. I mean, for the country, if it is well developed. And you need somebody that can really have a good understanding of.
Do you think he has the finesse? Because you need refinement for. There are certain sort of portfolios that you need refinement for, and there's certain sort of portfolios that you need doggedness and bulldogishness for. I don't see the personality of Festus Keyamo in aviation. I can see him in labor, fighting the unionists and all whatnot, but I cannot see him speaking to people like Emirates in a padded luxury room, in speaking in civilized language. Does he have the refinement for that sort of a portfolio?
Well,
Festus Keyamo.
Keyamo is a smart guy. You might not like the politics he plays. We might not like the way he represents his, he carry out his job with, a brutal way and how do I describe it? A combative manner. The way he sells his mentor. So we might not like that. We might not like that he worked with Buhari, but him as a person, a son, a young guy that I think was in his 20s, has become a star in the field of law, and he has fought several times for the right of the people. He served with the best of the best lawyer in the country, Chief Gani Fahimi of the blessed memory. And this guy is a son. You cannot tell me. And he have his own chamber. He have people. He manages people. He manages his chamber. He's an international lawyer. He got some cases, international cases. He handles some international cases too. So how can you say that it's not competent to hold that position? He just need to have himself surrounded with best brain in the field of aviation. All he just have to do is just to lead them. I mean, take his time to understand that field, and he'll be able to lead well. So I don't think that I don't buy that the opposition voices have been hearing against him that he's not fit for that position. I don't think so. I think if given all the resources by the federal government to succeed, I think he will succeed. He will succeed. He will do it well, and he can turn around the aviation sector and make it one of the best in Africa if he's given all the support that he needs. He's a smart guy, and I believe he by his his nature, a successful guy in the field of law right from the 20s, and till date, we know he's successful. His son, he will want to cap his achievement with success in this in this ministry. So I don't know why we are attacking him and saying he cannot succeed.
Can we interject you?
Yes.
I mean, you're talking about a guy who barely even won a case for the EFCC when he was a prosecuting attorney. maybe in his own capacity.
Who did what? Who did what?
He never won a case.
And I don't know.
Go dig out that.
That's
You
not
can
true.
find out
I don't
that.
have anything to prove for that.
That's what I read. That's what I read. He has never won any case.
Maybe that's coming from the obedience. That's not true.
All right. It's okay. All right. But then that is on one side.
No, but I think he's talking about as a prosecutor for EFCC. He has never won any case for EFCC. No, but I don't think his record of winning cases is impressive. I've also checked on that. It's not.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about in public, serving in public, not for his own capacity as a private lawyer who has handled legal case for clients or his own personal clients, but working for the Nigerian government or any Nigerian agency as a prosecuting attorney. That guy's performance is just, in fact, he has been accused of even leaking out exposed to the other people that they were prosecuting. That's within the realm of speculation. Now, again, his performance as a junior minister in the labor. My goodness.
Sorry, what did that first interjection have to do with his management skills? He's not been appointed as a lawyer. He's not the Attorney General, Aviation Minister.
Oh God, woman. I'm just giving him I try to build my case that in his private life, we know he's loud-mouthed. He must have done some other private practices of maybe representing clients on his own capacity as a private solicitor or attorney. But I'm talking about in the public sector. The one I know of, that is the EFCC. There is no one case like this guy won. It's either they settle it out of court, or there's something that happened, or they just throw the case out because of some. I mean, what are we talking about? This guy also was a junior minister of labor. What did he do? He went to make a phantom kind of project of cutting grass and giving people hoe and everything, and what's it called, omolanke or whatever they call it, the wheelbarrow to push. I mean,
rational mind. There is also a case of the SPV article case. The court fined him 10 million.
Let's just leave that. That's a case that maybe Blondie did or whatever. Because that's I have beef with that one. I don't think anybody should be fined anything if they bring a case to court. Everybody's trying. I don't know. Let me just leave that. I'm talking about in service in the public sector. It has been abysmal. This guy can be a lawyer. He can be loud-mouthed. He can be a human rights. Just like we're talking about Shore being a very good journalist and investigative journalist, but as a politician, I mean, it sucks because he cannot play the kind of politics Nigerians play. Apparently, kind of crappy politics they play in Nigeria. So my point to you, is that you're praising this guy to high heaven, like I see in his public service. We've seen some great, extraordinary things this guy has done. Good dude. This guy has not done anything. Do you know that even the Senate were grilling him, if not because of maybe Akpabio, they almost wanted to even grill him on that issue that Abaribe had to second it. That they said this guy's performance in what's it called? Apart from maybe the way he insulted the Senate, I think they said something about that issue of his ministry. He has not been able to tell them how that project went. Who are the people that benefited from it? Suddenly, we saw this guy be able to come America here, but how did he even transfer that money? No, is it not true to Central Bank that he moved that money from Central Bank to come and buy a house here in America? Last I know, this guy does not have any practice here in America, so he must have moved not even more than $500,000 from Nigeria through Central Bank or through Nigerian banks into America. I mean, to America, you come and buy a house here. Who are we deceiving, for goodness sake? A public servant, he never did that before in his practice. Before he became a minister, after he became a minister, suddenly he has a house here in America. What are we talking about? And we come here because of Tinubu. We come and praise somebody that because it's a strategist. Anybody brings to us, we should accept it. I don't know.
Rational mind.
We are the reason why we are always backward in that country. I will continue being backward. I rest my case there.
Well, rational mind. What I'm saying is that we are not fair to totally condemn him. That. I mean, at this point in time, when he has never even started the job, to say he's not fit for that position.
My point is this.
Yeah.
We go by people's pedigree. I mean, whatever they've done. That's how we judge them about what they're going to do. If what he has done, there's nothing to write about and write home about what he has done. How are we sure that what is going to be given to whom little is given, more will be required? Even the little that was given to him or whatever was given to him, he could not do anything with it. So are we sure that if we're going to have a bigger portfolio as a bigger minister, a federal minister, not even a state now, more like a junior minister, as a bigger man now, he will sit in the Federal Executive Council because it's a bigger minister. He handles aviation, not even a minister for aviation for state or whatever they call it. Yeah, name they give them in Nigeria. But he's a federal, real full minister now. Even the little that he handled, the labor minister for state for labor that he handled. What is anything this guy did? The project that he said he probably proposed to Buhari and to the Senate, the wheelbarrow thing that they will be sweeping the road and everything. Where is that? Where is that today? Where are all the wheelbarrows? That's what they were asking him in the Senate when they were trying to confirm it.
He answered the question very well when they asked him. What he said.
He said, go and check for yourself. That's what he said. What have we seen come on this platform? Tell us that they benefited from that program. Go on Twitter, you see people talking about it on Twitter that this guy, they were holding them, they never paid them.
Those are obedient now. Those are obedient on Twitter, talking also nonsense.
Let us leave the obedient out of this matter. The point is that what I've given you a case of EFCC. Go and check it. He had never won one case for EFCC. What has it done? How has it turned around the labor ministry that he became a junior minister?
He was not the minister by then, rational mind. He had no role. He was just follow to what is that one?
Anambra State Governor.
That former Anambra State. He was not playing any role. A junior minister cannot do anything.
Whose idea was it for that wheelbarrow thing that we're pushing? It's not his idea. What kind of a dumb kind of
that was his pet project actually. Until today, nobody knows where any wheelbarrow is. Nobody knows where any shovel is. The shovels are gone. The wheelbarrows are gone.
Rational mind. Rational mind.
I'm here.
Yeah. Check your phone. Carry on. Yeah.
So this guy, I think, is totally to me. I like to be fair to people. I think he has never done as a junior minister. He had no role to play as a junior minister. He played no role. As long as the minister is in place, he just there and follow the minister. He cannot do anything. So, and if you want to now want to judge him or want to say, oh, he didn't do anything as a junior minister, I think you are not fair to him. He cannot do anything as a junior minister. But now, as a substantive minister, let us watch and see what this guy is going to do in the next 1 year or 2 years. Let us see. Maybe it's going to bring some transformation. We don't know. I mean, let us.
Charlie Coco. They make him Minister of Aviation is not my problem. Tinubu can make anybody minister in any position. My own concern is that I'm beginning to see that aviation ministry will not get. I think they have seen that that place there will not be a major improvement in the next 5 years. That's why they put him there, because aviation is a very key, important role to the nation, and you give a very smart head to handle. If you look, UK, America, Japan here, Dubai, they are handled by specialists, the aviation sector. In Dubai, it is handled by a British. And in UK, I think it's handled by special people. I think one Yoruba guy even bought an airport there. So you don't just bring Kiyamo from nowhere to come and handle such a youth sector. So that means there is something that that aviation ministry, the liability there will not go in the next 5 years. So that's why they put him there to do whatever he's going to do. Because I'm not seeing any improvement there in the next 5 years.
Can I put back? The guy that bought that airport in London, was he not an investment banker?
My friend, listen. Sorry. I know you're educated, you are smart, but listen to English. Hold on. So you don't make. Hold on.
But what
So
is
the
you
guy
are
is
too
also into
categorical now? How can you
aviation
say
business.
that?
Hold on. I said, aviation ministry. Hold on, I said my English. I said the aviation sector in London is handled by a smart head who led to a Yoruba guy buy an airport. But you just rush out to say, oh, the Yoruba guy, is it not a banker? Can't you just do simple English first before you jump in? You want to be ratified, you want to show it on the platform every day?
It's just that people
now you see your voice as calm. Your voice as calm now because you don't listen. You are being biased to listen to me.
Let me tell you one thing. The fact is that for the fact that the guy is not in that particular is not in that particular sector, doesn't mean that
he's not going to do anything spectacular. Jacob, just something about. Hold on, my brother, please. Hold on. I'll be keeping quiet.
You cannot criticize someone like that.
Yeah, just speak over my voice.
You don't criticize
both of you.
Everybody hold on. You all have bad connections and you are talking all at once. So hearing the woofing from your system and then your voice on top of everything is just chaos. World peace.
Let me continue, please. Yeah, thank you, one man. When we're talking about Wale Adu things, is it Wale Adu? Correct me if I'm wrong. It is because of his past accident in Lagos. And that's what everybody's pointing to. He did this in Lagos, he did it in Lagos. And Rational Mind is raising a simple and a fundamental issue here that you can use a common sense on, and you can say, at your own opinion, can say, okay, we know that his past is not that too good, but let's just see what he can do. That one will give you a pass. Not like to jump up and say, we don't have the right to talk about what he's going to do. His past, Kenyamo's past has not done anything spectacular for him to be in that position. And again, he's an aviation sector. He's a lawyer. This is the problem we keep having in Nigeria. Every time we manage to get one thing right, we use that one to justify the rest. Example, e.g., Aerofy. When they make Aerofy the minister of SCT, he was able to do that spot. That job perfectly well because that job is an area of specialty, architectural. You know where the wrong buildings are, you know where the wrong roads are, you know where the structure were, and you were able to fix them. Now you have the parking of the president. And today we still see praise to him. He did this, he did that, he did that. Now you see Flaodua that was in Ministry of Aviation before. He messed that place up. You see Sarah Seriki, the one that just passed. I just call it the past two people that just held that position. Who know nothing about aviation because of political affiliation. They kept that put there. Now you are coming to justify what you don't even know. I don't know, you don't know. But if you want to use what we know, it has no record to justify it. Let's be civil here, my brother. It's not always politics, and nobody's attacking your candidate. I like when
you don't hold on. What piece? You don't have to always go to that bit that you ratified your candidate. That's what they always do. Just hold on. He's presented a political opinion. You present a counter political opinion, leaving his personality, and he leaves your personality, and then we have the conversation that way.
Thank you, Amma. Let me rephrase. Let me just land before you.
Don't worry. Let him come in now. Darati, come in.
Okay, thank you, one man. You know, when people just come on here to come and be telling us some certain things, we understand.
No, I just told him not to do that, so you don't do that. Just do what he said.
We have square pegs in square holes, round pegs in round holes. But there are sometimes that people get, they do this thing to the extreme. Now, somebody was talking about Adi Sirika. Adi Sirika was an aviation expert. He is in that field, and this is a guy that oversee that particular sector for how many years, and we never had one civilian plane crash. And because this guy doubled down on maintenance, the MRO, the maintenance and repair office. I mean that particular part, making sure that they follow the standards. Fine. This guy might not be an expert, but he might have other guys that are working with him that are in the other agencies that are under the Ministry of Aviation. We have the NCAA, we have the Accident Investigation Bureau, and some other parastatals.
All right, don't take it too long or too deep. Yeah.
we can make people to work within that area and have somebody superintend over what they are doing, supervise them. We have good heads in those agencies that can work with him. Although I myself, I would have said that Keyamo shouldn't be placed there. But I still believe that he has that skill, that management skill. He can still manage things. It's not about us only with people that are specialists in. In fact, we have done it several times in Nigeria, and we have not gotten anything. Yeah, sometimes we have done it and we do not get anything. But in this case, if the president is saying this is what I want, it is left to be seen. Let's come back after 6 months and come and judge him again and say, okay, you gave this guy this job. Okay, let's see in 6 months what has he been able to do. Adesirika brought in a lot of almost half of the airlines that are in Nigeria right now. New airlines. There's one right now, Green Africa, from Ibadan to Lagos, 6,500. I was on their website. We brought in new budget airlines into the place. But people are saying, although he has some issues, he might have some few issues like the way he handled the Nigerian air issue project. Fine.
The only thing he got wrong is that Nigeria air.
All right. Thank you. You know what the issue is, Darati. Your connection is always so wavy. We don't get the fullness of what you're trying to say. But say what you want to say, Uptown, and then we go back to Ajanle Koko.
No, I wanted to agree. Can you hear me? Yeah, I wanted to agree with my brother Dorothy on the Adesirika narrative. I think he's one of the best performing aviation ministers we've ever had in recent time. Forget about the controversies of the Nigerian air. I think that's one of the few places he got it wrong. But if you check the record really without bias, he was a very, very good aviation minister.
All right, back to Ajanle Koko.
Okay, so well, I think World Peace is so categorical in his statement that they knew that they cannot succeed. I mean, they don't have any plan for aviation sector, and that's why they put him there, so that in the next 5 years, they're not expecting any tangible thing to happen in that sector. Well, I think such a statement is too categorical, and it's not. I don't know, but all I know is that as a lawyer, as a son, he can bring a good leadership to that place, and all that his success depend on the president. If the president's agenda is to turn around that place, and president gave him all the resources to turn that place around, I think he will do his best. So that's the way I see it. So to the other position.
What about Wike? Do you think they've made the most effective use of him, Yemson Wike?
I think it's a very good position for Wike as well. That is not what I was expecting. I was expecting him to be in charge of NDCC and or Minister of Petroleum. So, but the president, for bringing him to Abuja, I believe he want to use his he want to use him to build Abuja better than the way it is at the moment. Abuja still lacks modern infrastructure. Whether we like it or not, it still lacks modern infrastructures. So if we really want to build the federal capital, we must be able to put in place modern infrastructure that can showcase Abuja as a modern city. Even at the moment, we should endeavor. The government should endeavor to turn it to one of these green. I mean, how do they say it? This green city? How do they call it?
I think you're right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, green city, yeah.
Green city. They should be going
But
towards that
to be fair, that seems to be the direction of Abuja anyway. Because it's a very green environment, especially that drive. You know, that drive from the airport into the city, especially when you see the city, it's so beautiful. It's one of the best in the world.
Yes. So I think that is where we should be, we should focus on, turning Abuja to a green city. And whether we like it or not, among all the governors in this country today, he is the most successful among them when it comes to building of infrastructure. You can hate him. You may not like him. You may not like him that he worked against your candidate. You can destroy him. You can say anything you like. He got an award from an opposition party, opposition president. For that, the President Buhari gave him an award as the best governor that built the most infrastructure in the state. And all the infrastructure it's going to be all those infrastructure are going to be everlasting, or how do I describe it? These are not infrastructure that you can't see tomorrow. It will be there. Is it the law school that not be useful to law students? Is it the cardiovascular center that he built that will not save life? Is it the roads that he built across the state and the bridges? Is it everybody go to River State today? They say River State is really the new look. So what are we talking about? So maybe the president have an agenda for Abuja. He have a plan for Abuja, and he believes this is the guy, the most successful among the governors in the last 8 years. I want to give him that responsibility to change the face of Abuja and turn Abuja to a city of a city that can bring out change the image of Nigerian on the positive side. So I think it's a good pick for that place. And Wale Edu is a good pick. We saw what he did in Lagos. And who are that? The Fagbemi for the law, for the Attorney General. Yes, no doubt about that. That's an excellent pick. And the guy in charge, that young guy for digital something, that's a good pick too. But the new
you know, the one that I am struggling with the most, for all of the appointments, there are some that you think is excellent, like Fagbemi, that's excellent, Wale Edu, excellent, Tijani, excellent. But there's some that you say, okay, you can see how it works, like Wike, etc. But the one that confuses me the most, because this is probably one of the top 3 most important portfolios, the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu. I'm sure he's reasonably competent at whatever level of function that he has, but is that the name that you were expecting, or you are even comfortable with for such an important portfolio?
One man, his academic records, being a guy that finishes how do I say it? His first degree with first class. A guy that worked in some of the best audit firm. He worked in Central Bank and was deputy central bank governor, and leaving the central bank to go to politics with all the experiences and working experiences that he had gathered all this year, I won't say that he cannot perform well. I think it's for electricity, right? One man. Is it?
Yeah, electricity, power, yes.
Electricity, yeah. So, look, we just have to wait and see how. I don't want to condemn anybody right now that someone there cannot perform. Look, Chief Balaigi, when he was appointed in 2019, he was the best. I mean, the political appointment the elective position that he held before that time was the former governor of Oyo State. And according to him, he said he learned through the job, and he was able. There are a lot of things that he didn't even know about electricity. That when he got to the ministry, surrounded with experts, they brought everything to his knowledge. And you can't know anything. You can't know everything. But if you're a good administrator and you have experts around you that can advise you, I mean, yeah, you will perform well because you'll be able to.
So did the guy perform in electricity?
What do you mean? What do you mean perform in electricity?
Did he perform there? You say when he got given anything, but they put him through. Did he? What did he do?
Justice. He left there for justice, but he did a little bit before he left. So, but what I'm trying to say here is that these guys, I don't want to say they cannot perform because they are smart. They are
God, Jalekoko, sorry. You know, that was a different era.
Can I chip in some words?
Yeah, say it.
Okay, I think I agree with you in some certain areas because even though I see these ministerialists as more political, but there is no need criticizing them at this moment in time, just to give them some time to know, because that is always what to do, to know how they are going to perform. But in that space, what really interests me is the position of David Umahi, the Minister of Works. I think Southeast have been given another opportunity to bring some development to our infrastructure, the area of infrastructure. So I wish all the praise we are giving to Umahi, building a lot of infrastructure in Ebonyi State. Let him use that position to do some critical infrastructure that we are lacking in the Southeast. So in that position, he justified my doubt. He did something that really impressed me, giving such powerful position to David Umahi. So somebody will also find some level of competence in the Southeast area. So I just wish he did well. That is all I can say. So,
but between Wike and Umahi, who is Mr. Project? Who is supposed to handle that ministry better?
In terms of infrastructure, both of them did well. I don't know how to compare the both. So anybody that gets it is okay. But my position is
one of them had access to far more money than the other one. So
yeah, but my position is this uptown. The Southeast got that position. It's not a small thing that Umahi need to play with it. This is now a federal appointment. That when we are talking about marginalization in terms of infrastructure, that position has been given to Southeast. At least few of our federal roads to be fixed. Few of them. At least in the next 4 years, we need to get those federal roads that are very dilapidated that will be complaining for a very long time. That position has been given to us now to make a change in those areas, and I think it's a welcome development. So I'm putting my eye on David Umahi starting from today. I will be watching him very closely to know how he will, because that is what concerns me. And at least I got what I want in that area. So I'm giving him a close marking from today, so that I want to be, when I travel next, those are our dilapidated federal roads. I need them to be fixed. So another opportunity has been given to us. So if you mismanage it,
Sorry, let me still warn you because of your high expectations. You should be aware also that David Umahi has some sort of issues with the other 4 Southeast states because he believes that his state is being marginalized by Southeasterners. Are you aware of that, his ideology?
I don't understand.
He has an ideology that Southeast
How is it justifying that? How is it justifying that? What is he?
He's saying that the other states left South Ebonyi State behind over the years, and then they tout like if you say you come from Abakaliki, that you will be feeling ashamed among your fellow Southeasterners saying you come from that side of the Southeast. So he has this idea that even though he doesn't want to blame themselves, when you we're backward and somehow you want to blame others or maybe your other siblings.
Sorry, Uptown, and then to you, Ekene, as well, but you first, Uptown. What's the hierarchy? What's the hierarchy of the pecking order amongst the 5 southeastern states? What's the hierarchy of the pecking order?
Okay, Anambra is obviously on top. Imo, Enugu, Abia, then very, very, very distant below Ebonyi State.
And that's Dave Umahi State.
Yes, his state. So the thing is that
before you push it, Ekene, do you agree with that? What's the pecking order in terms of the states in the Southeast, Ekene?
Well, for me, Southeast in those pecking order, Ebonyi has been below. It's not until David Umahi that we'll start talking about.
Who is at the top? So do it from 1 to 5 in terms of pecking order in the Southeast, the states.
Well, Anambra is at the top, and then followed by Enugu State. Then Imo State used to be competitive with Anambra, not until recently. So Imo State, I think before I could have rated Imo State high, but not now. Then we call the Enugu State and the Abia State before you come to Ebonyi State now. Because Ebonyi State is just only Umahi regime.
At the bottom too. You put Ebonyi at the bottom too, okay.
Yeah, it's just Umahi regime that brought up Ebonyi State. So, and that wonders he did in Ebonyi State in the last 8 years, we want him to continue with it because he has done something exceptional. Before, you don't hear anything about Ebonyi State in terms of governance. It's only Umahi that made it possible. So, almost all the infrastructure you are seeing today in Ebonyi State is done by Umahi. Other governors just you don't even hear anything there. So coming out from that space, my point is he did well in Ebonyi State in terms of infrastructure. So anybody that comes in to perform in a state for today is the best performer, both in the Southeasterners, all the Southeast governors, he's the best performer. The past administration. So coming with that record and putting him in the federal level, it's a very welcome development. So I wouldn't want him to fail. I want him to carry that trajectory to this Minister of Work, because if he did exactly what he did in Ebonyi State, Southeast will have much development in our federal roads, and I don't want him to go there and be saying, looking at let him focus. At least most of our federal roads are dilapidated. I know what I'm saying. So and after the 4 years, I was not able to see at least 2 of them being fixed, and the Southeasterner is the Minister of Work. I don't think anybody should come here to shout about marginalization of the Southeast in terms of infrastructure again. That is my point, one man.
All right, back to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, there was a portfolio that did not have a minister attributed to Minister of Environment and Ecological Management, but they put back Kaduna there in parentheses. So is that window still left open for El Rufai?
Environment and what did you say?
Ecological studies, whatever that means, ecological management. So, and it's an important portfolio, by the way. It's in all of the floodings that we get in Nigeria. Yes.
Well, what of the Ministry of Petroleum?
No, there was no Ministry of Petrol. Actually, let me see. Because it looks as though he ring-fenced that for himself, as they often do. So we have a Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, which is this Heineken Lokobiri. So yeah. So he's the Minister of State, just like Temipre Silva. So it looks as though he has kept the pork belly fat for himself as well, just like Buhari did.
Babao.
Man must work. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I want more láti jẹun.
So I don't know. I thought you said Rufai nominated somebody in his replacement, right?
Yes, but there are speculations that there are speculations that the Kaduna State government, they are resistant to that. It's still mired in a lot of controversy.
Okay, so but well, since he wrote Kaduna, I think what we can say now is that maybe that position is left is in hanging for Rufai, but we don't know what is going on with Rufai. But whether it is Rufai or not, it's been designated for Kaduna State. So Kaduna will have it. But the position of budget and planning, that guy that you guys were mentioning, I don't know. That is the most. I can't understand why that guy should have that position. I don't know on what basis.
Where is Tunde Fowler?
It's not there at all.
It's never appointed. It's never nominated. Fowler is not among the ministerial nominee.
Maybe we'll bring him back to FRS.
It could be. It could be.
What do you say about this Badar Rubin as Minister of Defense?
I don't see anything wrong.
Bagudu, you mean?
Bagudu, okay, no Badar Rubin.
Oh yeah, it has to go to North because we have.
Why must it go to North? NSA North.
Hold on.
Well, I understand maybe the chief of staff is the Yoruba guy and.
Yeah, because that's the Yoruba
and the IGP.
Yes, so those ones go to for balancing. So, but the one for budget and planning is. I don't know. I'm still wrapping my head around it. I don't know what to say on that. But look, the lady. I mean, if we want to do the breakdown of all those positions, you see that he tried to balance it some kind of way so that everybody will have sense of belonging. Like the Northeast, for example. Among the 5 that he nominated, he gave 4 substantive ministry for them. Among the 5, 4. And Northwest that he gave 9. Is it 9 or 10? He gave them. The substantive he gave them was 5. Like Southwest that he gave us. Is it not 9? Yeah, 9. I think he gave us maybe 6 substantive. And the North Central have like maybe 7 out of 9 that they 7 substantive position out of 9. So South, I think they had 6 out of I think 5 out of 7. 5 substantive. So I think he did well. He did well the way he shared the position, and it is fair. And the position of the works that he gave Umahi, it's a very good position too, because Umahi is an engineer, and he put him in a position where he can carry out his engineering work in building the country, the road, and and other infrastructure. So Umahi, I think, is the best pick for that position. So, but we just have to wait and be patient and see how these people are going to perform. So that is my own take on all this ministerial appointment. I don't think we should be condemning one for the other. Yes, we can have this reservation that, like the one I expressed now, the Minister of, what do you call it, Budget and Planning. I don't know what he can do. I don't know much about him, about that guy, but I think we have to be patient and see. But what I know is that it's not a permanent position. They can be reshuffled, they can be taken out. All of them are having those positions at the mercy of the president. So, and Tinubu have set up a committee, like an audit committee that will audit each of them at maybe quarterly and at a particular period of time to audit their, to appraise them, audit them, and know the areas of their successes and failure. And based on that, maybe he will use that to reshuffle or to kick some out and retain some. So we just have to be patient and see what how these people are going to perform, and not let us waste too much time condemning them. It's a political appointment for them. Looking forward for them to start.
Babaja.
Yes, sir.
One man, can I ask Babaja one thing? Babaja,
sorry, Dorothy. Hold on. I think Fatai wanted to come in before you. Fatai.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Actually, I wanted to come in with regard to the Ministry of Aviation, which versus Keyamo. I think I heard that maybe Adisirika is like the best for many, was whatever. So the Nigerian aviation industry, right? Okay, whether Adisirika was the best or not, it wasn't the best for the time. Of course, we all know everything he did with the Nigerian Air. He almost colonized Nigeria.
Fatah, is that guy that just left? They are saying is the best.
Yeah.
Ethiopian.
Who will decide the best? Who is saying that?
Ethiopian airline guy.
Fatai, thank you for coming in to rescue me, because I didn't want to make a reception.
Who said that?
Dorothy.
That was Bishop and Dorothy too. Dorothy agreed. And as well.
I said it because of
have you guys taken some wine, or what's going on?
No, Babaja, I want you to look at the list. I'm seeing Tinubu.
Hold on. Before you go to the list, let Fatai.
Yeah. So I don't think what is the EPIS, the EPIS, the head of EPIS, what is his name again?
Oyema. Something David Oyema.
I don't think Oyema will agree that Adisirika is the best or something. I think he will strongly. He will have one or two things to say.
It's Oyema nightmare. It's Oyema nightmare. Yeah, sure. Oyema
exactly. Also, the CEO of United Airline. This what's his name? That studied in Russia. I think Obiora. Actually, that one is my favorite of them all in the aviation there. Anyway, the problem with Nigerian aviation industry right now is not some expert. the aviation industry has serious legal problems. Serious legal problems. Babalaki is in court now to reclaim some 200 billion for breach of contract with regard to the Lagos airport. Every day is I don't know, jaku with in the admission industry, legal permit here and there, legal issues here, this here, that there, everything. The senator from Ondo State is currently a senator from Ondo State. I don't remember his name again. He bought the from this Virgin whatever, the merger between Virgin.
Is it Jima Ibrahim you're talking about?
Eh?
Jima Ibrahim? Jima Ibrahim?
Should be
Jima Ibrahim. Yeah. Jima Ibrahim is currently Baba Mikebale. For you to know how this thing, Jima Ibrahim is currently the owner, the legal owner of Air Nigeria. Adi Sirika is just playing with words, saying Nigeria Air. Legally, the owner of that entity is Jima Ibrahim. So all of those things he was doing, the fraud is amazing. It's amazing. That the broad daylight fraud that guy was doing, it's incredible. And with our own resources, there's no company already is spending Nigeria's money to sell our airspace to colonize our airspace by Ethiopian airline. Even if person won't colonize Nigeria, now Ethiopia will colonize Nigeria. You know. But anyway, at the same time also,
let me ask a question. Sorry, Matt Benito, Fatai. This Jima Ibrahim you are talking is from my village. We are from the same village. For information, I know him very well. So, but then you just check out that guy. All the businesses he has ever run. No one ever saw the light of day. He will run them for some time. He will just enter BC. So if he has a company or he has tried floating an airline called Air Nigeria. I mean, where is the airline today? So if the Nigerian government can get it from him, get the name from him, why not?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not speaking for him. I'm not saying he's doing anything right or wrong. I don't know too much his business history. Yeah, he has a lot of controversy, but he's not claiming. He's claiming being misrepresented or whatever it is. But what I'm saying is, he's the one who acquired that thing from Branson. From Branson, when Branson was leaving, he was the one who acquired. He's the legal owner of that entity, Air Nigeria.
Virgin Nigeria, Air Nigeria or Virgin Nigeria?
Virgin, and now it's after Virgin Nigeria was when Branson was operating it. When Branson left, when he acquired it from that Branson crew, he turned it to Air Nigeria. And that is the official.
All right, Fatai, give me one microsecond, okay. Fatai. So, gentlemen, I have to bail out because I have something to do very early. I'm going to be handing over to Rational Mind. Rational Mind.
Man, can you please allow me to talk before you log out, please?
Who's that?
This the star.
No, I'll still be hearing in the background, but do you need me to respond to something?
Yeah, I just want to correct because aviation is my space. So I want to correct the impression concerning the last aviation minister, Adrika. I'm very sorry.
No, hold on. That's the space Fatai is listening to, is speaking to rather. So you can have that conversation with Fatai. But I'll be listening in the background. But I have that conversation. Let Ajande Koko come back, go to Ekene, but Rational Mind try and manage the interjection.
What about me? I think I was holding on for Fatai.
Everybody will be taken care of. Don't worry. Everybody will be taken care of.
Okay, everybody will be taken care of. So let me rattle through super chat from Ayo. Thank you. Prince Daddy, of course. Thank you. Ayo, as ever, again comes back. Thank you. I'll be also known in another incarnation as Rotimi. Thank you. And then there's this AB. Also, thank you. So let me bail out so I can be fresh and ready for what I have to do later on. So Rational Mind. Good luck to you. But I'm sure they'll be kind to you as they are not to me. So to you, rational mind. But Ajanle Koko still has the floor. By the way, take him to the Nnpc being sold off after the interjections.
Okay, no problem.
Can I quickly let talk now?
Hold on. Let Fatai, you want to give him that space to say something to you, or you just want to continue, Fatai?
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem. The only just I say one sentence and then I can listen to the interjection. So the point I was trying to make actually at the current time, the aviation industry needs to sort out a lot of legal problems. There's a lot of money that AMCON needs to recover. Actually, it's some people even argue that it's in trillions of trillions that AMCON needs to recover for the federal government from various things. There are things with all these RE.
Are you still there, Fatai? I think we lost you. Fatai.
Yeah.
So those things are there. So hold on. The point I was trying to make is Festus Keyamo, being a lawyer, I mean, okay, nobody knows if he will perform or not, but him being a lawyer might actually be a good thing at this particular point in time in the aviation industry to straighten out the legal problems that that industry is thrown into, especially when it comes to the concessions. There are so many concessions. Definitely, that I know the concession with Babalaki is there. That every day Babalaki is facing this problem, or they are making him those problems, or he's making them problems. He's taking them to court every day. You know, the public-private partnership concession that through which he built the Lagos, the MMA2, the Lagos local airport. So it might not necessarily be a bad thing that Festus Keyamo, being a lawyer, is there right now. Maybe he can straighten out that industry, you know, and everybody can improve the industry. Yeah. So I don't know what's coming.
Okay. All right. So our friend, let me see that name again. Sorry.
The
Star. Can you grab the floor now? Just
okay. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, I think let me start from the last caller. I think he made a brilliant submission. In fact, until now, I had wanted to query the lessons of appointing Keyamo. I think Keyamo could be very useful in that area. Now, back to the former immediate past aviation minister. He's never an expert. He's not he's somebody like it is not, you can go to school without being a professional. Like especially, even you can be a medical doctor, the graduate of a medical doctor. If you don't practice, you can never be like a real doctor. That is the case of Adrian, and that is why he performed. He really messed up. This is somebody that was just after finishing. Then he went to the police air wing as a helicopter pilot. From there, he disappeared. Then before you know it, he showed up in 2003. He become a rep, House of Rep member. From there, senators. So if you're aviation professionals, you can either be referred to as an engineer or captain. I still never been referred to that. And if you look at the most of the unprofessional misconduct that he did at the last stage, I can tell you, you can go and fact check this. The director of airworthiness, he has to, on principle, that this is not done.
he has to resign. Late that last month, a month before I think just few weeks before the end of Buhari Aviation, because administration, because they wanted to impose that Nigeria here. They want it to fly, and because of Buhari does not know anything about aviation, he does not even know anything from his left to right, and unfortunately, most of the public, they were agog. They just hear that here Nigeria is coming, is about to start operations, and but we the professionals, we actually know that it is not. We knew that it is not possible, because when you want to start airline operations, AOC certification, it is 5 stages, 5 phases. So he has not even passed for a 4th stage. The 4th stage is just a writing of intent that you want to. Anybody can do that. Then they will invite the post holders. All this, and the post holder will have to be permanent, and that is the smallest list. And the following day, you said you are operating airline is taking off the following day. It's like let me just give you the scenario because of non-professionals. It's like somebody went for a virgin, went for an introduction with his bride. Then the very first day, the next day after the introduction, he said he has delivered baby. Practically, the medical practitioners will tell you that it is not possible. So it just if it were to be
only Mary.
Yes, if in fact, do you know that go and fact check it? Do you know that the chairman of Ethiopia Airline that has been there for the past 10 years, go and check, because of that scandals, they sack him. Go and check that how can he get their country involved in that kind of a mess up. What they did is they shut. We do it. There was a year like that, 2013. I was the first CRJ dash 1000. You can check it in the entire Africa. Arik Airline was the first airline in Africa to acquire CRJ-1000, and I was the one that did the pre-arrival inspections in Canada. While we were doing it along the line, because we had publicized. And we want to use this. I think it was to celebrate, I think, 10 years anniversary of Arik Day. For us to meet, we've not completed. We've done the certification. We've done because we've done type certifications delay with NCA, because when aircraft that have never been flown in a country like Nigeria now, if aircraft is coming for the first time that has never been flown, there is what is called type certification. That means the NCA, the civil service authorities, they will go there They will carry out proper inspections. Till we go through all manners of scenario, just to be ensured that when the aircraft comes to the country, there won't be issue. And they will also ensure that the engineers, the pilots are well trained. And in fact, part of the condition is a member of some staff of NCA, the pilots and the engineers. I think probably 5 or 6 number is mandatory for them to be trained along with the conditions given to them. So now, what they do is
hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So, we appreciate your expertise in this talking about how the aviation sector runs in Nigeria. But the point we're talking about, because we know we can, if we give you the floor as an expert, you will tell us, if not everything you know, or most things you know in aviation. So, but because here, what we discuss here is more focused on the political aspect and maybe the commercial aspect of it too. So what we're talking about is this Tinubu's ministerial list. And I know the reason why you said you came in to talk about it was because somebody talk about Adi Sirika as being, but we know you can tell us much about it. So, but in your own word, are you saying that what Fatai said when he said, and Ajaleku and the rest of the people that said that this guy that was brought into aviation is a good fit for that place? Is that what you are saying? That it's better than Adi Sirika?
Yeah, of course. I will want to support the. I want to support.
Adi Sirika has been tested, but we've not tested this guy called Yamo.
Yes, in the past, when they appoint a non-professional as aviation minister, go and check. The union, they will protest. People will be, but you will see that on this Keyamo, nobody is going to protest because when the supposed called.
You cannot say that for a fact because you don't know. We don't know what tomorrow brings.
Okay.
So what are you premising that on? What are you basing that on?
You say what?
What are you basing that on? What basis?
Because for goodness sake, the supposed aviation of course, even to the public, aviation experts, so to say, Adri was there. And he mess up. So what will now be the justification for the aviation practitioners for them to protest if they now bring in somebody that is not aviation expertise from outside? But just like Mr. Fatai have said, I mean the last caller, I want to agree. Like because so many shady deals were done, so many the money were trapped. I think legal wise, I want to believe that Keyamo could as well be useful in that area. So then, and of course, it's going to humble and bring in professionals to assist him too.
Sorry, can I interject?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be hearing you guys' analysis, and when I made mine, I said I was too categorical. I'll be categorical. I just speak in English, but I will still repeat what I said. I said, in my opinion, I don't think the aviation sector is going to move forward in the next 5 years. That's what that's what they are bringing Keyamo in. And from what Fatai just said, doesn't mean that's what's going to play out, but just his opinion that there are so many legal issues on ground that he's coming to clear that out, the backlog. So if we are talking about Keyamo coming in to clear the backlog for legal issues, then don't you see what I said is right, that the aviation sector is not ready to move forward in the next 5 years? Because I don't know hold on.
Can I respond to that submission? No, actually, I mean, okay, the perspective might be different, but it's not like you are in the wrong direction. You are not in the wrong direction. The aviation industry will not move with all the legal problem it has. You know, actually, one of the biggest things that is keeping down the aviation industry is the legal problems. It's this brother put it now, too many shady deals. Understand? So, as Babajaneko also said before, actually it's the red meat for Keyamo, right? You know, Keyamo, he likes to boast. You know, you say, "Oh, I I clean up here, I clean up." He can show that he has
Okay. But Fatai,
yeah.
I want to put this to you. You said it's a red meat and all of that, and you said, and what we said talk about not moving forward. So what are you people talking about? Because if we're talking about it's not moving, are you talking about the Nigerian?
No, I'm not saying.
Hold on. The Nigerian air project. Is it the Nigerian air project you're talking about, or the aviation in totality? Because whatever RGC guys, the only bottleneck that I've seen that, or the only thing that I see that the hindrance that I'm seeing is the issue around the Nigerian air. So
No.
No. Do you know that
Adisilica had
hold on. Let Fatai lie, please.
Adisilica had wrong priority. There are many directions for even all this reconstruction of the international airport and this to turn the airport to some mega, I don't know what term they call it, in which you like a city or whatever, something like that. There are so many things. Adisilica, one of the biggest conflicts that Adisilica was having was his priority. Was his priority with the aviation in the aviation industry. He has particular thing that he wants to do that a lot of stakeholders in the priority don't feel that that's the priority of the industry, you know. And the red meat I'm talking about, I'm not saying that the aviation industry cannot move forward in the next minute. I'm just saying that what this point that we might disagree on the perspective, but on the part that he's talking about, it might be making a point, which is that there is so many things drawing back the industry that most of them are tied up in legal issues. Like without those legal issues, the aviation industry will be jumping faster forward. So Keyamo might have a chance, like, to earn himself a lot of badges that we used to be boasting, because you know Keyamo likes to boast a lot. So I clean up this, I clean up this, I clean up it. I mean, if he wants to work, there's so many things to clear up, so many legal issues to be cleared up. And certainly with regard to boycotting, the Babalakin deal, so many things in that area. It's every day they are all in the court. But Babalakin took so much loan from South African banks. You know, so many things there. You know, I don't know. Maybe he's cleared them up here right now. He was even having issues to be getting with creditors, because they will sign a deal, then they will cut the deal. Then they will say you can build a hotel for the They will say, okay, no, the land is already. It was a lot of so many crazy issues that even at a point, even it was fed up or something like that. So there's a lot of issues. My point is the point I'm making with regard to workplace problem. I am not saying that the aviation industry is not going to move forward. That's why they put him there. No, I'm just saying that there is a lot of drawbacks within the aviation industry that are tied up in legal issues, and if they could be straightened out, the aviation industry will jump up faster. Onyema said many of those things. Many of those things. He was on TV many times. He said many of those things. So many unnecessary problems. He's tying up the operators. He's tying their hands. Like, why do you want to bring in Ethiopian Airlines to destroy the local industry, of whose benefit and even the Nigerian air that you are talking about as a legal entity does not exist? So why are you spending Nigeria's money on an entity that does not yet exist, that maybe you will give Nigeria 5%? What is going on? You know, you and you say, oh no, it's only 5 billion, not 85 billion. Who cares? Why are you spending our money on something that we don't benefit nothing from.
Hold on, Fatah and everybody and our friend, our expert guy. But you guys will agree with me that under Adi Sirika, we've seen a growth of some sort in the commercial flights. I mean commercial flight like our, I don't know if you people are aware, this guy that owns Baba Jebu, he has his own airline now. What's the name of that airline? I say not United Nigeria, something like that, but one airline like that. That guy has his own airline now. And we saw United Nigeria too, Ibom Air. We saw so many other people, major other players came in, even though some died. But then what I'm trying to say is this: that even though we can criticize Adi Sirika, don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of that guy. But what I'm trying to say is that Adi Sirika, under Adi Sirika, there was a little bit of growth. There was a little bit of growth in the aviation.
No, a dead clock is always right twice a day. So I don't know whether that is due to Adi Sirika or that is due to the industry, its potential coming out. So I don't know, except I don't know. I mean, I'm not particularly in the industry right now. Even the closest I've got to the industry is that I worked in Babalaki and Co before. So I don't know anything, and I didn't work with his airline project or whatever. So I don't know so much about that. So I'm just saying that that particular deal with the Nigerian Air was so unnecessary. Why are you spending our money there, right? And also that Adi Sirika had priorities that many of the stakeholders disagreed with. They said this is not the priority of the industry. And he was pursuing his personal priority.
Can you mute?
That is the point I'm making. Anyway, I just wanted to, because I just heard that Sirika is the best.
Before you go, because myself, I'll be shutting down very soon. So I don't know if anybody wants to talk about the $3 billion that the said Nnpc is getting from some kind of I don't know where are they getting it from to stabilize the naira. No, I said that in passing yesterday here that the CBN governor was threatening some people, Nigerians that are remitting money from the diaspora that are holding on to their dollars. I don't want to bring it into the system. So my question is, what are you people talking about? What's especially you, Fatai? Are you aware of the $3 billion?
National man, I think I see out the floor now.
Okay, you still have the quick. Go on, please. Sorry. So because I was hearing another background noise, I think maybe you were far from your device or maybe.
Yeah. So the $3 billion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just pointing to us that this administration will practice the same borrowing habit that we know Buhari's for. So it shows that they are really struggling financially and they are looking for that hard dollar to run the economy. Because the economy is it's a dollarized economy and they don't have that enough dollar to run the economy. So they will look for
Babami,
yes,
if Nnpc is signing a contract to go and get a loan from Afrexim Bank, what does it have to do with the central bank?
That is what I don't understand, because they look, I don't understand.
I haven't really read the full story, but I don't know what that has to do with the central bank.
Yes, because they said they are borrowing to
ensure that
what is the restatement?
You said they're borrowing so that they will ensure that there will be no increase, that they can give the money to these oil marketers that need the money to go and bring in
That's all, man.
See,
They are just playing the value.
it is. I want to
They are
say
just
it
playing.
is. It look like they are selling that country because borrowing loan will not just come on. Just give me loan and you just walk away and spend the
And they will
money.
devalue the naira too. Naira will be devalued more.
That is it. It's got to come with some
But I
conditionalities.
gotta go before you continue.
Yeah.
I've said it on this platform. What is it that takes Tinubu to say, okay, all right, I take back that that arbitrage thing. Let okay, you continue, CBN continue subsidizing so that they could shore it up that way, rather than go and have to go and borrow. You get what I'm trying to say? Because the issue right now is the issue why dollar is falling or this whole thing is doing is the way it is because Tinubu said no more arbitrage, that there should be free market. Normal, that's how it's supposed to be. But why don't you suspend that first? Put in place the fuel subsidy, continue subsidizing the dollar you people subsidize to people that really need that money. Continue doing that. That way, there will be no panic in the system. But you go back.
But why would you want to continue subsidizing oil subsidy?
We cannot do both. We cannot subsidize this one and subsidize money for these people. These people that need
the currency. They are just they are just panicking with regard to the currency.
I know it's
and
panicking.
Your currency, your currency will not improve. The one thing that improves the currency most is investors' confidence. All this panic doesn't help the currency. They're just panicking. Oh, we'll do this. There's a lot of speculators in the market, right? There's a lot of people that are making big bucks from the previous MFUL's style, and they're all panicking. They want him to reverse. They want him to reverse both of them. They want him to reverse subsidy, and they want him to reverse the currency because they were making money, So it's up to him. If he doesn't panic, the acting CBN governor the other day was speaking that they are taking some measures, right? Okay, take your measures, and he didn't state what measures they are taking. He said they are taking some measures, right? But that measure shouldn't include, giving some people unfair advantage. You say everything should go demand and supply, it will happen. I don't know. I haven't. The only thing that I noticed is that before they made the announcement that they are intervening in the market, the currency it was swinging up and down. But if you noticed, after they made that announcement, the swing was bigger. The swing was bigger. Do your. I'm sure. I don't know. I don't want to believe that of course, they have experience working there in the central bank, right? I'm sure they probably know. But the only thing that I know looking from outside is that they are too much panicking, and nothing. Currency doesn't improve over panic. Actually, one of the strongest blood of the currency is confidence. The American dollar, there's too much confidence behind it. It will stay there. It will stabilize. There is confidence there. If you don't have confidence, it will be swinging. If you don't know what they are going to do today, what they are going to do, why do I want to keep Naira even I don't know what announcement they are going to make tomorrow?
But Fatai, the issue is you cannot do two things at the same time. Remove subsidy and not float this Naira. Let the Naira float. You cannot do both of them because you see, like I've said, I don't know. I'm not a genius like you, don't know guys who are economics, but this is a simple, rational way of looking at it. If you look at it, that these people, they are jacking up the cost of petroleum product because they say, besides that you're no longer going to be paying us directly anymore. We're not going to be able to manipulate the system anymore. So they are now, if we have to look for the dollar now to go and buy this thing, the dollar is being sold at a higher rate because we're not getting it subsidized to us anymore. Then it means that they will jack up the petroleum price. But then if you suspend that, say, okay, CBN, continue giving this, but subsidy remains, but continue giving them that subsidized money they need for that they have to go and bring in those products. Because if you look at them like other investors in Nigeria who needs dollar to go and buy whatever product to bring to Nigeria. So subsidize it for them, until, and then while you are doing that, try and see if you can get money from some other investors that will come in and start doing modular refineries, or you take over their refineries and start using it. And you are going to a kind of contract with them that, okay, for 50 years, you people will be using this refinery, and then after that, we'll take it back from you, like lease it out to them, so that they can fix it. And so you can do that. But when you try to do two things like that at the same time, you know they are both two things that complement each other. Then it's going to be.
Can I come in?
No, but Kenneth, sorry, George, can you give me 1 second? Sorry, brother. But I think the biggest problem is that Tinubu needs to tell these Nnpc and all these marketers, he needs to just be firm with them. You know, they are just doing free whatever they do. You know, they can't just be jacking up price. There's no way in the world where you just wake up the next day, even if you say something is affecting you, you can't jack up the price times 3 in overnight. There's no way in the world, even everywhere in the world, that petrol, even if Russia and Saudi Arabia, they are fighting war, and the crude price is times whatever, goes from $20 to $100. You're not going to find the pump price in any country in America goes from whatever, $5 to $20. No, you could go from $5 today and it start going $5.50, 60 cents, $6 and whatever. You can just wake up you sleep and then you wake up the next day and it goes from less than 200 to maybe 600. What the heck? That is crazy stuff. It doesn't even work anywhere. You can't say whatever. And also, especially that time, the subsidy was still there. Even if you say it affects you, why would you times 3? Is that a joke? You know, I think it just needs to. I think even the link, even sometimes, I took one point you rational by yesterday about Eleyi of AE. Even during the campaign, you know, this thing they did it also during the campaign. You know, in that campaign, it was Eleyi of AE was behind Tinubu. They didn't want him to do it when he said, Eleyi was there. Eleyi was part of it. They didn't want him to speak. That Eleyi, I'm suspecting him. Eleyi of AE.
He's an oil marketer too.
I know, that's what I'm saying now.
And he was the one who led the oil marketers to Tinubu when the whole problem began.
They will be part of the people that will be telling Tinubu, don't rock the boat too much, don't rock the boat, don't rock the boat, don't rock the boat, don't rock the boat. Because you have already rocked the boat, we are still dealing with it. Don't rock another boat by telling them they are not allowed to be just jumping the price. If you keep it, these guys are billionaires now. This guy can walk in the bank and get whatever money they need in 2 seconds. So nobody needs to be making excuses for them that their businesses have been affected. These guys are thinking rich. These guys have so much money. Why is anybody feeling sorry for them that their business is affected? No, they should do the right thing and not be suffering the people who can buy 1 liter of petrol. You know, because they say.
Okay. Go on. Go on.
You see, this subsidy of a thing, I think Tinubu needs to take a drastic measure, because you cannot allow one sector of the country to be controlling or making decisions in your financial policies and all that. That Nnpc is becoming too arrogant and too politicized.
It's too uncontrollable now.
Yeah, that is that is where I need him to work very well, because if he didn't do, I see that guy destroying his administration. That Mele Kalaya. Yeah, you need to wake up.
It's not Mele Kalaya, it's Mele Kiari.
I don't know how to call it. I see that guy clean his administration, because there are simple things to do, but because of their interest, those guys' interest, it's very difficult to do it. You can't just wake up and say you want to reduce the pressure on the naira. You go and borrow $3 billion. How? When there are many options, at least somebody gave an option that really interests me. All these things, you can say we don't have dollars in the country. Now, because we don't have dollars, we'll exchange these things with non-refined crude. We give you non-refined crude.
Sorry, brother. I think what they are trying to do is NNPC needs money. It goes to borrow money. And they are trying to say by secondary effect, it will also be helpful for the currency. I don't think they are borrowing money for
that is it. They don't want to help the masses. They're just trying to siphon monies. And the shameful part of it is that this money you will not see it. The dollar they're trying to stabilize, it will not stabilize. Highest it will reduce 20 naira, 30 naira, or 50 naira. That's not stability. And the next few months you see it going up again. Or before the end of the administration, you see it going up again. That is not the problem we're having is the scarcity of the dollar. So because the dollar is not there, the guy was telling them, use the natural resources, unrefined crude, to do the exchange. Stop going after dollar. We give you, we have the unrefined, we have the products, you can take it, then we check the equivalent. You give us the refined one. As simple as that. So that the too much pledge on the dollar and the naira will reduce. So that we use dollars, the little available ones, to do other things in the nation. As simple as that. They just wake up and borrow 3 billion. I don't know why this government cannot think. What is happening to their knowledge? Is it that they don't want this country to grow? So $3 billion is not a small change. And I even heard that I still owe it. They are owing before. Now all this money you are borrowing. When are we going to pay all this money? We need to come up with other strategies that will help our economy. So that we can save this nation.
I don't think that borrowing is for Nigeria. I'm not sure. I haven't really read that story, but I think it's NNPC borrowing for NNPC. I don't think the debt is going to Nigeria's debt profile. I think they're not borrowing for Nigeria. They are borrowing for NNPC.
But they did it because of the deflation, the increase in the.
They are just playing with Tinubu. They just want to give him.
That is my point now. That is my point now.
Why would you say they're playing with Tinubu? Who is the president?
Are they borrowing for Nigeria? Are they borrowing for Nigeria? That borrowing, is it for Nigeria?
Who will sanction it? Who will Nigeria not? Will Tinubu not sanction it?
You will still pay that money, even if the federal government didn't pay it. You still pay it with your natural resources, because that means that part of the product you are going to produce, maybe in leather, you will still use it to pay that instead of using it to.
Yeah, I know. I get the point. My point is this: NNPC needs money. NNPC goes to borrow money, right? So why it's not going to the debt profile of Nigeria, except if they say that is the case. If that's not the case, they are just doing political political advantage they want to get with that story, right? That's what they are just doing. If you're borrowing money for NNPC, what is the jump to now say it is for central? I don't know. I didn't see the contract.
You know, when they come up with all their last their last statement that there will be no increase in the petrol price and something will be done and all that. I think they have something important to do. I don't know. It's all about going. Because for me, I wouldn't say that the federal government didn't know about this borrowing. The federal government knew about it. So they are trying to save their face.
Usually when you go out to borrow, right? Even the people that want to borrow you money, they want to get the assurance that the government, because the foreigner don't want to borrow your money, and not if you can't pay, right? He knows that if the federal government says, give it to him, at least if I know if I feel hold the blockers of your federal government, you understand. So, but it doesn't automatically initially means that it is the government that is borrowing. You are borrowing, but even private sectors, it happens like that, right? You go out to borrow, and they want to know is the territory of Nigeria. I want to be sure it's about risk. I don't want to take a risk in which I'm borrowing from rational mind, and only me and rational mind are talking. I want the entirety. Let's say this platform is Nigeria. I want the platform. I want the platform to say, hey, borrow rational mind. So it doesn't mean that everybody on this platform holds the money. It's Rational Minds money, but I want everybody on the platform to say, yeah, you can borrow him.
and that is why when the money comes, that is why when the money comes, all of them will still stick together and they know how to share the money. But that is not my point. My point, my point is,
you have to be in their meeting to take your
you have to be in that meeting. Once that money drop, you have to be know how the money will be shared. But my point is, they're just playing with Nigerians. They're just playing with Nigerians. There are simple things to do. It's just that the scarcity of the dollar is there. Use your natural resources to replace those things. Just calculate it. Know what it was in the natural and the unrefined crude. Give them that. Then give us what we want in terms of refined crude. I think it's better like that. Then you reduce that pressure on the naira. That dollar rising and all that. Must everything be dollar?
Kenny, have they not been doing that crude swap? You know, at the point they were doing that crude swap. They were doing the crude swap using Nigeria.
Rational Mind, Babajale Koko don't go. I get one gift for Babajale Koko. I don't know if they don't go.
I think it dropped. I don't know if it dropping it.
They were using it to steal Nigeria's oil too. That nonsense crude or swap that they were doing that time. They were using it to steal seriously. So I don't even know.
Rational Mind.
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry, everybody. Can I go off script for one second? Rational Mind, I posted a link in the private chat. Rational Mind, can you click it?
You want me to click it?
Yeah. It's a story. It regards that conversation the other day about Nigeria, when I was saying that Babajale Koko was not criticizing Ogbeni. Babajale Koko was actually protecting him, because what he was saying that time about, he said Hollande. Actually, I didn't even know he was talking about Francois Hollande, the president of France that just left and Macron came in, that went into.
But before we go on, I think you need to allow that to make his point so that we conclude. Yeah.
Please hold on. So land first.
Yeah. So that thing he was saying that no, you don't need the United Nations. Even that operation that Francois Hollande went to do in Central African Republic that he was talking about, it was done in conjunction with United Nations, and that is the story that I said. Babajale Koko. Please, can you please click the story in the private chat? Story content sọlọ́jọ́ ẹ̀ tí Falana sọ pé the United Nations is important to to go enter another country, to go and be doing war, whatever. So that it was giving an example that France went to Central African Republic without United Nations. Actually, is wrong. Even that operation of France, it was with United Nations, and even that it was a peacekeeping mission. The Christians and the Muslims, it was like a civil war. So they went there on a peacekeeping mission alongside United Nations. So you were right, Babajale Koko. Arashina also, you were right. He was wrong. So this is it. Violence persists in Central African Republic. Okay. President Francois Hollande flew into Central African Republic hours after 2 French soldiers were killed in fighting and praised his troops for tackling horrendous violence against women and children and helping avert a slide into civil war. Rashoma, I will just read the next paragraph, not to take too much time.
Go.
Rashoma, can you go down? Can you help me scroll it down?
Okay, all right. Let me do that.
This is where it makes the point clear. The next paragraph. So Hollande ordered 1,600 strong French force into its former colony last week with United Nations backing to disarm Muslim and Christian militias and halt fighting that was spilling over into killing of civilians. So it was with United Nations.
Yeah.
So you were saying with that, France went into somewhere with that United Nations. So you will go and be bombing other countries. You think you just go in other people's country, you go and be bombing them.
That's funny.
I was telling that the paper, but is protecting you because if you say you're a lawyer, you are saying people can just be going other people's country. I mean, you will lose credibility now. Why can you be talking like that? You say Falano doesn't know, you are challenging him.
Doesn't know what
him
he's
for
talking
what?
about.
Don't know what challenging him for what? I mean, it's like a basic, I mean, it's to protect. That's not even an argument to be had. You know, it's not, nobody is fighting you. It's just like they're just saying, don't. I mean, come on. I mean, you know, that's just the point. When I said that story, I said, I must show it to you.
When next you come, I just hope I will just keep the article for you.
Yeah, when you come next time, bring it on, because I think all these. So look, Fatai, you are Tinubu guy too. You support Tinubu, but you support him objectively. Yeah, you support him objectively. When it's wrong, you said no. The step is taken is wrong. But some people cannot do that. They will support him all the way, whether it's wrong or right. They will sorry. So Ogbeni just want to support Tinubu. He doesn't care whether Tinubu is wrong or
where Ọ̀gbẹ́ni ó ti lọ rí bàbá lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ó ti gba
bàbá ti gbẹrù sápò
ìgbà tó lọ sí Naija ó ti lọ sí Bodilon you don go Bodilon.
ó ti gbẹrù sápò.
Anyway, can I interject a little bit?
Sure.
Yeah.
Go on.
Thank you.
Go on.
Yes.
Hold on. I think Kumi. Sorry, Wapis. I'm sorry, please. Please, I beg you. Kumi, is it Kumi or is it who was that person that was speaking before?
I was not speaking.
So
yes, I was.
You want to make that submission so that Wapis can come and then we'll go back to Angelica.
Okay. Please. I was talking about cruise swap when Ekene was talking about the Nnpc giving schools, resources in terms of probably petroleum resources, in terms of crude oil. I said they have been doing that crude oil swap before, and that crude oil swap, they were using it to steal Nigeria's resources. So I don't know how much you can get from that actually. But don't you think our problem is actually not that this issue of dollar or whatever? Because I keep talking about this. South Korea, the value of their Korean won to dollar is on the high side for a long time. Even when we were doing 2-3 something, Korea have been doing 1,000 something for how many 900, 1,000, I think probably is even 1,003 something. But because it's a productive economy, it's one of the G20 economies. So I think what we need to do is actually to get our production right, put it on the top gear, and many of these ministers that are coming in for Tinubu, I think he needs to send a note of warning to them, and he himself needs to be serious about probably using the youth. Look at what is happening right now. I was about talking to asking Babajali Koko that look at the Ministry of Youth. I think for the first time they are separating Ministry of Youth from sport. If you want to face sport, go and face sport. You want to face the youth. Face the youth. Are we saying that probably there may be a light at the end of the tunnel? I'm saying this to Babajali. Are we saying there will be a light at the end of the tunnel? Probably for the youth, a soccer for the youth, and also the marine. I'm not switching to the issue of the list. I saw marine and blue economy, marine and blue economy, which is a very, very bad. That is one of the engine room for economic growth right now in the world. And Africa is a bit.
I would like somebody to explain to me that marine and blue economy. I don't really understand it well. Maybe you and
you cannot really, because you cannot really run a blue economy. It's about production. You can't. You are putting your trade. You are like that's what America, the European giants, all these European economies, and China. That's what they are doing. When they produce, but you cannot run it effectively. if we are not having a very robust production capacity. That is, when you produce, you push your goods on the waterways, and that's why you see the issue of South China Sea, America and China, and Logai. Everybody is trying to make sure that the road to which I'm going to deliver my goods all over the world are safe for my vessels, for the maritime economy. In the case of Nigeria, we just be beating about the bush if our production capacity does not increase, because the blue economy is just about making sure that you have more ships that will be able to dock, take your goods all over the world, and a lot of things are moving out, coming in and moving out, but especially moving out. Export is very, very key. You can easily bring in big things in, which will wreck your economy. But if you are pushing things out, goods of high value, high quality goods, even if it's semi-high tech to high tech, if we have not even gotten to high tech, let's do something. I think because that's the only way that young guy, because it was a youth, that particular ministry was also given to a youth, Bumi Ojo or Mondo or something. I'm seeing something. I don't know what Tinubu is up to in that area. Right now, that he's doing youth sports.
Sorry, you said that marine and blue what? Marine and blue
economy.
Blue economy. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
You are breaking or whatever that person is.
I did hear what piece.
Did you hear me?
Would they hear you? What piece? Not be you now.
Okay. I wanted to ask Dorothy to expatiate on the blue economy, because the way you explained it, I was at the marine part of it, but the blue economy I didn't really now understand. I think I was getting a different understanding about that blue economy. But anyway, we are here to learn. But I was thinking that blue economy thing.
Hold on. You see, whenever Tinubu is there, you always see all this their terminology. You have to come and confuse us here. Blue economy, blue whatever. I don't even understand what they're talking about. If they want to confuse that is why they start saying that's why they start saying they're Dogo Turenji.
Let them explain it to us now.
Explain. I don't know if people see Aduri is this Ngelele, whatever that guy is. That's Nigerian guy. Yeah, so
I have to imagine. You know that what they use their airport for is not what we are using our airport for and our ports. In other countries, I've bought goods that I see the production facility located, on the ports and the port facilities. That is, that's what they are doing in Morocco. They are doing it in Egypt. And I think Nigeria and Tunisia are also doing it. Even in UAE, you have a lot of facilities on the port. On the port arena. But the arena has a lot of other complexes whereby you produce. As you are producing, that place can be an exclusive economic zone, just like we have in the Lekki exclusive zone, whereby you can easily produce. International companies can come there, produce, push their goods on the water, on the ice, on the sea, and move it to different places around the world. So, but you cannot do these things if you are not going to incentivize production. So it's just going to be a term, marine. Now Nigeria, right now Nigeria has got it right in terms of maritime security. We are getting it right. The last 1.5 years, Nigeria has been able to have an integrated system that guarantees security on our waterways in the Gulf of Guinea. For about 1.5 years, I think there are probably one in 1.5 years, or probably 5. But there was a time they did 1 year without no single piracy. So if we're able to secure that, good. But the production part, security part, production part, and maintenance of ship and stuff, so that Nigeria can be a hub. But if you don't incentivize production, all this money that we are hearing, nobody needs to bring money into production. So kind of allow people to want to come in, and in companies, even Nigerians, to incentivize it, give them good incentives that will make them come and set up these zones on this ports, our port facilities. There was a particular time I bought a particular material. I discovered that in Egypt, even in their airports, they have zones where they produce things. I mean, you finish your product like this, just put it in the cargo out of the country. So if he's talking about port, because based on what I read, there's a particular New African magazine I read where he was talking about blue economy, and that Africa is very, very late. And if you look at it, of course, what is our production capacity in Africa? We are not that industrialized in Africa. So we are the last guy that is trying to come up with this key into the blue economy. They don't play with their ports in Europe. All these G20 countries, they don't play with their ports. Their ports is not just for docking ship and bringing.
Sorry, Dorothy. So you mean blue economy is just the maritime way, the shipping way? That's all. That's the blue economy.
No,
Exactly.
not really.
That's using the ocean to bring in prosperity for the country. And of course, we cannot talk about prosperity without this manufacturing sector.
Can I come in? Can I come in 1 second? Just a simple.
Yeah. Fatai, come in. Let's hear your own Tinubu blue economy.
Baba, don't scare me, Baba. You want to hear my own bala blue? And they go back. I go back to sleep. I don't want to talk bala blue. You know, actually, I don't know who.
Hey, blah blah blue. Hey, let's do blue economy.
Blah blah blue. I don't want to say blah blah blue. Actually, I don't know who is appointed as the minister there also, but I think it's not even like a dedicated minister for whatever was it blue economy they call it. But it's not. But I don't really think it's the oil shipping and everything, because who is the minister and the whatever probably will determine what is the area of focus for because the blue economy is a very expansive, even fishing, the fishery, whatever is part of the it's a big
Fatai, thank you. Fatai, thank you. That's what I was expecting Dorothy to say. Fishery and all that.
It's more than that. It's more than that. Fishing is also part of it. The fishery is also part of it.
The problem is, what is the direction that the administration? What is the intention of the administration with regard to the blue economy, right? If you look at, like, say, the European Union, one of the big problems they have in the European Union, especially with regard to this northern island, is fishery. The very big industry, the conservation of the wild animals, is very big business. These things that are in the ocean. So it could be that they want to focus on whatever economic benefits that are there in the ocean. The particular focus might not really be the maritime with respect to shipping, because actually we don't have a Suez Canal or something like that we need to, But even though those would be more in the area of the Navy. I mean, the protecting the port, whatever. The Navy are actually more. I think it's more in their area, the ships and all of these things. But with regard to having a minister putting a minister in that area, I think it will be more of like the domestic economic advantage that is looking to achieve with regard to that. Because when you see the way he appoints, the way they are putting the designation of the ministries, for instance, I say Ministry of Finance and other coordinating economy or whatever. So there are ministries that they have an addendum, like this ministry. I don't remember precisely how it is worded and who is the minister. So it has a portfolio and blue economy. So it's going to be in coordination with everything is going to be coordinated along with Wale Edun's. Probably Wale Edun is going to be the overseeing ministries, the economy and the finance, everything like that, everything.
Hold on, Jamabi. Now, you see, when I hear people like yourself and other Agbado people talk, don't get me, I'm not trying to say you're Agbado.
I'm just trying to understand like you. I'm not saying anything.
Hold on. You know, we are also here to do
what I understand to be. I don't even understand it totally myself.
When I confront people like you, it's because some of you come here, you were making policy for Tinubu, like, oh, this thing is what Tinubu is going to do. Well, we'll see the contrary that this guy do, but it's okay. What
I didn't say this is what Tinubu is going to do.
I know now, but then anybody that hears you, people will think, that's what Tinubu will be doing. Let me
rational mind. No, rational mind. You can't. Please let me say. Let me clarify. Let me repeat what I said. I said it depends who is there and what is the. I said I don't even remember who is there. That to even understand with the direction of this blue economy, right? We have to look at it like who is even there to know, because the blue economy is a very wide area.
My point is this: you said something about he wants to coordinate other thing. But remember that Tinubu said he's going to have more ministries.
I said what I said there is that the way the ministry has signed, Wale Edun is Minister of Finance and coordinating whatever economy, right? Then you have, I think, another 2 ministries. One of them is this one that has to do with the blue economy. The blue economy is not a standalone ministry. It's a ministry of something and blue economy.
Oh, are you saying that word? I mean that phrase or word, whatever. Blue economy. It was coined by Tinubu economic team. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't know. Maybe it's already there before. I don't know. I don't know whether they coined it though. Maybe it was already there before. Maybe
it might have been there, but I'm saying that suddenly we're hearing this blue economy. Is it from this?
No, I read it more than 2-3 years ago.
I know. I'm not saying that it does not exist. Don't get me wrong. But suddenly we're hearing of blue economy, because I know Tinubu people, the way they spin word around, they throw word.
They want to pipe up now. Rational mind. What did you say? Come on, make no poor adjuster. Make no push you down.
Make it bring innovation into his own duty.
Innovation.
Rational mind.
Rational mind.
Innovation. No. Blue and marine.
Blue and marine.
They will go and look for one word, some kind of and bring
rational mind.
Oh God.
Rational mind. Don't you think? Actually, it may be that they are looking at a way to harness the resources. Of course, we have resources in the coastal areas, but how far have we been able to use these things? Maybe it's a country like Morocco. Morocco produces virtually every fish, any type of fish, what they call it, canned fish. You see the hand of Morocco in it, one way or the other. Yeah, these guys are making big money, big kill. But we have not been able to do anything with that, even though we have a very large coastal.
Dorothy, sorry. Rational mind, sorry. No, I asked, but you can hear me. I asked Dorothy twice, what is blue economy? And he gave me a long essay and theory. And my brother suddenly came in and break it down and actually spoke to the part I was really want to hear. Because my understanding about blue economy is more about the ocean, what's beneath the ocean, fishery and others, the ecosystem of the ocean where you harvest. Now you are coming back to fishery.
I sent something from the TV it's on the private tab. You can click on it and let's see what is inside. So that you can see, I told you that the conglomeration of both resources within the ocean and outside, even the port. I mentioned the ports that we have, and so many other production activities around that link. Everything is for prosperity of the country. You can click on that link. I sent it in the
Okay,
private
okay.
chat.
It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. I want the country to move forward. Now, our waterway is porous. I don't mean the international waterway. I mean the local waterway. We have never make use of the waterway between Nigeria to Benin Republic, Ghana, Guinea, and all that. We can make use of those things. Now, our fishery, our fishermen are suffering. Chinese boats come out to the shore, our Nigerian shore, to fish as far as Calabar, to fish. And that's a lot of billions of dollars. You know, and now,
Exactly.
thank God they're talking about blue economy. But how are they going to implement it? Hope is not a phonetic explanation.
What
And
is just it now?
hold on.
That
Let me
is
land.
that is not
Hold.
what
That
is
is just it. They
what
go
is
and look for
that
one better word and come and use it. Come and use
Yes,
it.
I'm saying a phonetic.
What is your conclusion now? Is it not what I was saying? The rational mind wanted to attack me. When we see what they have put on the table, we know.
A phonetic explanation, but when it comes to the parties, it will be a pidgin English or a
I'm also asking.
language.
I'm also asking. You know, I threw the something to Baba Adeyale Koko. It was like a question. I was also asking that what do you think? What do you think of all this breaking that I'm seeing in youth, sports, and blue economy? The youth. I'm seeing the youth being manning those particular areas. I'm seeing this separating youth separate, Ministry of Sports separate, and you know it has always been youth and sports. Probably is it that they have something for the youth that no or that was what I was asking.
I think it's a good development too. This
That's what I was asking.
the breaking up of those one, the youth, the blue economy, and all those
Baba,
ministry.
Baba, why you coach?
More like it. Look. Look, we might not like Tinubu politics, but it's telling us that look, I am bringing new things to the table. I am.
About to drop.
Hello,
I'm not going to do it. I want to manage it and take it on a different direction. I want to manage it in such a modern and civilized and take it on a different direction. This new thing now, this blue blue economy, or what do you call it? Blue and marine, is something new. We never heard of it before. And look, we don't know the framework
Nothing new.
they have on how they run this ministry. So, but if it becomes successful or revenue generating agency for the government, look, everybody we applauding. They said, look, this guy, for what we never knew, what we have not heard of before, he brought it and he developed it to work for the progress.
No, rational mind. Babajide Koko is saying because Babajide Koko, the point there is actually the economy, is the revenue, all the resources there, right?
Yes.
There is too much resources in the water. Why can't we start to be dedicated to looking at what is there? Let's see what is there. You know, it might be that what is looking into. And the way it lists out, the thing that struck me is the way it lists out the name of the ministries. Ministry of this and this. And I'm not, I read it, it said coordinating whatever. And then you will assume, reading at it, that there will be some coordination. Maybe it's just for cosmetic, but hopefully it's more than cosmetics. So if it's trying to put some more dedication into this kind of segments, it bring more. There's money there, and it just needs special focus.
Yes,
hopefully that's what it's trying to do.
Yes, look, maybe it's going to target our coastline our what do you call it? Our riverine resources and stuff like that. Maybe that is focused. We have never targeted all those places. We never develop it. Maybe those are the things that.
Yeah. Now we live here in America. All these jargons and all these jargons that they use in Nigeria. When do you see the Department? Hold on. When you see the Department of Labor, Department of Energy, the Department using all this kind of terminology to talk to Americans? I mean, how many times have we ever heard that? You see, Tinubu and his people, I don't know the kind of PR people he has to go and look from somewhere around the world. They'll go and shop and give them money. They will come and cook some kind of some make-believe kind of use some kind of terminology, and Nigerians blue economy, like my goodness. At the end of the day, you run your phony. They use all this BB grammar just to like goodness.
But I think
rational mind. You know what? Like, for example, let's look at
and all those things. They are good. I mean, I like it. We have to start giving responsibility to the youth. What are the roles the youth are going to play in the society, in the government particularly? Where are the specific ministries that we can use to develop our youth? And that department should be solely occupied from A to Z by the youth. Let's get the brilliant in sport administration and sport administrators. We have them. Let us occupy it, give them responsibility, and let them develop and give them all the resources to succeed. In the area of sport, in everything you develop, let us do it. If we can do it, if we can lay that, foundation of, look, this ministry solely for the youth, and we don't want people 50 or 60 years old. No, we don't. It's not for them. Let us give and let the youth show to this country. Let them discover themselves, and we will support them and we will back them with all the resources to succeed. Let the director of sport be youth. Let all of them be youth and not some
Babariga.
Azi,
you know, it's happened before in Oyo State when they made
only chairman of sport, and no, they should eradicate it. They should give the youth responsibility, that we awaken them, that we bring them back again, that, can this country work for us? Okay, let us participate. Tinubu, if he can do a lot of it, he could succeed, though, if he really strategizes his vision very well and pursue it logically, he could succeed. So we just have to, for one, I want him to succeed. But I will criticize him if it's going. I don't give a damn about anybody that want to talk nonsense, So, but
I
like the blue Marines. I like the Marina
The Blue Marine initiative is not a bad deal. See, I said boat engines. I know how my people, the fishermen, I said boat engine too, how they complain and how they make money too. Like we're not really investing in that area. There are a lot of things going wrong because fishermen from Nigeria, they sail all the way to Senegal, not on the ocean. Not there's a river Volta that you can channel. And again, from Lagos to Benue, there's a river you can sail through. Those are economy, and there's so many businesses that we are not really open up, and people are just pushing it. That's why you see billionaires tomorrow. You don't know where they make money from. They're just making money. People are making money from fishes, shrimp. Yes, shrimp business in Lagos is $1 billion business in Lagos. But people, you don't know where shrimp is coming from. People are just making dead. If people can regulate it, they'll be generating tax from their revenue. I appreciate the idea. That's what I was trying to ask Dorothy. What's really blue economy? Let me know if you really know what's talking about. There are tons of boats in Nigeria, entering Nigeria, like that is fisher boats within Nigeria here, moving from south to north, north to Ghana, Ghana to Guinea, and come back again every night. That's a huge economy. Beneath it, a lot. This seaweed, a lot of seaweed they uproot and send millions of dollars. But we thank God is raising our awareness. But can you really follow it up?
Yeah.
That's another problem.
That's the question.
You know? Yeah.
Not because you want to. Hospice, you know that we can use that our waterways. You know that our coastline. That's what they do in Norway. Norway, they are the one producing all this okoroko that we are eating in Nigeria now. Stock. We can do aquaculture in our water. I mean, in our water bodies, where you can raise all these fish, this breed of fishes that can grow in those water bodies. You can raise them on the icy, and you barricade that place off. That's what they do. They do it in Canada. They create artificial scarcity sometimes when they feel that the price of wheat might go down. They either throw it inside the ocean, or use it to fish their aquaculture projects. Fishes that are in the aquaculture project, and they'll still sell the fish back to the world. Create the kind of control the price, create a scarcity, and from that scarcity, they use the excesses that will have brought the price of wheat and some other grains down. Use it to feed their fishes, and their fishes are being sold again. They will convert it into flesh, send it back into the economy by selling it all over the world, generating billions of dollars. So I think we have a lot of these things, but we don't appropriate these things. Nigeria is just like a giant without a head. Nobody just we don't just appropriate everything that we have, use it for the prosperity of the people. Everybody just go there, pick whatever they like. And I've worked with a company, multinational company in Nigeria, where this water that people don't. There is this the Osho River that came from there, passed through Iwo. You know what they did? This Indian company just did what? They just had this pond on the land. From that water that goes to Asejire in Oyo State, they were pumping water, raw water. I mean, water from the river into the pond, and they stock fishes there. 50,000 fishes. They have like 20 or 30 of that. Come and see how they will fix oxygen to make sure that the fishes can go all the way from Osun State to Abuja to anywhere in Nigeria. They have oxygen in the water. I mean, in the water baths that they are using to move them from one state to another. So it's a very massive. It's more billions of dollar economy. If we can get that right, and can rearrange our people from the south, all the coastline states, can regulate things, get them. They still waste a lot of these fishes. There's no place to store them. They don't have good storage facilities. If the government rearrange them very well, grant them incentives, or bring in companies that can help them to set up those cold rooms, we can use it to feed ourselves. Why should the fish? Nigeria has one of the biggest coastline in West Africa here. So
sorry, Rafinaman, are you there? Rafinaman, I think you step out of the computer because somebody wants to come in. PlayStation wants to come in. On the back.
Sorry, I'm here.
But PlayStation is at the backstage. Can you check? He wants to come in.
Thanks.
Okay. Sorry, my brother Dorothy. Now we talk about blue economy. When would Nigeria now talk about the green economy, the forestation economy we have? I think in the 60s, in the 50s to 60s, there was a particular country that was generating $60 million as their revenue. Part of their revenue was the major revenue of their economy. $60 million. Please, can anybody guess what was that they were generating it from? Where they were, what were they importing? Ashana, can you take a guess? Ashana, are you there?
No, sorry, I don't know. I'm on a different.
Okay,
different
sorry.
Yeah. So say that again, please. Say that. I'm
On
sorry.
a different.
No, on a different
Okay.
screen because I have about 3-4
Okay,
screens.
okay, okay.
Yeah, go on.
Okay,
Yeah.
I said that in the 60s, in the 50s and 60s, there's a country that was generating $60 million. You know, 50s and 60s, $60 million is a huge money. That was one of the major sources of revenue in the country. And can you take a guess what they were importing that was generating that money?
I have no clue.
You tell us now.
I have no clue.
Okay, let me tell you, and you guys will shock and laugh. I'll tell you the country. It was importing butterflies. Laba, Singapore. They were importing
Japan
butterfly.
be that.
No, Singapore. You can look it up. One of the they were importing butterfly, $60 million. It was one of their major revenue. And we have
exporting.
Importing, they were exporting. Exporting out for their country, selling to the world. $60 million. Butterfly was giving $60 million. And we have tropical rainforest. We have different type of animals that we never touched for leathers, for skin.
Are you sure we're still animal for that country like that?
Yes. You know our land. Hold on. You know our land, human being habitat in our land space is only 15%, or 20%. In the whole of Africa, the land mass where human being, the habitat of human being is only 20% out of 100%.
Well, what piece?
Yes,
what piece? Let me say this because I've been busy.
Please, rational mind. I just came in to ask to add something, so I will leave immediately.
Okay, go on, please, go on.
Okay, it's about the question Baba Aja asked, and again, I'm surprised. I think you also asked the same question about the blue economy, and you were a P2B supporter, right? Rational mind. I'm asking.
Yeah, I was. I am.
Obi inclined.
Okay.
Obi inclined.
No. So no. I was surprised when you were asking. That means you were just supporting us. That you didn't read his manifesto. I can bet on that.
You mean Obi's?
Yeah. Did you read his manifesto?
No, I did not. I'm not ready.
Did Obi ever mention about blue and marine economy?
He was detailed about it. He didn't just mention it. He was detailed about it.
Are you saying this is
come on,
pleasure?
man.
Are you saying this is
Go
pleasure?
to I'll tell you the page now. No need to do come on and all that. It's a manifesto that
Are you saying to the people who are not plagiarizing now? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean he lifted it from there now.
Can you hear this one?
Let me speak on
You're not saying it's wrong now. You have not read it now. You read it.
I want to just say
it in Yoruba. Say it in Igbo.
Rational mind.
Say it in
their manifesto came last among all manifestos.
But that's the only manifesto that had blue economy, you know.
But Tinubu did not mention blue economy now. Did Tinubu mention it?
He didn't.
It
was in Obi's manifesto. So a rational mind, yeah.
Obi never mentioned it at all during the election campaign. Obi never did anything about blue economy.
But he said
it
it
was
in his
manifesto in one of the programs he proposed.
Have you read APC manifesto? Have you read APC manifesto?
I read it. I read the two manifestos.
And you don't see anything about
nothing like that. Nothing like that. In fact, blue is not even there. Not talk of blue economy. There's no blue anything there. But see the thing, rational mind, yeah. So Obi talked about I think page 38 or so, if I'm not getting it wrong. I'll go and check. But I think all of us all have access to the manifesto.
Which one? Which of the manifesto? The first one or the second one?
The normal manifesto, the one he put out.
Now, there was one they said they withdrew it. There's another one, I don't know which one.
There's no difference between two of them. It just like a two page or 3 pages strong, whatever. But see the thing here, he mentioned blue economy, and I really found it very amazing when I read that manifesto. That's why when I saw the ministerial list today and I'm seeing blue economy, I'm like, Tinubu mapamina.
Why didn't you
It's
hold on?
Badebos Yoruba. Babani, Uptown
Hold
and
on.
Badebos speak same level of Yoruba. Mapamina, Mapamina. That's not Badebos Yoruba.
See, very soon, very soon.
Look,
Hello?
You are still here. I think
so, as for the Yoruba, very soon I'll be coming here with idioms.
When
and
you left us to obedient meeting, and you came back to come and rattle
No,
us.
I've been in the comment section.
Why didn't you hold on?
Yes.
You had one man gave you the chance to speak. You never mentioned about blue economy. You never mentioned that.
No. I had.
Why did you remove Ajali Coco?
No. Why would I mention it?
Yeah, I'm here. What happened?
Why did you remove Ajali Coco? Or he dropped?
No, I did not. It dropped. It keep dropping
Maybe
and out.
Try to bring it back up, please.
I did not. It just keep dropping in and out. It keep dropping.
Okay, network is bad today. Same with me. I was keeping dropping off and on.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Everybody's
so
not
if anybody, rational mind here, if anybody can disprove what I'm saying, that Obi is the only person out of all of them that mentioned blue economy in his manifesto, let the person come forward. So this guy didn't only talk about blue economy.
But this one is going very fine now.
He's going very fine.
We didn't hear you speak blue economy.
He's going very fine. But I think he talked about the coastal lines. That's where he talked about he mentioned the length of the River Niger, River Benue, compared it to River Nile and what we can do there with the blue economy. He talked about some marine stuff. Like, it was detailed. I think they even talked about, if I'm not forgetting, a $400 billion economy that they can raise from that space and all that. Blah, blah. So I think if anybody can help us, rational mind, since you are on the saddle, maybe you can quickly just get into that manifesto and get out that page for us so we can share it. If you are not too busy.
You're trying to give me another job because I'm busy. I'm trying to type in some reports.
Okay. Why didn't you say all of this when you came earlier? Why did you say all of this? Why did you say?
No.
Why do you have to come back to come and say all of this?
Let me answer you.
Okay, answer me.
So when I wanted to speak on the ministerial list here, I wanted to speak to some pertinent issues which were my problem, which is the ones that the people that I was speaking to the personalities, not the ministries. So the ones that were good personalities and when they were bad personalities. I was not addressing all I only spoke to about 11 or 10 or so. I wasn't addressing the head. But
this
now
blue
that
economy that you are telling us that Tinubu stole from Obi manifesto, that should have been the first thing for you to mention.
No. I was not coming to cause trouble every day. If you notice today, I was coming. If you notice today, I didn't play Tinubu small. I didn't just want to cause trouble today. I want
PlayStation. Play some man. We cannot say Tinubu, ole, blue economy, ole.
Did you see that video? I actually saw a video like that today. Where school kids were shouting Tinubu, ole. I think somewhere in the north or something. I don't know if any other person saw that video.
I don't know why you people are still campaigning. I don't know why you people are still campaigning. After election,
but it's not our fault.
When this man is governing, you people are still campaigning over your manifesto.
He stole our idea now. He stole it now.
Manifesto that people did not vote for. People didn't vote for your manifesto now.
So who asked him to steal it? Did he consult us?
Your manifesto is not relevant to Nigerian people. So what are you?
But he stole the manifesto.
But you can't say he stole it now.
How can you say he stole it
now? You people did.
You
people didn't even talk about blue economy.
It was in the manifesto.
You can't say he stole it.
Official.
Well, we didn't hear about it now. You didn't read it to us now. You are telling us now.
We talked about
and there were two manifestos. There was one manifesto.
Fatai, these people now wayo people now quick. They don't go put out for their manifesto. They're going to read them. Look, in this manifesto, Tinubu stole it. It wasn't there before. It's overnight. They went and inject
Okay. Was it last night that we added blue economy?
Overnight. This night, they just put on this night. These people, these obedient people, they want to fight Tinubu to the last.
But let us go. The fear of obedience is the beginning of wisdom. The fear of obedience is the beginning of wisdom.
That I agree that with you.
Obedience. Don't follow the play.
He first stole Tijani from us, our minister. That wasn't enough. He stole our minister from us, Tijani, and he still stole blue economy from us. What next is he gonna steal? Maybe he will come to steal me too, or steal our vice president. You know?
Okay. Let's do this. Can you predict? Can you tell us what so that it's not like every time there is something new you say is the stolen. Tell us everything that is new. The next thing, so that we know you predicted that this was in the manifesto. Now that Tinubu, so maybe you can tell us
wait
something.
now, these manifestos these manifestos are already on people's phones now. You can't go back to that change it. You can't go back to the phones and change it now and add something.
No, the manifesto is they're always withdrawing. Every time they say they withdraw.
No, now that one is the one on their website, but you have it on your phones now, saved on your devices now. They can't change that, can't they? Or you don't have it on your phone?
I don't have it.
Kulata
to me, I don't have it.
Kulata read it, so Kulata has it on his phone. If not, we can trust Kulata.
I'm scouring through the.
No,
I've never even seen the. I'm not seeing the manifesto. I'm just trying to look for it.
Who has never seen it? I'm not sure Peter Obi saw the manifesto. When she had the play.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Is that Paddy?
Yes, Paddy, yes. I just came to quickly debunk Uptown's claim.
The blue economy.
Yes. So do you guys remember when?
Why are you guys already laughing? Where you are not even making any points?
Just hold on. Do you guys remember when Tinubu said that he was going to recharge the Lake Chad Basin? That falls under blue economy.
Hey, spinners.
Tinubu was very. Tinubu was very. Hold on. Tinubu was very vocal. Was very vocal about recharging the Lake Chad, right? And then remember that he also set up a committee. He declared a state of emergency around food and water, scarcity and all that. Those are actually blue economy. So blue economy is not only about wildlife; it also requires you being able to create jobs and also energy being able to create renewable energy using your water system. And that's exactly what he had claimed in the economic summit that he was going to do with Lake Chad. So he didn't just mention it; he was detailed that he was going to recharge Lake Chad. So even if you did a Google simple search and say what does blue economy mean, you get to find that blue economy is not only about the fishery; it also includes being able to generate energy.
Is blue economy in Tinubu's manifesto?
So I just clearly told you here that recharging Lake Chad is
equal to blue economy.
You said you wanted to debunk. You said you wanted to.
Wait now. I beg. Which is used to recharge it? Is it Glow or MTN? Wait, I beg.
Okay, so
I beg.
Okay, so
I beg.
So here's it, right? No, hold on, right? When you say you want to recharge Lake Chad, right? It's not like the lake. It's meaning that you are trying to bring aquatic life and energy from Lake Chad. That system, that process itself falls under what is called blue economy. So it's not. So you don't have to always say.
Hold on. I've not really gone into understanding what the issue of the blue, how the blue comes in. But when you say blue, the sea, the
Yeah,
ocean.
exactly.
Hold on.
Yeah,
the ocean.
water. Yeah, anything aquatic.
But then Lake Chad, I don't know if it's Lake Chad. It's a very, very dark. It's a dark water.
No, come on,
Lake Chad is black
no.
economy. Black economy.
Okay, so the same way.
You would keep me laugh.
Hold on, guys.
So I don't know what you're talking about. It's in blue because Lake Chad is not a sea. It's not an ocean.
No.
It's not salty. I don't think it's salty. It's a fresh water. So what are you talking about?
Rational mind. Blue. The word blue there. I mean, okay, so I know. Yes, we are catching cruise, right? But the word blue there doesn't mean that has to be either salt water, ocean. It means everything that has to do with water.
Yeah, you are right. You are right.
Exactly.
It just
Everything
means
has to be
water.
water. It just means everything has to be water, irrespective of the channel of the water. Either it's hard water or salt water. Either it's salt or
actually it's fresh, mostly of fresh water. Blue economy.
Yes.
Yeah.
So and Lake Chad gives you the lake of the Richest itself is part of it. So recharging Lake Chad doesn't mean that you are only recharging that lake. All the source of it, where it comes from, the dams, Kenji Dam, the rivers where we fish, where we get renewable energy from hydro water, everything encompassing falls under blue economy. So when you're now making it into when you're generating some sort of revenue, creating jobs, creating aquatic from anything that has to do with water, it falls under blue economy. The same way somebody on this stage here clearly asked, when do we now get green economy? I mean, that one speaks to itself. Anything that has to do with farmland, handland, either you're creating ranches, either you're grazing, either you're harvesting, or you're making everything poultry, anything that has to do with green economy, planting and crops, cash crops. Obviously falls under green economy. So I just click it. So if you go into the manifesto and I'm looking for the word blue, I say it's not there. No, it doesn't need to be there explicitly because the thing that he intended to do again,
so why did he just come?
The entire. Why did he what?
The word just arrived today.
Because it's not. Hold on. That is what the sector is called. No, hold on. Let's be what we do on this platform. The process itself is called blue economy. Defining it now is letting you know what it intends to do with the nitty-gritties of it, meaning that we don't need to wait till when we have rainy season before we start having good power. Meaning we're going to recharge that lake, so that lake has constant supply. Which is one of the things that we're going to be suffering under Niger. So by Niger creating dams in Nigeria, that dams that they're creating will stop the flow of water coming into Nigeria, right? And into Kenji. And then, so if Kenji has drought, we won't have light. But by recharging, it means that you're creating new sources for those dams, those power dams, to constantly have flow of water. So whether it's during drought or during rainy season.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So which the source of the Kanji Dam is from River Niger. That river that comes from Niger. I mean River Niger. It comes from. In fact, River Niger got its name from Niger because it comes. That's where the source is from. So now,
yes,
because now I think I saw some images and some videos from a few days ago that I think China or one country is trying to build a dam. I think they're still constructing that dam on the Niger side. So if they dam that place now,
yes. So, if they dam that place, it affects us.
So it's going to affect. Of course, I think it definitely should affect us. So what's going to be the next source of water for Kanji Dam?
Fantastic. So that is why you are recharging that dam to create new sources for that dam that doesn't depend on only that particular river. So that's part of the recharging itself. So you're not getting your source from only one. You're not getting your primary source from rain.
What does that even mean? What do you mean by recharging? You're going to be
by buying glue and MTN to recharge it now. Which one is what I mean? Why are you speaking?
What does it mean? Recharge is how? You make rain fall from the sky into the water, into that river water.
Rational mind now, come on. I don't know why we have this kind of argument.
Sorry, my brother, Paddy, before you move forward, that Niger Dam, this Kenji Dam that is coming from Niger, it was a strategic position placed by the colonial master to give upper hand to the northern Nigeria. We don't necessarily have to be relying on Kenji Dam to generate us light. We have other source of water to generate light. Just that it will take us time. We didn't think ahead. It would have taken us probably if I will have won, then I will have built a new dam because we have river from part of Benin that has been down. We have big river. Not the Kainji is not even big. That is not as big as the one we have from Benin to River Volta. So we just labeling ourselves about Niger. Yes, we rely on it. That's the only dam we have right now, a source of energy. But we can actually build another one in the south. Enough in the south. We have salty water, we have fresh water in the south. So I don't know why we're fighting ourselves about Kainji Dam. You can go ahead, my brother.
Okay, so to your last point, right? The process to desaltify any hard water, especially ocean water, is gonna cost us a whole lot more, So we wouldn't want to build that particular bit, right? And then for the particular one that comes from the freshwater in the south, that's also marine. So you don't want to equate, and of course, and the path is longer, right? So we have more dams that we can actually anyway, to rational minds, let me speak to rational minds that question, right? When you're recharging a particular seabed that's already drying, so Kenji, it's not at the optimal level it ought to be. So sometimes this water goes low, and then it's not at the full capacity. So you remember that usually it's when we have rain. For those who probably live in Nigeria, briefly unobserved, when during rainy season you always have more light. Why? Because obviously those dams get fuller, so there's more water there. It's more effective. Part of the reasons why that happens when the rain is no longer raining, because the water flow that comes in, or the water seabed level, in the lake will be lower. So the productivity of that dam, I'm trying to make it very simple and simplistic. The productivity of that dam is not as effective as it ought to be. For you to be able to increase the water level and make it a sustainable level, where the productivity of electric within that dam, then you need to be able to find a way to recharge the water that comes into that dam. Now, it's either you bring in more sources, which is pretty much in this case what we want to do, or ensure that there's a wider flow of stream of water that comes into that particular area. Now, currently, like rational mind clearly said, our biggest source into that dam comes from Niger, right? If Niger makes a dam in there, of course, they're going to still give us the pathway, but then they control the amount of water that comes into Kenji. We will not be depending on them more. Whilst they're depending also for electricity, we're also depending on them. If they block, so the same way Nigeria said, we'll take off your light. All they need to do is to also block that dam, and both of us at the checkmate. But when you be able to recharge that lake, the water level rises more, right? And then you'll find other pathways to pull water into that dam that we never done before. Up until now, Nigeria just didn't bother. But Tinubu is in his manifesto, he also said in several videos, he's trying to ensure that we don't depend solely on a single source of water to generate our dams. So that's pretty much it. So you're recharging pretty much. Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. Sorry.
Yeah, because I get the perspective that basically it's all water or whatever, but don't you think it's a little bit overstretching it to say that all things water is what is? Because I will assume that the blue economy is most probably it's supposed to be focused on marine life more than, because generating electricity from water. I assume we will have an Ministry of Energy. So there will be too much overlapping if the blue economy, if Kainji Dam, the energy sources from Kainji Dam is also part of the blue economy. We can have, if everything water is blue economy, even pure water selling is blue economy. It doesn't mean it's not, but it will be too much overlapping. But I think it will be a very particularized sector, right? That from my output, I don't really know like the specifics, the specific target, but I will assume it's speaking more to marine life, marine life, like especially things that World Peace was alluding to previously. But my question is just that I don't know, the way it feels to me, if you are talking electricity generation and everything like that, as also being part of the blue economy.
No, Fata, it's not. Fata is not. Let me
Okay.
point you to, just go and watch Professor Pato Tommy's interview with Sheun that was done around September period last year. He spoke in detail about that space. He even cited countries and what we can make. The billions of dollars, I think he said for over $400 billion economy that can be generated. I mean, he really spoke in detail in that space. So maybe you can search for the interview or YouTube or
No, I
something.
mean about electricity generation.
I'm talking
as
about
part of the blue
I'm talking about blue economy actually.
No, I know. I'm
But
not disagreeing
electricity
with you. I'm talking.
electricity is not necessarily part of it.
That's
Electricity
what I mean. That
is a
whether it's
standalone.
overstretching.
I mean, electricity is moving towards gas these days. I mean, we are fast leaving hydro. So, but then, that's what it is.
All right. So
No, I
Richard,
don't disagree with the
I think that
concept
tells
of the
us
blue economy.
what Tinubu has in store for us when it comes to electricity. The guy has no clue of what he's even talking about.
good. No,
He's talking
about rational mind.
Hold on, now let me talk.
I love rational mind.
Are you talking about
These people, you could not to amaze me. Election is over, rational mind.
First thing anyone can do.
Election is over now. I know, but we're criticizing whatever he has done so far.
Rational mind.
Nigeria we have Zungiru 700 megawatt capacity.
How many countries have dam?
Rational mind.
Many dams are folding up now. They are even drying up.
Rational mind. You can hear me. The worst thing any president can do or any government can do at the moment now is to, especially for a place like Nigeria, is to have just one primary source of generating electricity. So we have several to even tap from, right? We have some sun there, so we can actually get solar energy. We have wind in some windy places. We can get from wind turbines. We currently use hydro, and of course there's gas. You don't shut one down for the other. You sustain all of them. And remember, with this fact, but there are many people who are just knowing today that we actually sell electricity to Nigeria and of course to neighboring countries around us. We can now have us as a country depend on that same source and then sell as well too. So you have to look for very many sustainable means of generating your electricity. And again, remember now we're also going to be having states who are able to generate electricity by themselves. So you need to be able to create pathways for different people to be able to generate electricity. So states who are close to the dam area can always use hydro and they'll be fine. Those who within the northern eastern part or who are further away would need solar or renewable energy from the sun, they can do that as well too. Those of us who live down south, especially like in Lagos or where you have hard water, you can use wind turbines. And then those who live in the southeast who have fresh water, kind of or maybe you have gas, can always use gas. So those things are there. So it's not like a one size fits all. Just create a pathway for everyone. Now, again, to rush to Uptown's bit and maybe to Fatai's question, the blue part of the energy doesn't necessarily mean that if you're channeling everything into power. No, remember I said before, it also includes, it's pretty much being able to create a sustainable, marine or aquatic lifestyle. So meaning that places like the Niger Delta, where there's so much of oil spillages, so rather than depend only on EPA to control that path, we can now have the ministry who controls the amount of oil spillages that we have on our waterways. That's number one. Number two, we can have an effective aquatic transport system. Whilst doing all this bit as well too, the livestock that go on within that water too are also preserved. So we have a healthy, fishery. We are exporting. We're able to sustain them. We can consume, and we also can export. Now, because somebody, I think, so maybe Camera who mentioned before, because those sectors are already existing, but they're not fully well coordinated. Of course, we have marine works, but having a proper ministry that caters to that bit itself is a whole different ballgame. And the reason why I just came to say, the reason I came up when Upton said, we don't mention anything about blue economy. Him simply talking about the charge itself falls under that blue economy. That's what I came to debunk. So he spoke about it.
No, I'm not countering you with regard to the electricity. I mean, of course, you can have energy generation for energy powering from the blue economy, but I'm just like, like we have the electricity from the electricity generation. It's already like a particular sector of the, how can I say, it's already a solid part of the ministry of whatever ministry they call it, the energy I don't know what they call the ministry that is responsible for electricity generation. Power ministry, ministry of power. Like it's already a particularized section of the Ministry of Power. So if the blue energy, like that will be over. I'm just trying to understand where the overlapping is.
Please, indulge me, please. I want to sign out.
Let Fatai land. Hold on.
I want to sign out. Actually, he has all the time to continue. Let me just sign out.
Hold on. I know you want to sign out, but let him land. Just please.
Go ahead.
Land, Fatai.
I'm just saying that I'm just trying to understand. Like, you're not going to take out. Okay, for instance, also we have this ministry with this Professor Ut, whatever, that didn't know when he finished primary school. I'm sorry for the joke. Like, he has also a ministry that has to do with that will take care of this flooding and everything, all of these things. So my point is, this blue economy, marine and blue economy, will be more particularized than just weaving into the hydro generation from Kanji Dam, because we have a sector that is dedicated to that already. So where is the overlap coming from? The blue economy will get tapping from the hydro. But I'm not saying that renewable power is not a part of blue energy. But like in this particular context, like I don't understand where the overlap is when you're saying about the Kainji Dam and stuff like that. That's also I'm not particular. I just don't get it.
They're not focused.
Hold on, please. Pardon.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Just let Playtown. You have the floor. I mean, you can speak now.
So I wanted to just sign out by saying, Rational Mind has sent you a link. Please go and read our incoming president's manifesto. It is very necessary. And for people that is agitated, that they are telling you that campaign is over, they should not see. If we told you this is what you should vote, and you going to vote the other way, if it start playing out, you can't tell us to shut up and don't remind you. No, we are going to remind you.
Who are those people you're referring to? Who are those people?
You want to sign up punching Babajani Koko? You want to sign up punching Babajani Koko?
No. I'm only saying that we'll remind you. If we tell you,
you see disobedient, they get sense. Where?
They get sense.
We have sense now. That's why we're Nigerians now. Nigerians have sense. But the thing is here, we will keep. Nobody's going to gaslight anybody to say no. Don't say anything. No, I'm going to remind you that you had an option.
But I mean, you have Playtown to refer to. No, I'm not saying don't say anything. I'm not saying it was a particular thing I was speaking to. It was a subsidy is God's statement I was speaking to.
It as a statement.
Yeah, I know.
That we were going to remind you that you had a better option of who was willing to take you to somewhere better, but you chose some other place, and we're going to remind you we'll keep doing that till the actual president comes on board, and then we start going to the blue economy, which is the destination. Thank you.
Obi, wait for your
turn.
Baba Jaligoko, I want to ask you this. I know this blue economy we're talking about for a long time now. We at least have some understanding about it. But this subsidy, they are brought back in a different form. I didn't have time to talk about it yesterday. Now they want to cushion the dollar so that the naira will not depreciate more, and they try to stabilize the petroleum so the price does not go up more. Is that on subsidy? Gajalikoko.
Technically, it's a subsidy, you know. So
Thank you.
it's a subsidy now. They are not going to mention it as subsidy, but there's no economic rationale behind the statement that look, we are not going to allow the price of this thing to go further up, and you won't pay something to achieve that. Something must be paid. So it's not going to be mentioned as subsidy, but it's under the same arrangement. I think it is as good as to call it a subsidy, because you told us that you liberalize the economy. How do you say it? This open market, we are running open market system. The economy is liberalized, and the theory of demand and supply is in place, and still you want to tell us that the price of the petrol will not go higher than what we have it today. No, there's no, it doesn't. There's no economic sense to it at all to justify that statement. It's so unfortunate statement, and I don't know how they want to defend that statement. It's subsidy they are telling us that they want to give us.
No, but this loan has nothing to. But I don't understand. No, the point I'm making. What does the loan have to do with the dollar? The loan is Nnpc that went to go and borrow money. So it's not. There's no subsidy. Nnpc went to borrow money. Okay. So the Nnpc loan did.
Went to borrow money, and they said they want to use it to stabilize the economy.
No. Nnpc did not say that. Newspaper are putting that interpretation because of the press conference that the acting CBN governor gave, that in a few days' time they will be taking steps. So they are just interpreting that as one of the steps that the federal government is taking. It doesn't have to do with the federal government. If you,
so what will 3 billion be used for, Fatai?
The Nnpc, this is what they say. They say loan repayment, whatever. It's between Nnpc and Afrexim Bank. The loan. The NNC, I've just listened to this is what they call the Nnpc Limited and Afrexim Bank have jointly signed a commitment letter and term sheet for an emergency $3 billion crude oil repayment loan. It's for whatever repayment, whatever that means, that in their whatever repayment or payment. So Nnpc needs money. Essentially
they'll be paying back the crude oil. They most likely
So if Nnpc gets fresh dollar injection, I think the leap that people are the reporting is making is that will mean that Nigeria will have fresh injection of dollars, and so the argument they are making is because since we don't have enough dollars, that's why the fluctuation is happening. So if we have fresh injection of dollars from anywhere, it's good for the currency situation stabilization. So, but it doesn't mean that and a central bank is getting a loan trying to stabilize whatever. That is newspaper report. Nnpc is signing a deal with Afrexim Bank.
But that
do you mind if I explain quickly share my thoughts on that particular bit, right? So you remember, so do you remember part of the things that Tinubu mentioned is that for stuff like this, people can actually
Paddy, I'm sorry to interject you. I think Agalikoko was speaking first. Agalikoko, are you still there?
I think his line was low. So I thought he yielded.
So
I thought he yielded to me.
Say that again.
I thought he yielded. That's why I kept on
Okay,
speaking.
no, because I think his system was fluctuating. So,
Alright.
Paddy, you will take over from Ajaliko. Let him just land his point. We just want to do it in orderly form. I understand everybody needs to talk. So, Ajaliko, can you just make it just brief so that Paddy can come in?
Yeah, what I was trying to say is that this measure taken by Nnpc, if at all is in conjunction with the federal government, and maybe it's going to, at the end of the day,
No, it's not, Babami, it's not in conjunction, no. It's not it's between Afrexim Bank, not Central Bank of Nigeria. Afrexim Bank is the Africa whatever that is headed by this, I don't know, this Yoruba person. So it's not a Nigerian bank, it's not a Central Bank
They are
of
not the same
Nigeria.
thing. No. It's
an
not
outside
Africa's Development Bank. It's different.
So they
Additional is
make their deal, whatever.
Bank is it bank? I mean, what's the name of that bank in Aviation? I mean, Aviation. What's the name of that?
So they make a deal. No, the point that I was making, like, so if you take loan internationally, yeah, for every, it doesn't even have to be Nnpc. If I have a private company,
Sorry,
in
I think it's
Nigeria,
AFDB, African Development Bank.
So
Afrexim Bank is different from African Development Bank. They are two different things.
Yes, they are different things. Afrexim Bank is different.
Okay.
They are different.
Okay, the point. Yeah. Just to
Afrexim.
land it, the point I'm making is that even if I have a private company in Nigeria, I want to go and borrow money into the investors. They will prefer that I have some government backing. Not that government is supporting me. That the government say, okay, Omoluabini kind of a situation, borrow him kind of, so that just for their own confidence. So it doesn't mean that the federal government is involved. So it's an Nnpc deal in Afrexim Bank.
But Fatai, you cannot say that federal government is involved, because this company is still solely owned by federal government. This Nnpc they are talking about.
No, it's not solely
it's
owned.
No, it's not
It's a
solely
private
owned.
company
It's
now.
private now. Nnpc is not
The
private.
government,
yeah.
The government has some stake. I think the government has some stake. The government has some stake in it. Yeah. But the point I'm making is between Nnpc and that. I'm not saying that if everything become dabaru, that will not be responsibility of federal government. If they go to get a loan and there's a problem or whatever, that there is no clearing to be done by federal government. All I'm saying is that this loan is not a subsidy issue. It's not to stabilize the naira. It is the newspaper reporting it as for stabilization of naira. And the only way that is possible is if you say, because we are going to have fresh injection of dollar, that will be good for the currency situation. But it doesn't mean that directly this is the purpose of the money. That's all I'm not speaking to the particular details of the transaction. I don't know what they are signing together between each other. That's the point I'm making about it.
Our borrowing, I think this is Central Bank borrow 6 billion.
I'm sorry. What please? I'm sorry. Let Paddy come in. Paddy has been wanting to say something.
Let me land this point. Maybe somebody can answer it.
Okay. All right. Paddy, just a minute.
Now.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Ajaliko, because you just keep cutting in and out. So Ajaliko, you said briefly, right? So after you, I think Paddy just, I don't know anybody interjecting that Ajaliko right now. So please go on.
Maybe or somebody else can Fatai or somebody else can answer it. So okay, this loan there.
Not for Fatai today. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. This loan that they are getting from Afrexim Bank now, what is it meant to achieve? How will it? What impact is it going to make on the economy? What is it meant to achieve, and what impact is it going to make on the economy? Can somebody explain to me?
All right. Yeah. So if we look at the process, right, part of the reasons why.
Paddy, I'm sorry. You continue. Bishop, are you there? Bishop. Is Bishop still there?
Yeah, maybe he's stepped away from his phone, but I can see him online. Yeah.
I can see him here too. So, but Bishop will call. We'll get to you later. Just be patient. I know you're a very patient person. I'm sorry. So, yeah, Adi, go on, please.
All right, thanks. So I was going to mention that.
Sorry, Ogapad, your voice is too rich for this kind of explanation. Please, can you break it down to a moving style of talking? I beg.
All right, so yeah, so the point I was trying to make is that part of the reasons why we currently have this dollar rate, rising, is that there's more demand than there are available dollars. I mean, we know that's, if you understand that bit. So the reason why it's like that is more people need dollars, right? But unfortunately, we don't have enough dollars to go around into everybody's hands. So by doing this bit here, what's CB what the dollar will do to the Nigerian economy is that's going to pump in money. So what by Nnpc collecting 3 billion ahead, because they're going to be repaying back in crude oil, to affecting both in essence probably to Egypt or so, whomever, is that we don't have $3 billion within the Nigerian economy that can now go around. So there's more dollars to go around, and the rates, the price will definitely fall because there's more supply of dollars for everybody who needs dollars. So of course, importers, the exporters, the tech people, the everyday consumers, everybody's trying to import one thing or the other, right? Even people who are trading, our foreign experts, China, even all marketers who want to sell, bring crude oil everywhere. There's so much demand for the little dollar that we have. CBN currently has a bad credit. So CBN, I mean, they're still dealing with the Chase Bank and JP Morgan. So you already have bad credit. The CBN can't easily go and bring in that money. That 3 billion goes into the economy. Dollar rates will fall. There's more because there's $3 billion in the market. Nnpc doesn't have to pay back that cash. They are paying back in crude. Remember, one of the things that Tinubu had said before was that, for people who are bringing investors, they can literally more like pay in advance. So it's like saying, for this crude oil they're going to be buying, we will give them to you, but you're paying advance. So that crude will just go into giving to those guys. Thankfully, we're already clapping down on the smugglers. So there's more crude to actually go there. So that bit itself will help the dollar rate to fall drastically, simply because there's more dollar to go around. I think the only other thing, again, I'm hoping that might happen, and this is just me hoping, is that banks should probably start increasing their banking limits on the card. So so day-to-day people can transact up to maybe $1,000 or $2,000, and that way you can regulate the price rather than having people go back on the parallel market. But with this $3 billion, once this $3 billion lands, from the $900 you can fall to about 600 or even 500, depending on the amount of availability. But I suspect that it probably will fall to about 720, flat rates, because obviously the only bit that I hope that doesn't happen is people will not start buying in hordes, and I think that's what the problem is. So lack of a Dangote can go to CBN, because the dollar will definitely be CBN and ask for $10 million, or daily transaction, or some people, Chevron, can ask for 10. By the time those big companies that have cash buy in bulk again, they can also now create a false scarcity, and then go back to the same problem. But if the CBN, if the central bank guy is able to regulate the amount of dollar that people who transact a lot can buy, and then make it go round, the price will fall very, very drastically. So we are going to have dollar very cheap. That's exactly what they did. Is Nigeria needed dollars to flow within the economy to bring the price down. The best way to do it is to use what we have, that's in this case Nnpc, on their independence. Sell crude oil in advance. So you sell to any, in this case, Afrexim Bank, they're willing to buy. So they bought $3 billion worth. We've not delivered it all to them. That means we probably deliver over maybe a year or 2 years. Just raw crude delivered to them. But they've paid in advance, and then that money is now within the economy. And I hope that Central Bank will probably release those money in tranches. So maybe they can be releasing 200 million every month or something. $200 million every month, $200 million every month within the system, and hope that it regulates. That way, we are going to have a floating rate, and it also affects everything, meaning that even our oil prices, pump price, will also go down as well too, because there's more dollar available for the marketers to go in and buy. So when they bring crude oil, refined oil, there's dollar to pay them. So those things that we find, that's that pump prices will start going down. So rather than create a subsidy, and because the reason the price hike is in fuel and in fuel, in gas and PMS and everything is because there's a scarcity of dollars. So everybody's increasing their prices because they are buying those dollars at a higher rate. But when there's more dollar available, of course, those pump prices also go down as well too. I guess that's what they're trying to do. Pending when the economy becomes stable, and maybe we are going now IGR or HDI, whatever it is they are doing, or FDR, foreign direct debit, FDI, whatever it is.
But does that solve the problem? That's the question.
It solves the problem for it does. It solves the immediate problem. Yeah.
What's the immediate? How long is that going to be? How long? You know how much? Listen. You know the economy of. You see, just sometimes when I see the way sometimes our government and our negotiators, how they negotiate with the international community when it comes to finance and all of that. Nigeria economy, we have an economy of about, people of about 200 million people, and World Bank is giving us $800 million for what? Do you know what can that even solve the problem of this poverty alleviation or whatever they call it, or palliative? And now you're giving us $2 billion. There are just one single state here in America here, one poor state here. They can use that for their budgeting is even more than that a year. And then some of the states are only more to 5 million or even like 10 million. And you have a country of about 200 million. I know it has to do with GDP. I understand your crap around that. But what I'm trying to say is that 2 billion, before you know it, before 4 or 5 months, these guys, they've exhausted the 2 billion, because by the time they start asking, you just give an example now. Dangote come, he asks for money to be given to him. That one come, ask for, before you know, they will deplete that 2 billion. It will just poof. And then they go back to the same square one again. Does it solve it? So my point is this: it doesn't solve it. You need to tackle the thing head on. Tackle it head on. Just going to borrow money and pushing it, and because at the end of the day, the same arbitrage, the same people who go in and because of their influence and their weight in the country, they are known as big investors or whatever. Dangote, the likes of Dangote, they go and get this money. By the time Dangote just asks only for 1 billion from that money, or $500 million from that money, how much you remain? I didn't got to come. He asked for 200 million out of the money. You know how many billionaires Nigeria have? You know how many billionaires that need? $2 billion is nothing. I don't have it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I don't have it. But for the size of Nigeria, 2 billion is nothing. Between 3 months, they will exhaust that money finish. Even just within 1 month, they will exhaust that finish. You know the number of manufacturers that needed that dollar to go and buy machinery parts from China or from wherever. What do you need $2 billion? So it doesn't solve it. We'll go back to the same thing. You see, I guarantee all of you, I just hope I'm wrong. We'll come back here again, we'll be talking about the same voila, because it doesn't solve it. My point is this. This is my own layman kind of economics that I've said. Revert back that arbitrage. Tell them, even though we know we don't have the money to pushing it, just okay, everybody, there's no more arbitrage. Okay, CBN, continue doing what Emile was doing before. Continue doing that. And then put in place the subsidy. Let us see how it's going to be. You will see it will start self-correcting itself from there. Because these people are using that arbitrage issue that this guy removed as a yardstick as a reason why they're jacking up the price. Whatever they go to CBN, ask CBN for, CBN give them at the subsidized rate, give it to them. Just make it look like there's no arbitrage, there's nothing, we still continue. You see, that is where I think Tinubu went wrong. It should not have people announced that. I'm not saying arbitrage should not go, but not in the immediate. And then, while you are doing that, encourage people to come, give them excise free as they bring in their whatever for your refineries. They want to come and build a refinery in Nigeria. Just give them like tax break. Okay, custom. Don't charge these guys for some time. Let them bring in their equipment to come and build their refineries. Make it easy for people to come and build their refineries, their local or modular refineries. Let us have like 10, local, at least let us have like 60% of our local made locally.
Please. Let me ask this question. Yeah, I heard where one man and some people arguing about OPEC and non-OPEC, and I went to a little bit research, though I know, but I just want to reassure myself. Now, crude oil is regulated by OPEC, what amount of quantity you can buy, but petroleum like PMS and all that diesel, OPEC does not regulate it. Now, the question is, they said there's a subsidy fraud. They have removed fuel subsidy. But then they never announced to us the people that were supplying those subsidies, if they stop them. They never stop them. And these are the same people that say importing those fuel into the country again. Now, if they say fuel is not regulated by OPEC, anybody can go to the free market and buy fuel and bring it in. Why is the PMS price still going up? Because OPEC don't regulate it. And who are the people buying it now that is jacking up the price? If Tinubu removes subsidy and issue a lot of people license to bring in PMS in, when did they stop the license of the previous people? Who were the previous people?
I'll allow whoever wants to answer that question to answer, maybe Paddy or Bishop.
I want to direct this question to Fatai. Fatai, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Let me just land this point, please. I beg you. I think Paddy had the floor. I don't want us to.
Okay.
Just give me a minute. So my point is this. Let me just land a point. Let me just address you on what you just said. I can just push your question aside. You see, that area is so convoluted. For me, I just think we need to make it so simple. OPEC, what I know, somebody can correct me, Paddy, anybody here can correct me that OPEC is basically strictly crude oil. The sale of it, the fixed price, they are the cartel around crude oil. If you refine it, you don't have your refinery, that's I think they're less concerned about that. But the thing is, each country, they have their quotas as to how much each country should be flooding into the world market, bringing into the market to sell. You Saudi Arabia, you can only bring 10 million monthly. You Nigeria, maybe 5 million monthly. Angola, 2 million, and then like that. They do that. That's what they do, and they regulate the price. Okay, this is how much everybody's going to be selling it. That's what they do. But when you talk about refined products, I think that's a different beast of its own. So, but then the thing is, our Nigerians, they were so crafty. They will take our crude oil out, and maybe Nnpc, I don't know how they do it. Maybe Nnpc give it to them. Some of them will go and take it, they go and refine it. If you carry 1 million barrel go, I thought they will carry and come representing only 500 million. 500,000 and they bring come back. What happened to the remaining 500,000 barrel? I mean, you have 500,000 ton or whatever quantity there that was missing. We flare them up, blah blah blah, and I like. So that is on one area where they steal. Again, outright they steal the crude without even having to register it in Nigeria. Say they carry this amount of crude. We saw what happened recently. So you see, let me not go into that. I don't want to go into it so that we don't convolute the whole thing. But my point is this. I'm speaking as a layman. People can correct me that Tinubu's problem is just that arbitrage that he removed. I'm not saying it's wrong, but the timing is wrong for now. Because there's a panic in the system now. People are just panicking that, oh, okay, now we can sell it right, we can sell it at any price we like. I get my own, if I get my brother send money from abroad, maybe send me $1 million. I can just keep that $1 million and just watch. So, I mean, starve people of dollar. People really need that dollar. Start and when I come outside, I was okay. Maybe I just give them my own price. You ready to buy 1,000 naira per $1? If you're ready, I'll give you. That is it. Because people are now free to make their own price. But if you are not
these are not the prices that are swinging the market now. These are not. We are talking big buck dollar. That Dangote kind of dollar. These are the one. Dangote is not thinking like that.
Well,
Dangote as an example.
But he has been accused of round tripping now, isn't it? Has he not been accused of round tripping? Dangote has been accused of round tripping.
Everybody is round tripping. Everybody is doing whatever.
My brother, hold on. My brother said,
first of all, OPEC does not fix price.
So what do they do?
OPEC does not fix. OPEC just fix quota. Okay. This you supply. We are going to be pumping whatever millions of barrels, and this one in Nigeria will get this quota, and they decide Saudi Arabia will get this quota, and blah blah blah. So they don't fix price. And
is that Fatai?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, you are right to some extent, but you are not right, and I will tell you why. The whole idea of OPEC in the first instance, what's OPEC? OPEC is just a cartel. I mean, OPEC is just a cartel, and their interest is price. So what they do, even though they will say they are not fixing the price, but they know how to tighten the noose. When production is, when there is too much production and the price is dropping, they will reduce. They will tell producers, Instead of you bringing 1 million barrels, bring 2,000. Instead of you bringing 2 million barrels, bring 500,000 to cause some scarcity to show up the price. So technically, they are actually controlling the price because it is because of the price that they are actually operating in the first instance. For them to say they are not controlling the price is deceptive.
No, that's not the that's not the question.
I think it's right. It's right. Bishop is right. That's how he manipulated that one.
No, of course, everybody knows that one. Now, of course, if you're allocating quotas, of course, how you allocate quotas, how much you want to decide, will influence. What you are saying is influencing the price. When you say fixing the price, who determines the price?
That's influencing now, is it not? Is it not? Hold on. Well, let's say the whole. Sorry, I mean, Bishop, allow me to say this. If let's say the whole world market, let's just say they factored in America, they factored in Canada, factored in Russia that has oil, and some other people that are non-OPEC members, but they also have oil. They factor in all those. But let's say the whole world needed like maybe every day they needed like say like 20 million barrels of oil. I mean barrels of oil into the system every day. Now they feel that these people they only have capacity to maybe produce like maybe 5 million.
Rational might save your breath. There is no argument.
If they tighten the rules, like he said, if they tighten it, like okay, we want to strangulate the system, will cause panic in the system, whereby will deprive people of having much because the more the product in circulation, the sudden fall of the price.
Rational might save your breath. No, but everybody on the planet knows this.
That's influencing the price. That's influencing the price, right? They're influencing the price, manipulating it.
That's not. Your question is like who fixes the price of crude oil, right? Nobody fixes the price of crude oil. The price of crude oil is a speculation.
Yeah.
It's a speculation. It's just the people that the price of crude oil is determined. If you are a seller of crude oil and I am a buyer, we determine the price. It's like haggling. The price that you see, the report that you see every day as price of crude oil is not a price. It's just an idea. So that when me and you go into the room to negotiate how much I want to buy 1 million barrels of crude oil from you, how much I will fix it, whatever, to hedge my risk, just to give an idea that okay, between this and this, okay, I will put it this. So nobody fixes the price of crude oil. But influencing the price of crude oil, of course, OPEC has a big say in how to influence where the direction of the price is going. It's not only OPEC. World war fixes America by going into war. Determines influence the price of crude oil. The war in Ukraine and Russia influences the price of crude oil. A lot of things influence the price of crude oil. OPEC also, their decisions also influence the price of crude oil, but it doesn't mean that they fix the price of crude oil. That's the point when I say it. So it's totally my point was.
Yeah, but that is very correct. Yeah, it's very correct.
I need to come in briefly with my two of my something I've experienced in the past. It might just shed a little light on this discussion we are having. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can.
Somebody hearing me? Okay.
I think yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Are you driving, Bishop? Are you driving?
I'm not driving. I'm not driving. I'm not driving. I'm just sitting in the car.
Okay, hold on.
You're not hearing me.
You keep chopping. Your something is chopping. It's like it keeps dipping out.
And I have network. I have good network, 5G.
But I think you're better now. You can remain in one spot.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Okay. I'm just sitting in my car. I'm just sitting in my van. So the oil sector in Nigeria, honestly, is a very, very dangerous, murky, dirty space. I operated there a little bit in the upstream sector. I'll give two things that I experienced. When Obasanjo became the president of Nigeria, I was in Port Harcourt, and I was working in the upstream sector of the petroleum industry. I had the privilege of meeting two distinguished gentlemen. Unfortunately, one of them is dead now. His name is Martins Yellowy. He was the senator of the Federal Republic. other one was a Honorable Abibo, P.I.T. Abibo, P.I. Abibo. He was a member of the Federal House of Representatives. I'm saying this on the global stage. And we were discussing way back then when Obasanjo first said that, oh, he will stop oil bunkering, crude oil bunkering. And some people told him that he cannot do it, that they are vested interest. Obasanjo in his characteristic manner. So no, there's nothing like that. He's going to stop it. There is nothing like illegal bunkering, because bunkering was a very, thriving industry, very thriving industry, with a lot of big people in the Niger Delta involved in it and some outsiders. So Obasanjo started, look, many people did not know the origin of Niger Delta agitation. Those themselves, whether I don't know all the names they were calling themselves, all those agitators say they are fighting for freedom. There was nothing like that. It was because Obasanjo removed the feeding bottle of oil bunkering that all of them now resorted to violence, armed robbery, kidnapping, and the rest. Genesis of it. And Honorable Abibo said then that, look, if Obasanjo, you know what, he's not fighting bunkering again, let bunkering go back, that all those agitations, blah, 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 will stop. Let me say this, 90% of the devastation, environmental damage, degradation, oil spillage in the Niger Delta is caused by bunkerers or deliberate sabotage of those activities. 95%, not just 90%, no more, is deliberate action. Now, because of the people that are involved, and because they were milking and they were getting very rich through that, they have made sure that, look, we are not going to have peace. So either it is their way or there is no way. Now, people got to now extend it. People ran down our refineries when they knew that it was lucrative. They were making more money from this importation of petroleum industry. There are people in the Nnpc. There are people in the labor union, whether it is NUPEN, whether it is NLC, whether it is PP, whatever, National Petroleum Workers Union, and the rest that are involved. The rot there is sickening. If you just have a little bit of it. Let me give you a little bit of what happened in the downstream sector on the open. I have a friend in Abia State, the chief in Aba years ago. And I used to go to Aba. I had a farm. I was, in Aba. So I used to sit with him. Sunday evening, I don't go to farm on Sunday, but there was a particular Sunday I needed to go to farm because there was a little bit of emergency. I mean, one of my dogs got lost. So, and they were having meeting of filling station owners, and I was shocked what they discussed that day. In the whole of Aba, if anybody knows Osisioma axis from Ariara to Osisioma and the other junction, what they call that, the other, what's the name of this junction? Anyhow, all the filling station owners were having meetings. They were drinking all manner of assorted champagne, brandy, they were chopping the life of their head. And it was there they now decided for the week how many stations will open. They say, okay, you will open from 12 to, you will open. So out of almost 50 or 100 stations, they will just allow 10 people to open 10 stations, thereby creating artificial scarcity, thereby hiking. People will now begin to panic to come and buy, so that the price will now go up. And we've seen that, but I knew that was people will sit down and determine. They have already silent, settled people here and there. The one that will go to DPO, the one that will go to area command, the one that will go to the assistant to the governor on this, the one that will go to the special advisor on this. They have shared money. So petrol that was supposed to be selling for maybe 80 naira or But if there is scarcity and people are panicking, people were ready to buy activity, and that's what the modus operandi. Now look at it from the problem of the Niger Delta agitators. Look at it from the big people that are involved in bringing sheep to come and, you know, steal our product. By the way, I work with an Anambra man, that's from Oba. I don't want to mention his name for privacy, who developed something we call oil fingerprint. There's a scientific name for it that will make it possible for our oil to be identified anywhere in the world if it is stolen. Biomarker, they call it biomarker. I that I'm speaking with you took this report, tried to market it to Nnpc. I went as far as having a meeting with the Minister of Petroleum, Odeyin Ajimogobia. People that did not want it to work killed it. I sat with Ajimogobia. I sat with Dr. Emmanuel Eboga. I sat with Kunle Udushino. They were the Minister of Petroleum, Minister of State for Minister of Petroleum in charge of gas, and the Special Advisor to the President on Petroleum Matters. That's Eboga. In that, they are just to market to that this is an innovation that can help to take care of this bunkering. You won't believe it. They killed it. If they can say I can describe the man, I won't mention his name, but I'm sure he will know it. He is the first geochemist in West Africa. If you go Google the triple APG, Afro-Asian Association of Petroleum Geochemists, his name is there. I don't mention it, but if you just do a start. So the forces that are behind this problem we have been facing, let me give you almost 10 years that our refineries have not been producing. They have not laid off one single staff, whether it is in Kaduna, or it is in Warri, or it is in Port Harcourt. In fact, there was a particular year they did not produce 1 liter of product, but they sent 21 persons to go on course in Japan. They went on course and came back, nothing. They were going on courses abroad, America, London, everywhere. They will come back. They are not producing 1 liter. When they wanted to sack them under Obasanjo, NSC stood up as labor. Said no. But we are still retaining the same number of people. Go to MPDC in Benin. Go to IDSM. Go to what's this? What they call this one in Lagos? They are not producing, but the powerful people behind are making sure that you cannot bring a reform that will render them useless in that sector. Look, let me tell you, it is not like we don't know what to do in those all sectors. No, it is because majority are already of a selected few calling that place. Obasanjo gave 22 licenses for people to build modular refinery way back in 2003. For 10 years to 2013, not a single one laid a foundation. Dangote used his mouth to say he went to Obasanjo in 2000. He went to the government in 2017. The idea of this refinery did not start today. He wanted to build that refinery. He used his mouth to say that the people in government sabotaged it. When he bought the refinery from Obasanjo for 750 million, when Yaradua came, the same people were the ones that launched a campaign against that sale and say, oh, Obasanjo sold to his crony. Oh, this, they should reverse it. They reversed it, and that's why, to me, that Yaradua is a big failure, a monumental failure. The fact that he died and people are praising him every day make me sick. The fact that he reversed was a terrible thing. The price of petrol that he reversed was senseless. The sale of Nitel and Nnpc, Pastor just sold Nitel for 750. They reversed it. They paid back the money to those people and paid interest. At the end of the day, how much did they sell it? I will tell you, 242 million. So how do you reverse something that was sold for 750? Pay people back their money and pay the interest of their money. You now conducted 3 different bidding process, At the end of the day, the best you could get of it was 242 from 750, less than a third of the amount. Until we are able to deal with those forces. Sadly, regrettably, Buhari did not deal with them the way he should have. I thought he would, but he failed in that area in dealing with them. Because at some point, Buhari just realized that he was alone. I have shared my experience on this platform with somebody that I encountered in the US in 2000. And the guy told me that, look, they are our president, they are going to deal with him, they are going to take him out. Buhari was not sick then, and that's why I keep saying it. The only person that will tell me that his sickness was from God is Buhari that will believe. Otherwise, I believe very strongly there was an attempt on his life. And that attempt stemmed from his attempt to clean up the oil sector. And when they attempted that, the man just jumped through and he became a shadow of himself. Because the man said Buhari was doing the sales and the receipt and the payment of the crude oil shipped to America, to Texas in particular. And they said that out of every 2 shipload of oil that leaves the shores of Nigeria, only money of 1 at the very best gets back to the coffers of government. The remaining 50% is always going to the pocket of individuals. And the individuals, we know them. Under the Zianialis, and his friend, Omojide, Omokore, and Abiku, and a lot of other people that have benefited from that route. The question is, who will deal with those people? Who will fail the can? They are still there. They are very influential. They are very powerful. They have so much money to throw around. I live in Niger Delta. I saw the brazenness of those people. Okay, gentlemen, they are powerful. They are mean. They can do and undo. They sit down and decide who gets to what position. They throw money around everywhere. And that's why they made sure that, look, Obasanjo sat down with oil majors in Nigeria, that, and wanted Shell. That, look, if you have a downstream sector in some other smaller countries that you are not even producing as much, what stops you from having downstream sector to refine in Nigeria? Go to some other country. If you see Shell Petroleum, you will see Shell filling stations. It is they that are producing those. Why don't we have Shell in Nigeria? Why is it that we were having active petrol station in Nigeria before? All of a sudden it disappeared. Because there are some vested interests that make sure that they are not working. Our ideas might be very brilliant on platforms like this, but until we are able to take care to change those forces, those vested interests, honestly speaking, it will just remain an idea. It's not going to come to fruition. Sadly, I just hope somebody will have.
So, Rashna, if I can finish up, sorry.
Go on.
Yeah, thanks. Regarding the price of oil, I guess crude oil, I guess I was listening to different explanation of it. And I think so far I accept Bishop's explanation. The fact that OPEC does not control the price of crude oil directly, I don't take that. Of course, even prices that you don't control, whatever goes on in the world, be it war or the natural disaster, they do affect the price of any commodity. What happens to the price of wheat in Ukraine or in the world when the war between Russia and Ukraine started? The price of wheat was affected all around the world. So, but when it comes to OPEC, of course, if you are managing or controlling supply and demand or production in this case, of course you're controlling the price. I guess the only time they don't really control the price is when on the stock market or whatever, when they have futures pricing of crude oil into 1 or 2 years. That's a little bit different. I mean, OPEC does not have a direct control on that. That's simply based on speculation of what you think is going to happen in the world based on whatever information people have. But OPEC is responsible for pricing. Yes, when they reduce production drastically, of course, the price of crude oil is going to, the demand, without any natural disaster or war, the demand or the price of crude oil is going to go up, plain and simple. And
during Trump's time, there was a lot of production in the U.S. actually, a lot, and that kind of diluted the world market price. The price of a barrel of crude oil was around what, $30, $33 during Trump's time, and the price of fuel at the pump, a gallon, a liter of well, in the U.S. a gallon of petrol was like almost $1.60, $1.90. It was that low, and because there was plenty of a supply out there in the marketplace, combined with the other sources of our energy, especially natural gas, that the U.S. was also supplying the European nations. So production of energy in the marketplace does determine the price of it.
Yeah, are you there? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So you see, Bishop, you see what you just said now. Because you wonder why would the Buhari be sick like he was that really sick that he almost died. Well, we can just say maybe some people say speculation. We're just speculating. We don't really know what happened. But myself, I suspected then that this guy. I hope that Aso Rock is, when Tinubu got there too, he won't want to stay in Aso Rock. Although they were saying that they were renovating it for what? I mean, there are many rooms there now. He could have stayed in one of those rooms. But I think the guy knows that there are some kind of demonic things there in that Aso Rock. So it's a very powerful industry that the players that are there, they are apart from being mafians, they are diabolical. I mean, diabolical in a diabolical sense. So if you want to stop them from achieving they will fight back in some ways. So that makes me wonder, can even Tinubu even do anything? Can he effect any change?
Well, so I guess I do, so rationalize. So you do agree that it's harder to fight corruption than rather try to address, the source of the corruption itself. Is that what you're saying? Because if that been the case, then Tinubu is right in what he's doing.
What is he doing? What's he doing? That is right. What is he doing?
Well, I know you're a staunch anti-Tinubu or APC.
So that is. I'm asking you. Don't go that route. I'm asking you.
Well, it's very important for me to.
You have to say that I'm.
Well, I have to for the audience to know where you're coming from.
You just want to discredit other people who just don't see eye to eye with you. I ask you a simple question. What has he done? What are you talking about? Okay, can you explain to us? No, you hate Tinubu, this and that. I mean, was you have to say that? Just like you asking me about Obi, and as I tell you, I know you hate Obi. That's why you ask. No, I don't have to say that. Just go straight to the question.
Actually, I was simply preparing the ground for the audience. Okay. See.
By the way, on a lighter note, I think Peter Obi and Madam Peshe will make a perfect match. What do you guys think? I mean, listening to her talk today, I mean, they will make a perfect match. What do you think?
Peter Obi and who?
Mama P.
Mama P. I don't know what that is.
I mean, let's move on. I beg. Before somebody come for my head. Anyhow, I'm far away. I said you are in El Paso.
Tinubu. What you call it? The fuel subsidy, right? I mean, if you didn't support it, I mean, well, I think you were on the panel when Prince Adewale was on the panel, saying, "Oh yeah, it doesn't really support the removal of subsidy, but it was talking about fighting corruption." And that's too heavy. I mean, how do you fight corruption in Nigeria? And based on what you said, Rational, I think you also think it's better not to go after the corrupt people because it's going to take a lot of time and resources to fight. It's more like endless war in Nigeria when it comes to corruption. So him supporting the removal of subsidy, that's part of it. At least you know where the money is going. Now, see, of course, right now there's so many manipulation in the marketplace, and the goal is to make sure that the price of the at the pump is so high, and so high that the people are going to complain and want to protest, and in so doing, they're trying to get a reversal on the fuel subsidy in place. The market is not free yet. The market in Nigeria is not free, just like many other places, by the way. The market is always manipulated one way or another. Okay, so we don't know. The people are suffering right now. We know that, but for how long? We can't let it go forever. But to say that Tinubu is not doing the right thing right now is to be disingenuous at the highest level possible, actually. And I think you know that. The subsidy has to go. You can't fight these people. Who's Tinubu? Is it Superman? That's why I was laughing, Chuck, when people talk about Tinubu or any other leader, like they like gods. It's impossible. Tinubu just not a human being, right? That is trying to do the right thing. And he can't. We were talking about cabals or the people in power before Tinubu entrenched in the system. They know how the system works. Tinubu barely has a clue. He's coming from Lagos. He's well grounded in politics and every other thing, but he's not the bureaucracy. He's not the people that have been running the show forever. Okay,
Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
Permit me to just say something, and I want to lay it very bare. I don't know how many very local, I don't mean local derogatory, people that grew up in the village, that grew up in the grassroots that we have on this platform, remaining on this platform this evening. And this is what I mean. In those days, if they want to give you agbo, whether you have malaria or you have jetty or you have anything, and they give you agbo, now, the first thing you do to test whether the agbo is very good, very effective, is to test it. When you test it or you smell it, if the agbo is not very bitter, you will say this agbo no go work. How many people have experienced that? Nobody here. Everybody.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Of course. I mean, the bitter the agbo is, the more potent people agree with it.
Exactly.
You're not using analogy of agbo now. So
hold on. No. Rational mind. Calm down. Calm down. Let's sleep. I mean, I'm not being partisan here. We're just trying to look at things holistically. I'm just giving. I just want
Bishop
to just came to my mind.
Bishop be very fun. I like bomu. I want jagba.
Otoni now. Yeah. Yeah.
Otani.
Rational mind most of Otoni now. What is wrong with that?
Also, the major ingredient for cooking agbo when I was growing up, ewe dogoyaro, epo mango, ewe uruwo, ewe guava, the back of mango and the leaf, and some other things. And when you cook, sometimes if you want to make it, you cut some lemon. Is it lemon or lime? Lemon, and put them inside and boil. When you boil and you taste, there's one we used to call egunugo, ogunletutu. I don't know if anybody ever experienced that one here. If they give you, and the thing is not bitter, even you yourself, I don't know whether who taught us that. Your body will tell you that this one no go work. Somehow. I don't know how we got to that level. But look, nothing good comes easy. It's going to be tough for Tinubu, and I know he himself knows that it's not going to be like a stroll in the park. That, in fact, if you want to get it right, you have to fight the forces that be. And those forces have held us by the jugular. Unfortunately, they are the ones that cry the most. We think they are our friends, that they are working in our best interest. But in all honesty, they are the ones that are killing us gently and softly. If we can do away with them, they were the ones that made the IOCs not to build their oil industries in Nigeria. refining something in Nigeria. They are the ones that make sure that our refineries collapsed. They are the ones that make sure that every effort and attempt to revive our refineries over the years is not bringing any positive results. Look, they seem to be very far away, but they are very close to us. They are the ones that cry the loudest, but they are the ones that are benefiting the most from the rot. The question is, are we going to join? Are we going to continue to join them, to continue to enslave us, or will we join hands together to push them, run them out of business? The choice is ours. Because if Nigeria continue the way we're running for another 2, 3, 4 years, Venezuela will be a child slave. Zimbabwe will be like London compared to Nigeria. And we know where Venezuela started from, where Venezuela is now. We have challenges, serious challenges that require very serious decision and approach to be able to resolve. Otherwise, I pity where we will find ourselves. God will help us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't know if anybody, because very soon I have to. I told one I was not.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
You see, the loan that Nnpc, the loan they borrow now, and they agree to make payment for that loan with crude oil. Is that not a way of looting or stealing our crude oil again? That
So,
is number one.
quickly, Angelica, I was going to say, to your point, I don't know. But again, this is part of the reasons I'm saying. These people, they've been in the system. They know how to go about it. You're probably right 100% that this is another way of stealing the crude oil or stealing the money from the Nigerian people. This is part of the game.
It's a game, right? I agree that with you. So, to me, I'm seeing it as a way of continuing the looting of our crude oil. How do we take account of that crude oil? Yeah, let me land. So how do we take account of that crude oil? Who is going to monitor it? That is number one. Then number two. Number two is that now we have OPEC quota that is allocated to us. How do we reconcile between that quota and this crude oil that will be used for repayment of the loan? How do we reconcile? Is it going to be part of our allocation or completely separate from our allocation?
Can I answer you?
What do we know?
Can I answer you?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Number one, as of today, our OPEC allocation is 1.7 million barrels. We have dropped to 1,150,000 barrels. Nnpc statutorily,
but we're producing less. So that's
yeah, I'm listening.
But we are producing
we
less.
are producing 1,145,000 barrels. So Nnpc has a statutory 445,000 barrels.
But somebody just said to you, Bishop, Mr. Somebody just said to you that we're producing less than that now. I think from what I saw,
Less than what?
1 million barrel. We're lower than that.
Our production today is 1,150,000 barrels. So that the person brings it up.
I think Bishop is right. I think Bishop is right.
That's the
our OPEC allocation is 1.7, but we produce 1,145,000 barrels today, which is about 600,000 less than. So if somebody say we are producing less, let me bring the result.
Bishop, there was a time it was roving around 1.2, maybe last month, last
2 months. Of course, we even got 1.4. We got 1.450 a few weeks ago.
Okay. Yeah, we are listening.
So
I'm listening.
Our OPEC, our 455,000 barrels allocated to Nnpc that is supposed to be the stock for our refineries is not affected by our OPEC allocation. They are two different things. Should I say that again?
Oh, okay, I'm listening. Yeah.
OPEC gives us 1.7 today. It has gone down. At some point, we got to 2.250. But now it's 1.7. It was 1.6 at some point when it was going up. But that is different from Nnpc's 445,000 barrels, which is the capacity of all our 4 refineries put together. So what Nnpc use for swap for petroleum, refined petroleum is their own 455,000, which is not affected by Nnpc quota. And that is where the real corruption is emerged. So we have 1.whatever million barrels OPEC. Whether we meet it or we don't meet it, that's another thing. But Nnpc just takes their own 455,000 and they do whatever they want to do with it, which is correct. I don't know. I can't find the right adjective to qualify that. And that's why they are feeding facts. Nnpc has spoiled. Some people have been in Nnpc for 20 years. And they have been getting promotion every day, now and then. They have become assistant manager. They have become chief whatever. They have become whatever. They have never produced 1 liter of oil since they joined Nnpc. Whether it is 10 years, whether it is 15 years, whether it is 20 years ago. Or they are there. They are going to courses abroad. They are getting promotion. They are earning fat salaries. And how many are they? They are less than they are less than, at some point, they have just about 60-something thousand, about 67,000. And they keep conducting interview, recruiting people. Doing what? Kaduna Refinery have not produced a barrel of, a liter of oil in more than 10 years. Go and check the people there. I know some people there. Same Ditto Warri Refinery. Port Harcourt Refinery. I know the last time they were even just shipping from there, not even producing. I think when the refinery went out. But those staff are there. When they wanted to retrench them, NLC went up in arms. Say, hey, no, you cannot throw people out of job. But these guys are earning fat salary.
Bishop, okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, 400 separate, 400,000 or 450,000 allocated to Nnpc, different from our quota.
Yes.
OPEC quota. All right. So now, what they are doing with 450.
But Baba, let me ask you: is it possible for us to have? So, are we saying that the 450 is not part of the one that they are claiming we are producing per day?
That is what Bishop is telling us now.
It's not part of our export. No.
He says it's not part of it.
No, we are not talking about export. When we are talking about the total production per day, it's different from what you export. If they are not taking out of that one, to me, what I believe is that they are taking out of that so-called 1.15 and they will still remove 400, and the remaining one will be the one that they will say they are making the money.
Saying no, that's not how it works. I'm saying that's not how it works. That's not how it works.
No. You don't.
We
Bishop,
need more clarification
you don't
on
understand.
this.
Bishop, listen to Simba. The question is asking is different from the way you are taking it. He's saying that so if Nnpc is having their 450 every day and Nigeria could not meet their quota, that means that what's supposed to go for Nigerian state, Nnpc is taking from it.
No.
Abi Simba,
No.
is that not the question?
Exactly.
Yes.
No. Let me explain again.
So, before you go to explain, the bishop, so are you saying that we have more capacity to produce more than what we are producing today? Because if Nnpc can be getting 450, and what we see is that we're having problem because of bunkering and all those, that is what is responsible for our inability to meet our quotas. Don't you know that? Don't you think that there is some kind of foul play?
Okay. By law, statutory law, Nnpc has oil wells that is producing for Nnpc. Nnpc have what do they call this? Operation sharing something. What do they call it now? There is JVC, joint venture. There is the operation sharing formula or something. OSM or what do they call it? I want to remember there's an acronym for it. Then Nnpc has its own with some of the oil majors that are producing offshore wells. Nnpc operates a joint venture operation, JVC. Now, with some of the not IOCs now, some marginal field operators, Nnpc have a sharing PSC. Yeah, they call it PSC. There is JVC, there is PSC, which is production sharing, some weather contract or something. But we used to call it production sharing formula. Now there is Nnpc owned, the one that they own by themselves, that is run by NPDC. Nnpc acquired some marginal fields that some oil majors let go. Part of the marginal field operators in Nigeria, and there's a company they call Afred. There is Separate, the one that one of their platform collapsed. Was it yesterday morning or something? Seplat, Afred. Then there is this one, Konoko that transfers to what's name. Then this one that this man, Ajayi, what's the man? The office is in Victoria Land. Panushon Towers. I don't know if anybody knows Panushon. Those ones are operating. There are several of them. Now, Nnpc has shares with a lot of them. Nnpc's 455,000 that the law has given to Nnpc as the daily stock for local refineries is different from what the oil majors, the IOCs, where we get our OPEC something from. Many times people used to make mistakes about the losses. What we lose mainly are actually short in. The oil you cannot produce because the losses are too high. For example, some people have tapped into your well. You produce 20,000 barrels from a well, 10,000 barrels. And what you get at the end is 3,000 or 4,000 barrels. So some people have 5,000 or 6,000 barrels. So instead of that, you cuckoo short in that you are not going to produce it. Now, that 20,000 barrels is counted as a loss for you, but it is not stolen. It is what you short in that you refuse to produce. But because you are not producing it, it's a loss already. But when they say what we have lost in Nigeria most times, people will consider it as what has been stolen. They are two different things, but nobody has ever taken time to explain it that shot in are different from stolen. So when you know that if you produce 10,000 barrels, somebody is going to steal 5,000 without lifting a finger. So you are not producing at all. It's a loss. That 10,000 barrels is a loss, but it's not like it is stolen. I don't know if I'm making any sense.
Go ahead.
So Nnpc 455,000 barrels is different from our 1 point whatever, whether it is 1.2, 1.5, or 2.2. There are two different things. That's what I want to drive at.
Okay, is it that 450,000 also that they use for oil swap?
Exactly. That is what is used for swap. That is not on account of OPEC. That's what we use for oil.
But at the same time, Bishop,
go ahead.
At the same time, that time they were not remitting any money to the coffer of the federal government, claiming that all the money that they're supposed to remit is actually using for subsidy.
And they are not remitting now. They say that they have used that one to swap for oil. I said at the beginning that is where the corruption, the foundation, when corruption gets up here, it is around that. And there was this company in the UK, was the Duke Oil, and there's another company. There were Duke Oil, and in the UK, that were in charge of that swap of Nnpc crude. There was a company, I won't mention the name of that company, that was involved in an attempt to that company. In fact, the man there said that saying there was nothing to audit, but it was test bit of goldish corruption does not describe it. Duke Oil and company that were lifting that their own something for the swap. The corruption embedded in that place alone, nobody will want to let it go. But the bottom line is that Nnpc crude of 455,000 swap is different from our OPEC allocation. Check that out from anywhere.
I cancel swap now. Are they canceling the swap? So because from what I can give from what you are discussing now is that 450,000 they want to use to take loan. So there is no swap again. You are just imported fuel now.
There's anymore because Nnpc now is operating in quotes as a limited liability company that is oriented. So they take the crude of 405,000 and they are owing here the amount of that in return. How they pay it back is for them. So it's not like just take it now. Every day you take the 455,000, you are supposed to pay back to the coffers of the government. That is a debt on their own. But what they were telling us before is that okay, the refined petroleum we were paying, let's out. Okay, we have brought the refined product of so amount. So the amount of crude that we take, I have to say it now. To cancel two, you give us so amount of crude, and also amount of refined products. So you don't cancel themselves, which is not supposed to be, honestly speaking. Because when we finish, people begin to refine.
Bishop, we can't hear you.
Hold on now. We're trying to tell you that we can't hear you. That's what we're trying to tell you.
I don't know what's happening now. I have full service here. Then maybe it's time to go.
Are you on the Bluetooth? Are you using your Bluetooth?
Yeah, okay, maybe I should. My Bluetooth is okay. Let me just let me remove the Bluetooth there. Give me 1 second.
You can make your points. Depending when it comes back.
Somebody have not answered my question. Maybe it's Bishop or Rational Mind. I don't know who want to answer this question. I asked the question earlier. Nobody answered.
I'm not lift. I don't lift food on now. So,
Okay, am I better now?
Better now. Better.
Yeah, it's better. So, Bishop, I asked this question earlier. Nobody answered it. Everybody should be.
Oh, yeah, when you asked, what it was?
Everybody should be.
What was the question?
Okay, why is Nnpc taking this loan? What is the purpose for the loan, and what impact is this loan going to make? What impact is it going to make on our economy?
Can I answer your question?
Okay. Yeah. Somebody can answer it. Anybody
Hold on. I think hold on first before you answer. Bishop, have you landed? Because I know your Bluetooth was the reason why we said.
Am I what?
Have you landed your?
No, I have not. I have not. I was trying to reconnect my Bluetooth.
No, are you trying to reconnect it again? Because it's better this way.
No. I mean, I cut it off. I removed the Bluetooth. I shut down my car. It's hot here. It's really. It was 106 degrees. So I needed my AC, but I shut it down, sir.
How much was it on your side?
106.
Oh my goodness.
106.
I was go to 107 right now. As I'm here now. I'm just.
Wow, no, but it's I was freezing and I'm in my car. So it was terrible. I mean, it was terrible. 106 was something else. But that's okay. I'm better now, sir.
All right, cool. So you want to
yeah. I want to attempt Ajanokoko's question.
Okay, go on. Because I think I want to.
Maybe Remy can answer too after you. Maybe Remy can answer it. Okay. I just want to have an idea.
Basically, I initially deliberately avoided talking about that something because I found it very nauseating. It makes me to want to puke. I don't know what they mean by that. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me personally, and I find it very disturbing. Now, I did not interrogate it further, maybe because I was just angry. Going to borrow money to do what? To shore up the dollar again, to go back to where we are trying to run away from, or they are using it as a gimmick so that they want to give only people that will import refined petroleum from so that the price of the effect of the dollar will not affect the price of petroleum, thereby reintroducing subsidy through another means.
So through the back door. Through the back door.
Maybe it will make more sense. Yeah.
Can everybody hear me? I don't know. Maybe it's me because
I can hear you. I don't know about others.
We can hear you. No, it's you. It's a Bishop that was maybe making cracking noise before.
Yeah. So go on. Just make that point so that we can make please.
Oh, you are not hearing me. Okay, let me let go then. Because I've put up the Bluetooth now.
No, maybe it's a connection.
If I still making crackling noise. No, woman. I mean, Simba said I'm making crackling noise. It do not make sense.
No, sound better now. Sound better now.
What
so you can land. Ocean fluctuates.
Okay. Maybe we just allow Remy Coca come in. Maybe when you're ready, we'll come to you later, Bishop. So Remy Coca.
Maybe I'll come back in there.
Okay, that would be better.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and it's quite happy to be here once again. The question about Janiko asked. First, I will start with this. I think Nigeria is in serious trouble, not because of Tinubu. Is because of what has happened or transpired in that country over 4 decades or since independence, or let's say just since 1999. when we do not, a lot of our leaders, they did not plan very well. And when the money is being
No, don't say you'll be
let
unfair
me
to say.
finish. Please.
No, hold on.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Please.
Hold on, Remy. Hold on. You'll be unfair to say since 1999. Obasanjo stabilized it before handing over to Yaradua. Everything was going well.
So I see Obasanjo as a man that do some and also use his hand to put all whatever he has, put them into the water.
He didn't leave mess behind now. He did not leave mess. He left a buoyant economy.
He
left a buoyant economy.
Indirectly.
Hold on now.
Let me, you said that. Let me respond there.
Okay.
Yeah, I will tell you why he's the architect of all this problem Nigeria is having. First, he's the luckiest Nigeria to ever live. When he wants to go, or is about to go, if he has allowed even his ruling party to present a better candidate, not reluctant Yaradua. I repeat, reluctant, totally reluctant. He's not interested in Nigerian presidency. Maybe today we wouldn't have had Buhari. Maybe today we wouldn't have Jonathan. And of course, maybe today we wouldn't have Tinubu also. But because of his ego and he wants to control everything, he put his puppet there. And he wants to have a say in any government afterward, till today. No, just to price to today. To be frank with you, before Buhari left, that country is in serious financial mess. Tinubu came, whether he make a blunder or not, the reality is there for him to see. This country, no money. The reserve, we thought we have 32 billion US reserve, came out to be that they have stacked more than half or half of it to secure loan, central bank from the Goldman Sachs or whatever. And they have been doing about, I don't know, the economics plan or whatever they have been doing for the last 8 years, I do not understand. You have double exchange rate. You are saying you are subsidizing fuel. Today there will be fuel. Tomorrow there will be scarcity. Another time there will be bad fuel. So many things are going on. Anything that goes, anything evil, anything not good, just take it to that country. And when Bishop was talking about there are some people profiting from this thing, they have been there for a long time. That is everywhere in Nigeria. And I will tell you, not only Nigeria alone, it's in collaboration with the superpowers. And I'm guessing America, UK, and some 1 or 2 or 3 of the superpower. Now, the problem we have now in Nigeria is that speculators, they jump in and the dollar continues to increase. Just by mere saying, the dollar yesterday decreased to 790 naira to naira. As we are talking to this about stabilizing about 810 or 820 or whatever to the dollar. Nigeria is not a country that you want it to float. There will be some people who will want to profit from it. The loan this what do you call Nnpc seek for is to stabilize the naira. You can call it indirect way of subsidizing, but I won't say that. I will give them 1 or 2 more months, the reality will come into be. So I will not say, it is being got to stabilize the naira. But what I know is that that country is seriously broke. We have not been generating enough revenue for so many years. And this removal of subsidy helped them to get some money. But at the same time, there's a more problem. And when your country, a country that have a multifaceted problem, as you continue to say, find solution to this, there are some people who want to dabaru or even make it even worse. That is the country, Nigeria. Some people want to make it better. Some people want to make it bad. But I remember my grandma told me that a place where there's a lot of mud, that is where the money is. So once we make that mud not as it is again, there's no more money. And that is why a lot of these elites with their co-sponsor, foreigner, or whatever, they don't want that country to develop. Because when it's developed and everything have tarred road, hospital, nothing to steal again. It will take, I don't know which man. I will still give Tinubu benefit of that for some 6 months down the line before this end of this year, and I will see the trajectory. But for this particular note that Nnpc have taken, I will not say it's the right course, but I will give the government to see how the Naira will be stabilized in some few months. Because they have their own plan. So I do not subscribe to that. Any move any government is doing, everybody will see it as they want to cheat or whatever. Because no matter what we say here, we are not privy to 100% information about the financial distress Nigeria has put himself into. That's my take. Thank you.
But I don't think you've really answered.
You didn't answer the question, no, Remy. You just went after Obasanjo.
No,
I've your brother Simba to join you.
I've answered your question. I've answered the question. The money was taken to stabilize the exchange rate. I've answered the question.
So, but why is it that?
It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with.
But the question we should be asking is this: why is it that it is the Nnpc that is doing that? Why is it not the CBN doing that to stabilize?
CBN for today, CBN is under probe, and we have seen what came out from CBN stacking 15 or 17 billion of our external reserve to Chase Morgan loan that we borrow from them that we don't even know. So do you expect the same institution to go and borrow money on your behalf today? So that is why probably Nnpc, they gave them the right to go ahead with that. If not,
you see how they've ruined that country. When the monetary,
when you say how they, you are also included in the people that ruined that country. You are also included.
Hold on.
People,
rational mind, you are included.
That what is it now?
You are included. You people continue to run down your country by your own mouth.
So we must not forget again.
If I am an investor or I don't know that country before, and I've been listening to this program for 6 months, and you continue to sell this narrative about your country,
Remy, can you go and invest in that country right now?
Why would I invest? Because of people like you.
Something
positive about the country.
But let me answer that question. Can you go and invest in Nigeria today?
Sure, I told you I make an approval for you today. I said, country where there's more, country where there's more, that is where you can make it.
Remy, let me say this.
Remy tried before. He ran away.
As the sad reality is that, look, let's face the reality. The sad reality is that we were trying to get away from this. I don't know what NLC is fighting for, threatening they are going to shut down the country. We say the agreement was that let us liberalize this sector. Liberalize means let the market forces determine the price of petrol. If crude oil goes up, if you are entering your house in America, sometime at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, you enter your house. As you are entering your house, you enter the filling station. You buy gas. They say it's $3, and you went in and just drink water, and you are coming out again. You decide to buy fuel again. 10 or 20 or 30 minutes later, the price is possible. It's changed to $4. You are buying 2 filling stations across each other. One is selling at $2.99, the other is selling at $3.59, almost 50 cents different. Now, we said we wanted to liberalize that sector. Let market forces determine. Nnpc, because crude market goes up and the dollar exchange went up, which likely to affect. NNPC has come out to say, oh no, it's going to be an indefinite strike. They're even not going to give any warning. They are going to. So basically, who is sponsoring NNPC to throw spanner?
NLC, not you are repeating
I mean,
NNPC.
NLC, sorry. Who is
NLC. Is it
sponsoring
NLC or NNPC?
NLC? It's NLC, I want to say, sorry, permit me. Who is sponsoring NLC to continue to throw spanner in the wheel of progress? We know that market forces determine it can go up. When the price go down, it will go down. And it will become competitive. Of course, it's going to be painful. Nobody wants to buy something expensive, especially as our income has not increased. But look, it is part of the very bitter pill we have to swallow. So NNPC is trying to come in now. Maybe it's even NNPC that is even sponsoring labor, so that they can continue to have access to this unprecedented or unlimited crude for swap, whatever. Because enmeshed in it is different forms of corruption. So for me, I am not in the support.
Bishop, the question I want to ask is, when they stop the crude swap, the 450, where does it go? The 450,000, where does that 450,000 go? When they stop it? Are you telling me they are still? Are you telling me that the 450 is still going on daily in Nigeria, even before this?
NNPC has it.
And so what did they? So did they remit the money?
That's what I'm saying now. They owe government, except it changes tomorrow. They owe government that money. NNPC owes government that money now. So when the NNPC brings in petrol, you sell, because government is not going to pay subsidy on it. But that crude that you have collected, you pay for it.
Okay. Are they really paying? Are they paying for that 450?
Because before now, they told us how much federal government was owing them.
So if NNPC, let me ask you this question: if NNPC is now a public liability company,
yes,
and they are getting crude from federal government, they now want to use that crude to pay loan. Where are they collecting the loan? Are they collecting loan from federal government, or they are collecting loan from a foreign partner? Because it's federal government now that is now funding the loan for them.
It's not federal government that is funding the loan. NNPC is giving the loan to federal government. Like it's like an advance for the crude that they are giving to them. Whether it is now in arrears or the one they are going to collect. But every crude that NNPC lifts now, they are not doing swap. So NNPC is selling their petroleum products independent of federal government. Federal government does not determine their price. That's how it's supposed to be. But they are collecting crude.
So how would that one now favor the common man?
Where we are trying to get to is a liberalized petroleum industry.
Simba, common man, you don't get the common
man. That's not liberalized now, because they're still giving them money. They're still subsidizing some dollars to the market.
No. Oh yeah. Hold on. Don't miss it up. Liberalized to the extent that the federal government does not determine the price. NNPC buys.
No. You see, when we say things, I get you. Not to you, Bishop, but some of the things we debate here and how we debate them. Because if you say liberalize, you have nothing to do with it. Besides maybe the policy you put in place, and that's it. Let them go fish out their money or whatever, source the money. But then now you are cushioning it by way of subsidy, getting money from some bank and asking them that you'll be swapping that money for oil for them. Because it's an oil swap, because they say they will be giving them, they will be giving African Exim Bank or whatever, they'll be giving them oil in place of that $3 billion or dollars that they get from them. I don't even know, maybe they're even paying interest. Maybe they even pay them more oil, they'll pay them more in oil for the interest. See, that is all. See,
so that is why you can go to
they really killed that country.
I think what really
go on. Go ahead, Remy.
I think what transpired here is very simple. First, Nigeria is in trouble. Second, the activities of speculators are affecting the exchange rate of naira to dollar or to other foreign currency. Third, if we leave it totally into markets, the demand and supply, like everybody know, if you live in Western world, the price of petrol continue to change daily. Even sometimes can change twice or thrice in a day. If we leave it that way for Nigeria, because not all Nigeria understand this kind of situation, how can you tell a common man that does not read or write or that does not understand what is playing out internationally to now go to the pump price in Nigeria in the morning and find it at 560, and before he can close his eyes in the evening, it's already 600 naira. He or she will not understand what is going on. That is
And because we are not used to that kind of system.
Thank you. Because we have used to a lot of free fuel for so many decades, for a long time. So what I see here today is that the Nnpc coming out to build the federal government because we don't have money. That's what I see. And what they use is the crude oil that we are giving them. That means we are owing Nnpc 3 billion naira. We are not giving them additional crude.
Remy, that is what they call a Greek gift. It is poison.
Okay,
that is covered in chocolate.
I want to ask everybody in this platform.
Go ahead.
No matter how much you call it, please can you give us different alternative, or can you offer solution?
The question I asked Remy earlier, it has not been answered because I joined this platform late and I have not been listening to discussion.
Because before. What I've been listening to
the issue here, what is the essence of this loan? What did they want to use this loan for?
The loan is to stabilize the exchange rate between the dollar and the naira, so that they can also come.
Okay, so that it will bring down the dollar.
Yes.
Remy, this dollar, people that are working against it, they have enough naira to bump up this dollar in 48 hours. Take that to the bank. In the next 1 week, we'll be back to status quo ante.
Okay.
That was what I was saying. They will mop up this 3 billion.
Remy, from Common Economy 101, you cannot be borrowing money to defend your currency.
We don't have money in external reserve as you thought.
We don't even need to defend that currency. That's the basic truth. Where are we going front and going back at the same time? What are we talking about?
No. There is no place. Excuse me. I don't think there's any country that is not defending their currency.
We are inviting trouble in that country.
I want to ask this.
I foresee a military coup in that country.
Everybody.
No, National Mind, stop that. Stop that. Is military going to do something better? Why are we talking like this? Don't take us to that place again.
Can I say something?
The problem of Nigeria.
Okay.
What I want to say, excuse me, Rational Mind. What I want to say is this. I am looking at the first thing they should do, although people will cry and they will shout in Nigeria, it's high time that you cannot exchange any currency except commercial bank. And then the government should try to say, if the dollar for today is 790, at the bank, you cannot sell more than just 2 naira different, maybe 792. That is what a government should do. But unfortunately for Nigeria, we don't have that current reserve to back it up. So it's a marriage of problem in that country. We don't have it. And then you guys, you come here, the loan is not good, blah, 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 blah. I want you to give us alternative. This is a problem.
I will give you alternative.
Maybe your alternative, some people are listening to it in government or outside there, they can pass it to some leader or whatever. Maybe your alternative can work. That is what we should be talking about. Instead of condemning every time. What are you condemning? You condemned today, you condemned yesterday, you are going to also condemn in the future.
No. You probably have not been listening to me in particular.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking generally.
Okay, let me provide a solution.
Last year, no solution.
Mr.
Bishop John Isuru. What I was saying to Simba, why you saying I should not say that? You're looking at
yes.
Hold on, you're looking at the handwriting on the wall. There is trouble in Nigeria.
There's no trouble in Nigeria. There are challenges. We are going to overcome them.
What is challenge? What is trouble, my guy?
They are different. They are different.
Challenges in Nigeria, it come out from your mouth that they are.
Remy, let me land. You've been talking.
Can't come that way. We couldn't entertain you even saying something like that. You are a well-mannered person. Why are you drifting? If you have a problem in your household, then the next thing just to go and call your former wife, ex-lover to come and fix the problem.
Your ex-wife boyfriend.
Okay, now let me answer you very quickly.
Hold on, Bishop what I want to talk, you people will just like, I know I'm in the midst of the Batify people now. Let me talk, please. At least we have 1, 2, 3, or 4 of you here.
Stop Batify. If you are going to be talking about military taking over, please stop it.
No, hold on.
Please stop it.
It's my opinion, dude.
It's not opinion.
It's my opinion. Let me. It doesn't represent my one man's opinion. I'm one of the talkers here.
No, Remy is his opinion because he was brought up in the midst of the military rulers, and because if that's why you are talking, because you are what happened in Venezuela does not bring about military coup in Venezuela. Ghana has passed through this, even Egypt. There are so many countries that are passing through the same. They are not talking about military rule. So why are you thinking that military rule that will be the solution to this one?
Rational mind. Batify òṣòròǹgà lọ́pọ̀ mi.
Ọ̀rọ̀ Batify ẹ̀kọ́ ni bàbá Ajẹ́lẹ̀ kùkù ẹ̀jẹ̀ àsọ̀rọ̀ ń bí ọ̀rọ̀ lọ. Ọ̀rọ̀ Batify ẹ̀kọ́ lélẹ̀.
Let me talk now.
Ọ̀sán àárọ̀ làwa wà ń bí.
Orí ọ̀gànjọ́ táwọn ẹ̀jẹ̀ Batify máa ń fò káàkiri
àwọn eléyìí wọ́n máa ń fò ní wọ́n máa ń fò lọ́sàn gangan wọ́n máa ń fò. So anyway, what I'm saying.
Explain yourself.
It's inviting trouble because it's going to get to a point. Well, you see the monumental corruption. You seen some kind of powerful people, so powerful that they've held that country down. Any way you slice it, you dice it, you want to get rid of them, they will they will just appear to you in another way. Like, okay, we thought maybe subsidy will resolve this matter. Okay, we know we're going to bear it for some time. But then look at where country, they use this FX issue as a reason for them to start jacking up the price and making life so unbearable. Now they are forcing Tinubu to the table now to look for another way through Abba Kyari, Nnpc to go and borrow money in their behalf and use our crude. You see, the rot in the system is so endemic that it is by some kind of revolution. And this revolution I'm talking about, if the civilians, if the civilians do not take this, I know there are some people within the military that will not. I'm not saying, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying they have the solution to it. They're not coming. Let me land. I'm not saying they have the solution to this problem. But if the military comes in, maybe they'll be able to, map all our oil wells. Maybe at the end of the day, they will start giving it out to their cronies. Or at least bring sanity into the system. Right now, what we need in our country, bringing sanity into that system. Because these criminals, they've infiltrated every nook and cranny of that country, government everywhere, whereby anything you do, they will force you to the table or they will force you to revert back to in some ways. Because I don't see a way out of this. That was when I was expressing pessimism yesterday here when he was telling me that. Because I've never seen a country on earth, our earth, that has this kind of monumental problem that Nigeria has. I've never seen it.
So you said you do not see a way out.
It's because you're in Nigeria. That's why you're thinking that only Nigeria that has monumental.
Not in Nigeria. For your information, I've lived many places. I've lived in many countries. So don't tell me
how many countries have you lived?
How many countries? Afghanistan, Sri Lanka.
Simba Atirebi, please permit me to make an attempt, and I will yield. You see, where we are, Let me use another Agbo analogy. Okay, don't let me use Agbo. Let me use chloroquine. You are sick with malaria. I am AA, and the only malaria that used to plague me when I was younger was malaria. And the best cure I've ever had is chloroquine. At some point, I got used to the chloroquine injection with Novogen, and I will mix Piriton with it, and I would administer it by myself. And it's the easiest way for me to cure malaria. Now, we know chloroquine tablets, whether it's chloroquine or Novoquine. If they ask you, take 2 in the morning, 2 in the evening, 2 in the morning, 2 in the evening, 2 in the morning, 2 in the evening. But it's very bitter. And after you take 2 in the morning, 2 in the evening, 2 in the morning, 2 in the evening, you just say, look, this thing, I cannot continue again. It's bitter. And you go on to the malaria will come back stronger than before. We have started a process. It is very bitter. It is very painful. All we need is a little bit to endure. You will be surprised that people will adapt with this slight change. It might not even be much. And the Labour Party is making it worse. They want to truncate its treatment that we have already gone more than 50% by throwing
what 50%? What did Labour do again? What did Labour Party do?
Labour had
Let
me finish now. Let me finish now. You have
to Bishop, don't say Labour Party, say opposition party, not only Labour.
Okay.
Opposition.
No, not Labour Party as party. I'm talking of Labour Congress, Nigerian Labour.
Okay.
No, let's say opposition. Just opposition.
Okay, they are part of the opposition.
Yes.
That did not. Nobody said something. They just had, because there was a crude, an adjustment of the price of crude in the international market, and they assume that is going to affect, and because of the dollar, and they already put up a threat of strike outside there to galvanize. I listened to the man. Unfortunately, in a society that works, what's the name of that man? Of that Labour president now?
What's the name?
Ajero. Joseph Ajero. He should be in jail. What he did to the national grid, was it last year that he shut down the national grid? Because they asked some people to do promotion exam and they are afraid, they don't want to do promotion exam. The idiot went and shut down the national grid. You cannot do that in America. The almighty America that is the bastion of democracy and freedom. He did it and went away with it. And they rewarded him with NLC president because of what? He's serving some vested interest. Look, if there's going to be an adjustment in the point price, maybe with another 2 naira or 5 naira, with the way we have taken this treatment more than halfway. What he is doing now, people will think is working in their interest. No, he's working against their interest. He's taking us back to where we are already getting away from. And it is not going to serve anybody's interest. That is the truth. Unfortunately, it is not going to be a comfortable truth, because he knows what he's gunning for. He knows what he wants to gain. He's already dreaming of using the platform of NLC to get popularity like Adams Oshiomhole, so that he can become a governor tomorrow and become a minister afterwards. Sadly, people are falling for that gimmick. Nobody said winning Nigerians away from oil subsidy we have enjoyed for years is going to be easy. No. Nobody is happy that people are suffering, but it is a necessity that we must go through. Taking us back to where we were coming from now. Look, I want you to pull that strike. The one that they did and they called off, they saw how the thing was failing. Forget that people were hailing, hey, he succeeded. Where did he succeed? That they went to Abuja National Assembly and pulled down the gate. Did he succeed in Lagos? Did he succeed in Ibadan? In Lagos market? Arise TV went to the market, they were asking people, they said, what you concern us with strike? I bet that their problem is that people were going about their normal business. So for me, I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but I'm saying we have to endure so that we will get a better tomorrow together. Thank you.
Okay, Rashma, can I talk?
Go on, go on.
Okay, let me start by this military rule that you mentioned earlier. Military rule cannot be a solution to the problem of Nigeria. Because if you look at the past, even the so-called people that are the so-called military, they are the ones that are part of the cabals that are now even disturbing the country. The lack of T.Y. Danjuma, our ex-president Babangida and co. They are part of the problem that Nigeria has. So, and you know, the military, I'm very sorry to say this is international platform, but the kind of military that we even have in the past, they are not the kind of military that we have now. Our military are also very, very, very corrupt. They have been exposed to a lot of money in the name of fighting Boko Haram and all those insurgents and all those things. So don't think that any military man will come as a savior. They are just coming to come and take their home bite of the national cake. So military cannot be a solution. And you know, earlier on I mentioned that even other countries that have passed through this, they are not calling for military. So it's not something that we should be calling for in Nigeria. Then the other problem that I foresee in that country is that, you know, we all lack sense of patriotism, I'm very sorry to say. Because whenever the country is having problem, instead of all of us to rally around and solve the problem, we tend to take advantage of it if you are in the opposition and use it to get your own to your advantage.
Why didn't you say this to Tinubu when it was in 2015?
I'm not talking 2015. So don't. I'm not exonerating anybody. Just hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying now. Don't say you see. If we know that, okay, if it happens in 2015, this 2023, and if you cannot identify it as a problem, can't we talk about it? Because that is what is.
Hold on. Okay, go on. Just land your point. Sorry, let me not interject you.
So, and you at least for you to even interject me, you agree that is one of the major problems that we have. So, if it has happened before, at least we have to make progress and stop all these shenanigans that we do. We should all go in one direction, solve the problem instead of now using our problem as an advantage. And when you get there too, the other people will use it as an advantage. So we have to change our course in that country. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't refer me back and say Tinubu did the same thing. So if Tinubu did the same thing, then the other people should continue in that route also. Then we are talking about solution to the problem.
So I want to, in addition, sorry,
Hold on. Then let me finish. I have only 1 point more. Then even unionism in TUC, ASU, and all those useless unions, they are also one of the major problems that we have in that country. And they are not taking us anywhere because when people aspire to be part of this unionism, not for the growth of the country, but for their own benefits. And we see how ASU will let me tell you, we have more private universities in Nigeria now than even public universities. Go and look at the salary that they are paying this staff of this private university. They don't earn as much as those people who are working in the public institutions, and they don't go on strike. But you see, by the time the ASU comes out now and say, hey, we want this, we want that, we want this, and we want that, everybody will be supporting them. On what? So, in summary, all of us, we have to be patriotic to that country. Whatever mistake that we have made in the past, we have to leave it and channel another course for us to bring that country out of the problem that country has. Then we want to continue the way you are saying it.
They should not demand for better pay, right?
I'm not saying they should not demand for better pay. Babajale Koko. You know, the reason why I'm saying this,
what are they doing wrong?
What I'm saying, if others are working in private institutions, are earning less than what they earn, and they are still committed to their work, and they don't go on strike, then why should they be going on strike every 3 months? Sometimes they will go on strike for 1 year. At the end of the day, they will still collect the salary for that 1 year they didn't work. The same thing is NLC doing now. Do you think what NLC is doing now, are they being rational with it? And what you should know that most of these people, if you don't know, is opposition parties that made use of them. They give them a lot of money to cause public to constitute public nuisance.
That's not
But
true.
we don't understand that.
That's not true.
Okay. Well, whether you believe it or not, that is because okay. So I think I made my submission
before opposition party was formed.
In addition to what Simba has
hold
said,
on, Remy, John Israel. I was trying to say something to Remy because it was me and him that had that back and forth. You said something about opposition and all of that. You see, sometimes I just wonder how sometimes I say, now who do us this? Now who is that person that is making us the way we are? That we cannot think lucidly, even though when some of us say we think lucidly, I don't even know how we even say things. I think there's no disrespect to you, Simba. There's always going to be opposition. 2015, when Tinubu was opposition, I supported them. Yeah, I supported them.
Are you sure with Tinubu supporting Buhari, you supported them?
I've said it here on this platform. When Bubu was coming in 2015, I was one of those people that championed him. I was like, oh yeah, he's the guy in 1983 or 84. That guy, remember him? Why everything? Why against the discipline? I was one of those people because I was looking at those times. You know, I could have maybe done a very big. I knew that it was a diagnosis, but I felt maybe who knows too. Maybe we didn't hear the whole story very well back then. Maybe it too contributed to the war. So anyway, I felt maybe he has something to offer. But when I now sat down, I reflected, I did a real deep thinking, I realized, so the point I'm trying to make here is this. There will always be opposition. And when people are opposing, so when Tinubu was opposing back then, why did Simba, why did you tell him then that, why don't you just work with them? Let us work. Tinubu and his people in 2015, they went across the world, international media, like Lai Mohammed. Hey, they want to silence the opposition, no, they want to do this. So, what did Lai Mohammed and Tinubu and his people do not say? Just to discredit Erufai is one of them too. Just to discredit what is called Tinubu. And now somebody's doing it to them, and suddenly now they are opposition, right? You see, guys. You see, we need to start thinking straight. There should always be reason for it. There should always be don't color them bad, because if back then we were colored Tinubu and people bad, that, you see, they're demarketing Nigeria. They went to tell the international people not to sell ammunition to Jonathan. Those Chibok girls, he deliberately did it. He did not want to rescue those people. Blah, 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 blah. Those are the things that Lai Mohammed and the propaganda machine of APC was churning out there. Even to the point that even America had to side with them. Obama had to side with them because they did a very good job in looking for.
Rational mind. Can I say something here?
No, hold on.
Can I say something?
Hold on. You will say. Okay. So they use powerful lobbyists within the United States government and some big PR people within the United States to launder their image and make it look like. They did all of this and they discredit Jonathan, and that guy became some kind of like a laughing stock among people. So, but then today now somebody's doing that to him now. I've said it here many times. Be careful.
It's not doing. Nobody is doing anything to. You are making it personal. Rational. That's the mistake. We are talking about our country. So they should not continue. No, just hold on. Listen to me. So they should also continue that way. Is that the way we want us to be continue?
Why did you tell Tinubu back then? Should we continue?
So no, what I'm saying, okay, that one is the past. Is the past. We are talking about the past. So we should continue. And so why are we talking about solution then? If you don't want us to talk about it,
we'll talk about
Simba. What I want to say is
no. Please, let him answer my question. We are talking about solution. It's a problem. Then you are not saying that they should also do it just because somebody has done it before.
You see, some of us here, let me say some of us here, we come here, we just point finger at other people. Oh, you're doing this, you're doing that. Look, listen.
That is not the answer to the question I'm asking you. Okay, we know that one was a problem and they were wrong. Now you want these people to continue in the name of, I don't understand you. I don't know what you are speaking to now.
Hold on. All of us cannot sleep and put we cannot all sleep and put our heads in one place as we sleep. Somebody that will face east will face east, somebody that will face north or south, whatever. That's the beauty of we humans. So because I don't see high on high, I criticize Tinubu because I'm not criticizing because I want to criticize him. I want to see Nigeria work better. But I don't believe his way and manner in which he's going about this is the right way. That's why I'm criticizing him. My point is this. It's like my computer almost died here. I don't know. So anyway, yeah, my point is this. You only diagnose problem. In the process of diagnosing problem, you want to diagnose an issue. You critique it. It's from that criticism you are come to find out that okay, this is the issue here. Doesn't mean that we just take pleasure in criticizing people. No, we are diagnosing. If I say Tinubu is a criminal or he has baggages, it's not because I hated him, because I feel that is the problem of that country. Because he being a criminal, allegedly, let me use the word allegedly, he's a criminal, or he has baggages.
Tinubu is the problem of Nigeria.
Oh, God, dude. Let me land this one because it's very quiet here. I mean, it's almost late. My people are. So my point is this: if a leader of a country has baggages like the one we've seen with this current president, that is there, it's in itself a problem. And if I say that as an opposition, you should not shut me down because that's what I see. The records are there. But if you don't want me talking about it, then you are I think you're stifling me of my free speech. Because I feel that's in itself is a problem. So I'm not saying that because I hated him, it's because I wanted the best for the rest of us. Because one person cannot drag the whole nation down because of his past or whatever he has had or whatever crap he has done or he did to get himself there. So my point is this: I'm not asking you to accept my view, but the point is, if people express Tinubu once was in opposition, and I never said, oh, why should Jonathan clamp down on him? Even when they were clamping down on them, they were trying to silence them back then. When PDP were trying to be very hard on them. I was one of those people that said no, because I believe opposition should be allowed. So we should not say because of Tinubu, we should not criticize him. What are we talking about? So all of us should now sleep and put our heads in one corner.
We are not. So if we talk now about how we can move our country forward, we are talking about Tinubu.
Is dancing in a circle as usual.
I don't know. I don't even understand his argument.
Why would you understand? Why would you understand it? You don't understand it.
What you want to offer, and then continue to rap a roaster about Tinubu.
Dude, don't do this. Don't do this. I'm not here for all this.
I don't like it when you talk that way because I think you are.
What did I talk? What did I say?
Rational mind.
Yeah,
this is the impression you created. You are highly experienced, and you are an advanced. I would not say advanced age, but you are kind of older or elderly, and I know you are fixated on Tinubu too much. I have a very simple question. Now, let me tell you what I'm trying to say.
Would you stop this fixated on Tinubu?
I want to say something.
Who is in play here? Who is in play?
I don't care about opposition. Opposition will do whatever they want.
Hold on. A year ago, let me speak of Tinubu like this.
1 minute.
If you have been here, you understand. Bubu is one of us.
1 minute. You will come.
What are you talking about?
You have been talking. 1 minute. I don't care about opposition. I don't care whether you criticize.
No, you care. If you don't care, why you always on my?
So let me talk. I am not looking at it the way Simba is looking at it. I am totally different. The way I'm looking at it is Nigeria themselves. What as dollar speculators continue to speculate? Just see yesterday from 1,000 to 790. It dropped. That means there are a lot of Nigerian people that they don't love their country. And they always see opportunity to make that country. We should check ourselves. And I don't really blame them because this democracy we are practicing does not give, I don't know what is wrong with our leaders, including governors. They are not making examples of people by sending them to jail. Because when justice is delayed, then people cannot get the right result. You take months for investigation. And before you even take the guy to court, you have not done a very thorough investigation. I'm talking about Nigerian people. I say I don't care about opposition because opposition will do whatever they want. But you are the president. And we cannot just say, this is not the military going and just say, oh, NSC is about proscribed. They cannot do whatever anymore. They will do as usual as what they will do. They know the actual situation of Nigeria. Those labor union leader, everybody is partisan. That is politics. Even in your household, you'll be partisan among your family members. So I don't care what you say here, but I want to hear people telling me what are the solutions to this problem. Not you continue to lament.
Yeah.
Lament
Remy,
every now and then.
Remy, can I interject?
Please.
Yeah, please. You know, yeah. You see, what you guys are saying is just quite true, you know. But the thing is this: our leaders are not showing us that they are ready for a solution in that country. They are not showing. There's no way they are showing it. You see, if Nigeria is for sale today, if they say, okay, let's sell Nigeria, do you know that it's this political elite that will sell this country and pocket the money and go their way? Because they never believed in this country. They have never believed in it. Even it is the populace that believe in the country so much. These leaders, they know what to do. They go to Dubai, they go to America, they go to all these places. They see the beauty of all these places. They can't replicate it in their country. And they are telling us to be patriotic, to stomach everything. Come on, you have to be Nigerian. Are they Nigerian? They are not. They're not showing us they are ready to develop the country. And that is why some people do not trust them. The trust is not there. And one of the solutions to our problem in Nigeria is, one, let's reduce the power at the center. Let's reduce the power at the center. Let's give the resources back to the states. If we give the resources back to the states, then we can be now seeing lazy leaders, because of this federal allocation, we don't see lazy leaders. We don't know if they are doing anything. But when you ask them, because when you give them back their resources, they will now go out to the US, to China, to all these places to negotiate for contracts, bring it to their states. It is that contract, it is that revenue they've raised in their states they're going to use to pay workers, build road, hospitals, and all those stuff. So they are not getting free money from Abuja again. You understand? So that is the only way to reduce, even it's going to reduce corruption, because free money is never good for any society. Free money is never good. So we have to restructure that country so that states will control their resources, build their own security, everything, you know, so that if you look at Nigeria today, if you just look at Lagos, after Lagos and Abuja, no other state is working in Nigeria. No other state is working in Nigeria. You understand?
Anambra is working.
And I don't know. No, I'm telling you. If you just look at it, even Lagos, you see, I live in China. The smallest city, the most smallest city in China is better than Lagos. I'm telling you.
So maybe
more beautiful than Lagos.
Joel, you are talking about second tier city, right?
Yeah, like, you know, not these major cities. There are cities like Zhongshan, Qingyuan, very small cities.
Yeah, Shanghai or whatever with that. But when
no, Shanghai is off the
like Cancun, like Dalian and the rest. So even these are cities that second city, and they are better than our Lagos. So if you
these are cities that
you'll be amazed.
You come here and you promote Tinubu to run.
This is not about promoting Tinubu to run.
Let me chime in if I can, please. So
excuse me, let me conclude. These are cities that are just, their population is not up to 2 million. To be the city I'm residing right now, their population is about 1 point something or 2 million. But when I walk, because the city is so small, when I go around the city, tears fall down my eyes. Like I shed tears for Nigeria. Why can't we have this structure? Nigerians are not asking for so much. Little things. And everything is okay.
Okay, let me chime in real quick. So
Remy, please. Sorry. Let Prince Daddy come in, please. Prince Daddy.
Oh yeah, thanks.
I think we have Adewale too later. So please. Remy,
yeah, I think was it Joe that was speaking right now? Was it Joe, right?
Yeah, Joe.
Yeah. So I think the answer to that question, why can't we be like those cities in China? Yeah.
Please, I'm sorry. You continue. Joe, do you and Remy, both of you, do you guys see African food to buy in China, like a bar?
Yeah, they have African restaurants here.
I'm not living in China anymore. Okay,
I know, but when you were there, that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean.
What do you say? Your question again?
They have African restaurant there where you can or you eat this.
Yeah, I think they do have in Guangzhou, not all over China.
They do have in Guangzhou.
I think it's only Guangzhou or probably maybe in Beijing sometime, but it's only in Guangzhou.
Okay.
So it's not over China. It's not like what we normally do is that we buy the food stuff in Guangzhou if you want Nigerian food. But there's a lot of traders coming from Nigeria, and they also have shop in Guangzhou. I think it's in Guangzhou area most time. So we will buy something from them, and then they will now send it to us. China is as big as America, so it's and it's very
right.
fast.
Is that it gone? Up to you.
Oh yeah, so I was going to say to Joe's point, how come we can't be like those second, I guess, rated or class cities in China? I think you have the answer to that question, and I'd like you to tell us like when I'm done shortly. But to Rational Mind earlier, all those things you said about Tinubu that you permitted, I actually agree with you because Tinubu also, I know you have a special dislike for Tinubu, let's put it that way. But everything you said so far, I think is true. Tinubu played politics. We know he played politics. So nothing surprising that by him, using labor and using other institutions to fight Jonathan or other, leaders in the country. He played politics. Tinubu, of course, has his faults. That's why I can never lose sleep over Tinubu or any other leader. It doesn't happen. This is human beings we're talking about. But the only problem I tend to have with you, Rational Mind, and others is that when you're talking about Tinubu's, woes and missteps, you talk about it in isolation, like it's the worst of the kind, and that's absolutely not true. You can say it's as bad as Obi and the other people. I will agree with you, but trying to isolate Tinubu and make him this terrible human being, no, not at all. Not at all. And I think it's done its own missteps and doing a lot of things. But right now, I genuinely believe that he's trying to do right by Nigerians. He's doing the right things. Is it a fluke that oil subsidy was taken away when he came to power? That we're trying to unionize the naira into one exchange rate. All these things are steps to improving the economy and making people's lives better. And just like Bishop was saying earlier, it's going to take time. Nothing happens, overnight. These things are going to take time. Yes, even in America where you live, people always complain, or the government can do a better job. People always complain. We're human beings, always going to complain. Yes, we can't take lightly the sufferings of the Nigerian people, but yes, they can do more with palliatives or other means to elevate the people's pain. Absolutely, they can do that. No, they can do that. But Nigerians probably, I was just, when you guys were talking, I was thinking back. This same issue we're talking about corruption and this and that, contract stealing of money. Since I was a kid, it's always been like that. Nothing has changed. So this corruption issue is entrenched in the system. For anything to change like drastically the way you guys want it, is going to take cleaning the house, like totally getting rid of all these people. I don't know, a lot of people suggest military, but I'm not a military supporter, and I don't think the military, when we had them, they didn't do no good job. Yes, like Angelica said, they built roads and all these other things, but what happened to all the money that we made from crude oil and all these other things? They stole the money. Bacha loot, so we're still dealing with it. So
okay, please, can I just sorry for interrupting you. You see, I understand what you mean. Military rule is not good, but let's look at this 24 years this guy has been there and how much has come into the coffers of Nigeria and how much you relate it with the infrastructures on ground. You know that even these civilians we have presently are more corrupt than the military we are even accused of. Because if you look at what Jonathan, he started from Obasanjo. Obasanjo made some, left some. Jonathan came, made so much money he couldn't show anything for it. Yaradua came, this thing. And when Buhari was coming, everybody was screaming, war against indigenous. I say, are Nigerians smart? This man Buhari doesn't have a clean track record. When he was, in 1978, when he was Minister of Petroleum, 2.8 billion naira was missing. Go and listen to Fela. You think Fela is mad? Fela was telling us what was happening in Nigeria, what has happened in Nigeria. 2.8 billion naira when dollar was better, when dollar naira had more value than dollar. We wasted and they closed that case. That case went under the carpet. PTF, the same thing. Then people say he's a very that guy doesn't have any credibility at all. You understand? So when we come here and say Buhari was just a total failure, to me, Jonathan was a failure. You understand? So the only person we had from that 22, it was Obasanjo. But Obasanjo didn't really do a good job. But I know he just tried his best, but he didn't do a good job. So right now, I feel Tinubu is going to be the last era of all these old politicians that will rule Nigeria. After Tinubu now, we'll start having fresh hands to handle Nigerian affairs. We need fresh blood in Nigeria. Without that, these people are criminals. They are criminals.
Yeah, to that point, I agree with you. I thought, like, when Tinubu came to power, that perhaps after Tinubu, the next president we're going to have is going to be around 45 to 55 years old. That's my thinking. Exactly. And I would totally support a cleaning of the house. Now, I think Tinubu will be the vestige of the old regime, quite frankly. Yeah, we will definitely be one of the last people. And we see, when we start playing ethnic and political party line politics and care about Nigeria, we're the supporters I'm talking about. Not like people kind of bring Peter Obi as this angel guy and Tinubu as the evil guy. No. Let's we all agree to choose somebody. It doesn't matter where the person comes from, that's going to do the right job. Okay, I would go with that. But definitely, Peter Obi is not the guy. I tell you guys right now, it's not the guy to jump. I mean, because if Peter Obi had won, he wouldn't be able to change anything. The system will remain the same because it's equally as corrupt. As much as they like to say Tinubu is corrupt, which I never argued about that anyways, because if they call him corrupt, that's fine. But Peter Obi is equally as corrupt. Well, in terms of the degree or the amount they may have stolen may be different. But nonetheless, if Peter Obi was in charge of Lagos, who knew what he would have stolen? So it doesn't get a pass. He's as corrupt as Tinubu, as everybody else. But again, sometimes people do have a change of mind. People see the Nigerian system is okay. My dad was in the system kind of too. He was not a politician, but the politician and all these people, he knew them. And he was a man, I can only speak for my dad. He never took any contract or nothing. He worked at the highest level. He never took, because the point here is that his friends literally called him a fool because he wouldn't take nothing from that he didn't earn. It was there for him. It was there to be taken.
Are you sure?
Oh, trust me, I was sure. Yeah, I'm sure about that, because I could have been telling you about my millions and millions. I'm not telling you about that, so I'm totally sure about that. Because it was, if you're in the club, if you're part of the club, it's there to be taken. You don't have to struggle for it. It's there to be taken. Take yours and take mine. That's the way it works at the highest level. So, and only a few people. I can actually only talk for my dad, but the point here is that that's how the system is laid out, and it will always be like that till we clean a house. How are we going to do that? I don't know. I don't know. You're going to clean the house. It's so entrenched and corrupt. Now, military is not my solution, because military, I believe, sets us back. Really, it does. Because democracy, we need to work out our wrinkles over time. I don't believe 24 years is sufficient for a true democracy to realize its full potential. I don't believe so. Maybe you guys think otherwise. I think we need more time. American democracy didn't start like that. All this war democracy we talk about did not start perfectly. They went through transitions and a whole lot of things. Okay, so that's the way it works. So we can't say 24 years. Every time the military comes in, there's an interregnum in democracy. Then it's like we have to start all over again. It doesn't work. Let's go through the
Sorry. I want to say something. Yes, our democracy is growing, but the thing is this: apart from growing our democracy is still young and all this stuff. But our democracy doesn't stop these leaders from building infrastructures. Democracy doesn't stop that. You have to build something to show the people that, there's a path where we are going. We're going somewhere. But here, when the people don't even know where you're going, today you come up with this policy, next tomorrow with this policy. So the people don't even actually know where you're going. We've been
have you heard about the blue sea? The blue.
Do you know how much Obasanjo sank in the oil sector? $16 billion, for crying out loud.
Oh, yeah, electricity, you mean? Yeah.
Yes,
That's
that's massive.
back then,
And
and
there's
people don't talk
nothing.
about that. So, yeah,
And there's nothing to write home about. Massive money.
and I think that would have electrified the whole Nigeria back then. That's a
Whole
lot of
Nigeria.
money. A lot of money. People don't talk about that. When Angelica wants to praise Tinubu, Obasanjo, I'm like,
Well,
you know.
Obasanjo to me was a failure too, man. He was a failure, man. I've seen leaders. Obasanjo, come on, Obasanjo didn't do much. He didn't do much.
It was a popular guy that went around the world. You know, he took over after the military.
Popular, moving around, and you know, leaders were praising him and all those stuff. That's what he was doing. He didn't sit down to do the real work. He didn't sit down at all. If he has given us power.
It was power hungry and power grabbing as they're all in the same shoe. That's my point here. That Tinubu is not unique in its deficiencies. It is not. They're all in the same place. And listen, who's going to have a contract of 1 billion naira and they're going to use it to build roads or do stuff? Why would they do that when they know that again that same contract would be reissued? Come on now, we're all human beings. We are on the panel. I mean, can we truly say that, hey, if we were in that position, we would do the right things? See, we only do the right things where there are checks and balances. You know that. You live in China. That's why I was asking that. Why don't you speak to the point we just made? Why don't you speak to the point about why China works? Why does it work? As much as corruption at the top of the CCP. You see, by the way, corruption, I said the other day, was it last week, a few days ago, like, look, I spoke to somebody from, a learned person from Kuwait. Yes, from Kuwait. And I was trying to compare Kuwait's economy to UAE. I said, back then, Kuwait is like, when you guys are rich, so much oil in a small country. I said there was no UAE or Emirate, whatever, back then. Kuwait was the place we talk about, the king and all these rich people. And the guy said, yeah, but it sounds like Kuwait is lacking behind a lot of this Middle Eastern countries. And also that the guy told me there's a lot of corruption in Kuwait. I said, really? He said, yes. A Kuwaiti person telling me there's corruption in Kuwait. But somehow, somewhere, the society seems to work. Okay, but in China, they execute people, they hang people for corruption and things like that. But guess what? At the same time, there's corruption at the highest level in China. Nigeria don't come close. You know that. They got billions and trillions of dollars in dollars, not naira. Not yuan or RMB. They got in dollars.
Do you know why they are better off than us? Is it because some people think the government of China doesn't listen to the people. They listen to the people. Very, very. They work for the people. Because if you look, if there's an outcry on corruption in China, the government will take swift decision. You start coming down on those guys. But in Nigeria, we celebrate corrupt leaders. Look at Akpabio. Akpabio was indicted in this NDDC, and today he's the Senate president. Look at Oju Zokalo. Oju Zokalo is somebody that knelt down and he was begging that now they've said, oh, he's free to do whatever he wants. He's in the Senate. When you look at all these governors, ex-governors in the Senate, see all these senators, you see that all of them all have baggages, and they are the one leading us. You see, the thing is that I'm happy to say that.
Well, I was going to say something. Is there such a thing as? Go ahead.
Let me finish up. I'm happy today that the youths are kind of waking up. They are trying to take over the power from these guys. What we should just do, have patience. 2027, let this last badge, because this is the last badge. After Tinubu goes away now, like 2027 is going to be really, really hot for us. The youth have to stand up and reclaim that country, take back that country and fix it. If you leave these guys, you see, these guys, they've compromised. These people have investments abroad. If they don't do the bidding of the West,
Joe, you have so much belief in Nigerian youth, eh?
I do. That's very
believe me, let me tell you, if you look at the ones that are in government now, what do? They are the worst.
You see, I'm not talking about the ones in government right now. I'm talking about we by the side, we that are watching from the side, and we that are complaining. We have to to form a political party and chase these guys away.
You know what we are doing on this platform, that is the easiest thing to do. Believe me. is the practicability of whatever we are talking about is another problem. It's very easy to say, hey, why can't you do? You know, I've been watching you talking since. You know, the only thing that you only identify the problem, you've not been able to tell us one solution. It's very easy to identify problem, but you mentioned what happens in China, and I agree with you. But the Chinese, the sacrifice and everything that they do, can we do it in Nigeria?
Excuse me, my brother. The leaders of China, the people of China did the sacrifice together. It's not the people doing the sacrifice, the leaders enjoying. They both did it. Go and Remy is here. Go and read about the cultural revolution in China. In China, they were taking from the rich and giving the poor. That's what they were doing. They were taking from the rich and giving it to the poor. When Chairman Mao
there was a day I asked you a question. I'm very sorry to say this. Let me just say this. I think one thing we have to do in Nigeria is to be more productive. You know, I mentioned, I said Nigeria is a poor country, but I think there was a day you disagreed. You said Nigeria is not poor. Nigeria is very poor. And Prince Ali just mentioned example of Kuwait now. If you know the revenue of Kuwait, it's like times 10 of the whole revenue of Nigeria. Kuwait, there are not more than 1 million people. So even if their leaders are corrupt, how much money can they steal that? Because they have much money, then the little that they give to their citizens, they are still satisfied with it. And that's why you can still see some level of development. But in Nigeria, look at this way. Saudi Arabia produces about 11 million barrels of crude daily. Nigeria, we are talking about 1 million for 200 million people. Saudi Arabia with the immigrants, they are just 35 million. Even if their leaders are stealing the money, they will still have excess to take care of their people. How much money did Nigeria generate?
Can I say something?
Let me say this. Let me finish this.
Yeah,
I think I mentioned it in this platform. In Saudi Arabia, what they spend on education alone is more than the whole money that our whole 1 year budget in Nigeria on education alone. So I think we have to look at it this way. The only thing that we always shout about, hey, corruption, hey, they're stealing our money. Which money? Which money are we talking about?
My brother.
And we are not looking at that. The only thing we are good is to accuse ourselves, hey, this one is stealing, this one is a thief, the other one is a thief. But have we asked ourselves that even this money, even if nobody is stealing it, can it solve our problem? It cannot. Though I agree with you, the little that is coming, we have to manage very well. But still, we have to look at that aspect also. We have to look at that aspect also. We have to.
Simba, you say cannot solve our problem. What are you talking about? All this money that people are stealing, they cannot solve our problem.
How much is the money that you are talking about?
The amount of money that is leaving that country. You don't know the amount. You don't know. Seriously.
I don't know. Maybe the money is coming from somewhere. I don't know where the money is coming from.
See,
from 1.1 million barrels of crude per day. Are we joking?
Simbad. You see, Simbad, there's something I want
for
to
200 million people, and we are talking about 1 million people.
Simbad.
Okay.
Simbad, there's something Simbad said here that I really liked. You said we should go into production. Do you know that in the 80s we had all these industrial estates on industrial layouts in Lagos. We had two in Lagos. There are so many of them scattered all over the country. This were when this in the 80s. Then what happened to them? Why can't these leaders revive all those places? You understand? Why have they fixed all their energy in natural resources, in petroleum? The populace are not the problem. The problem is that we've had leaders. These things are there for us to revive. Look at we had Volkswagen in Lagos, Ojo. We had Peugeot in Kaduna. We had all these places. If you go to Ikoni, there is housing estate in Ikeja, the housing estate, all those, sorry, not housing estate, industrial estate. All those places have been converted into churches now. We are there praying, clapping hands. God will do this for us. God will do. My brother, there is no God to help Nigeria. There is no God anywhere. There is no help to go
talking about Eric Moore. Eric Moore Industrial Estate.
Eric Moore. All those places. My uncle, when I was
What
a kid,
about
my uncle used to go
What about Lukeju Industrial
to
Estate?
Isolo.
Isolo.
My uncle used to go to
I passed through those places recently. And I was crying because most of them have been converted to churches.
You need to go to Ikeja. You need to go everywhere. Church are taking over. And when they say when we say we should tax them heavily, oh, Nigeria, we shall. You don't know God. You blah blah blah.
Remy, let me give you one thing. If I'm the president of Nigeria, I will shut down churches in Nigeria. All churches.
Religion too.
Shut them down.
It has to go away because I don't see a reason why somebody driving a private jet and build a 40,000 capacity church and collecting money from them every Sunday and every once in a week. And the people that have been going to this country, their life never improved. They cannot, the churches are not create employment for them. It's not that they are going to production of this or that. No, what they are just going to production of miracle. God himself worked very hard for 6 days, creating this, our beautiful world. And in Nigeria, what you see is religion. Before you say it's a jack in Nigeria, an average Nigerian will tell you, in the name of God, believing you is lying.
Remy, the worst thing the West, the worst thing the colonizers did to us, even if they had enslaved us and colonized us without bringing religion to us, would have been better off.
Joe, I just want you to leave all this colonial.
Can we stop blaming these people for our woes?
So I don't want them
to left us for how many years?
Face our problem. Leave them alone. They are. You know what? Since I came here, I discovered that every country have their own problem. Huge problem. So when Nigerians, anything happen in Nigeria, and I still call Nigeria, quickly they will buy a ticket and go to watch it. I'm just laughing at these idiot people.
What problem do they have? What problem do they have in Finland?
You will buy a return ticket, Lagos back to New York or Lagos back to London, and then you stay in a hotel. You eat the food there. You are taking the money from Nigeria in the name of protesting. Who cares about you? You're taking the same money. You take it to America. America are happy. Continue to come and protest here. If you're in Nigeria, you should be on the plane and come and protest. So far, you stay in the hotel, you eat our food, you take our taxi, you take everything. Who is benefiting? Have they even think about this money they're taking over to other countries from the so-called Nigerian money? So our people, they can jump to protest. The Labour Congress, they will be protesting for what? For what reason? You know your country is zero. They don't have the money. You are asking to be paying 300,000 per month. Where is the money? Everybody is highly politicized, highly biased every time.
Remy, I quite agree with what you're saying. But Remy, you see, do you know why the labor union are doing all those things? Because they've not seen any form of sacrifice from our leaders. Even at
Joe, the other time I was looking at the hand of the other TUC chairman. What is his name? The labor guy, the TUC guy. You know there are two. One is the Labor Congress, NSA, and the other one is from TUC. In his hand, he's wearing a Rolex, and that Rolex alone is more than $5,000, close to $5,000. Where did he get the money? Who are they really protesting for? Who are they supporting for? They are just lying to the Nigerian people. And of course, a lot of Nigerians are very lazy. They don't want to go to work.
I want to ask Remy, if there's resource control and the state takes care of their labor and all these things, I don't think the labor union thing will just die natural death.
You're right, but that one cannot just come with a whim. You have to go to the National Assembly. They have to deliberate about it. And when you get there, some states will say, "Oh, my state is very poor." Don't be surprised. Even your state can say, "No, we don't want it."
Yeah, you're right.
Look at the local government financial autonomy alone. Even Lagos and some states, they voted against it. And when you talk about that resource control, don't be surprised that none of them know what to do. But because they are lazy, they don't want to plan. because
No,
they
we are,
get money from the
exactly.
allocation every month. If they did not get that kind of money, none of them will want to become governor because it's an headache job. How can you get the money to pay salary to the workers?
If you get me,
If there's no allocation, I bet you 70% of them will not touch that position.
Exactly, my brother. Exactly,
they
my
won't
brother.
touch it because they know that where will I get the money? I don't have the brain for all this. It is that time that you will really see patriotic people coming up on board.
Exactly. That's my argument.
But for now, everybody just think I can spend all this money. Once I get that position, then I can get it back. When you guys talk about leadership, you guys never even think that leadership comes from followership. All these leaders you are talking about, they were once a follower. Where is Dakwa Abiodun in the 1980s? Where is all this Makinde in the 80s? Are they not probably in the university?
No, they are the youth there now.
Right.
The youth that we are talking about.
And the saying that Abiodun is a big player in the oil industry in Nigeria. Where are they?
These people that we talk about, Remy, are they older than us?
Of course, maybe not.
Another thing we should do as a people is this. I feel we should go to the National Assembly. We should protest every part of Nigeria. We should just go there. Tell them we want that constitution to be changed so that states can.
You know why, Joe? You know why I'm always afraid of protest in Nigeria, because I always doubt the sincerity of such things, and protest can easily be hijacked and throw the whole country into chaos.
I understand. You see,
you look at what happened during NSAS, because Nigerians, most people doesn't behave well. You say you are protesting the little infrastructure that you have, you will go there and destroy everything.
How can it be justified? Hundreds of BRT buses, new buses were burned down. Houses that people were burned down. What were they doing? Is that a protest again?
We need to educate our people. We need to educate our people on what we need to do, like on this platform is also good. We should start educating our people that we can actually effect this change. We can actually go to the National Assembly and tell them this is what we want.
Joe, I'm not, in fact, I want, if they want, they can go and die in that National Assembly. If it's going to be peaceful and they are not going to, because what they will do is that after finishing with government property, they will now start looting innocent citizens' property.
Yes.
That's what they will do.
There needs to be a change in
because some people will take advantage of that to loot.
How can you, Simba and Joe, fathom this into consideration? You tell the people in the state that this state is not improving, it's not developing. And the people there, very selfish people, they say, he's paying our salary, everything is okay. Are you kidding me? How many percentage of the population are government workers? What are those people that are working with private companies, or people that does not have a job, or people that have their own businesses? So
actually, is Adewale on this platform, or he just joined and
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Sorry, Adewale.
Oh, okay.
So
because he will just remain like that, he will not talk. After a while, you see he's marginalized.
No, maybe you want to listen, then later you want to talk. If you want to talk again,
he doesn't need to join the platform for listening. He doesn't need to join the platform to listen.
Thank you, Jare. You don't mind Simba. I always feel marginalized one way or the other anyway. But there's wisdom.
When you came in now, you're always marginalized. Anybody can talk.
That's when Simba touched on the subject that touched the heart, I was like, let me jump in. I was like, okay, I restrain myself. You know what? Don't jump in yet. When it was talking only about
you. I even want to accuse you, Adewale, because you are once a banker. You are once a banker in Nigeria. You people, you are also one of the biggest problem. You people with your to siphon away Nigerian resources. You are the one that will advise them, go and take the money to Panama Island, take it to UK, take it to Switzerland, and you cover for
corruption. But Adewale is one of the corruption advisors.
So
Ah, hello,
people
hello,
pay
Komuje.
a big back, and you're only interested in giving loan to all these big shark. When a small,
You-
an individual
It will not come to a bad debt. They will not pay back.
you would give it.
Okay, let me please allow him to talk.
I'm going to finish before you talk.
I want to kill him today. You know, he was beaten before he left yesterday, so he started by beating him today again.
No, I wish that I could with you before I left banking. Maybe I'll be able to talk and just cover my eyes and not be able to reply to me. But hold on one second. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
yes, very clear.
Okay, because I'm using Bluetooth, so I hope it's clear. But I mean, it's not like the way you painted it. I joined banking in the late 90s, and what I observe is that everything is opportunity. Majority of people that we see parading themselves around today and call themselves billionaire bankers and all that, they started early when the military was giving out banking license. And some of them actually a prosy to some of these politicians and head of state and military officers. They were holding some of their wealth in prosy. And that's why every time you see federal government selling um, uh, public assets, we're always trying to read between the lines. They're selling it to themselves. Okay. And some of these banks that, a lot of mushrooms bank then. But what I found out was that they're not just using Abu's money to entertain Abu. Abu is also, licking the soup too. Um, there was a day, Kuro with my eyes, I saw the NDDC. It was newly created then. NDDC, an entire agency money being put into 30, is it 30 or
Fixed
60
deposit.
days? Yeah, fixed deposit,
Fixed deposit.
60 days, fixed deposit, short-term investment. My mouth was agape, They were starting as this young democracy then. Now that tells you how long this corruption has really hidden deep. But apart from, let me just move away from the accusation of what bank is all about. It's about the big boys who are the one hitting it. Not the. Let me say I was a bank worker, not really, because those guys are eating the money. Then they were actually hitting the money. That was how you saw the likes of GTB banks, Access Bank, STB banks, all those mushrooms bank. Then they were holding some of those corrupt money, dirty money for the politician, and they are able to make their own money as well. But anyway, that's that about that. And there's nothing like you and I could do as at that time. So even though we saw the money being brought, agency money being brought into bank, do you think I would go ahead and inform the journalists and say, "Oh, I saw NDDC money in a short-term investment account"? Number one, whether I lose my life or if I losing job, it won't be the smallest sacrifice. Anyway, let me move away from that. Let me speak on. By the way, let me you touched the subject that touched the heart earlier when you talked about China. So during the time you were in China, Remy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You said that in China you could find anything, African store, groceries, and all that. So
No,
does
I
that
didn't say
mean that?
that. I said you can only find it in one city, which is Guangzhou.
Oh,
But when
okay.
you can find the store there, but what people do, some people also trade from home, but we are far away from each other because China is as big as America. So when you
So
buy from
you guys import to China then. You import
they are
the
some they
local.
import to China, but there's some food, some food stuff like white beans also produced in Guangxi, part of China, which you can also you can also buy from them.
That is interesting to know. But another thing is that there's no way you go to Nigerian culture will always follow. So what about the Ashewos and all that? Are they also present available
Maybe you
there
can ask
apart
Joe. Maybe you can ask Joe that question.
O tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ Adéwálé, o tó gbé àwọn bìkínì rẹ̀ yìí láàárọ̀ yẹ.
Those are the things that make economy, wet. You call it wet distribution. Those are
But
the sector that you need to.
don't worry. In
Eh?
China, there is something we call neon light club or neon
Yeah.
light hostel. They are plentiful at night. You can go there for massage, and from massage they also do the happy hour if you want. So some are for massage.
Happy
some
hour.
are for
What is happy hour? What is happy hour?
Am I corrupt Simba
Maybe
now?
you know Simba.
Am I corrupt Simba?
Ẹ mọ̀ pé àfa lèmi o, ẹ má dì mí létí o.
Ẹ mọ̀ pé ilẹ̀ Lárúbáwá ló wà. So
Aráàmù nìyẹn o.
Somebody dropped. Oh, I think that was
Adéwálé ti drop.
Okay.
Our country has monumental problem, and I don't know why we can solve it.
What happened, Adéwálé? You dropped. You are back.
Maybe it's using Bluetooth, so it's off and on.
But I'm also using Bluetooth.
You two were dropping it now.
Do you know which room? Do you know which room Adéwálé is in now? You don't know.
That's all. I told probably my one man I was going to be not like 1 hour or two, and then it's almost like 4 hours now. So I think when it's like
Adéwálé will fight you, rational mind.
I'll be shutting down in about 10 minutes time now, so we can just discuss whatever I want to discuss. I can't hear you. You started robotic. No, you dropped it again. No, you're here. Yeah, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Oh no, ni wọ́n máa sọ pé ìtẹ̀wà l'Amẹ́ríkà network yín ò dáa.
Yeah, but I want spy the one it could be. My spy one.
He's talking. He's talking. We are not hearing him.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you now.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I switched from Bluetooth. This platform self. Sometimes they are broadband, or what do you call it? It will drain your battery. It's so your data will, if you are not careful, you are not using Wi-Fi. In fact, I pity you. Those people calling from Nigeria, they are rich people. Don't mind them. They will come here and be telling stories. They are rich people with the data that they use for this platform every now and then. They are very rich people. Anyway, speaking. What is the topic, yourself, Abeg?
Yeah. Brother.
Ṣé ò ń jẹ sàrí lá máa ń pè yẹn? Láti máa ń jẹ sàrí ni.
Ẹmẹ́kì láàrin òru.
Kíní ló tún máa ń jẹun báyẹn bíi broiler, patoski.
The broiler. Anyway, yeah. We're talking about Tinubu. I mean, not Tinubu. Nnpc $3 billion they want to borrow.
So they might dream Tinubu.
Let me just speak generally. The Nnpc issue is like it's like a court where the more you look, the less you see. And I think that agency was established purposely for people in government to cut away money in a legal way. So to say, let me put it that way, because we were told that NNPC is supposed to be a joint body between the oil explorer, what do you call them, oil companies, and also Nigeria oil company as well. Yeah. So, but the way it's running is now a public liability company and supposed to be about money making and all that. Anyway, away from that, I think the problem we have sometimes when I listen to people talking, and one thing that I find one denominating factor that I usually find in every of our complaints is that we blame the leaders most time, all the time actually, but we ourselves, we haven't really examined ourselves, in a very, very holistic way. The followers, the followers. One thing I found very prevalent among us as Nigerians is that we seek for immediate gratification, number one. Number two, if you search deeply, our culture, our cultural uh, heritage is more like it's synonymous to corruption. It enables corruption in such a way that hardly you will go to any community in Nigeria that
Same in
um,
Nigeria.
yeah, you when you find something to complain about, there will be somebody that will try to justify that action. So the moral ground is completely swept off the feet of everyone. So you
Okay,
say
alternatively, tó bá lè fún mi ní.
Can you mute yourself or let me mute him?
okay. So in such a way that you can hardly justify all that action, perhaps maybe based on ethnicity, affiliation, relationship, or even our diversity, sort of the way we are interwoven. You go to this community, you accuse their son and say, "Oh, it's their illustrious sons, it's the Pope John Paul the third, and he's not capable of corruption." But we are the same people that will go behind and say, "Look, among them, those people who are in the public sector, and every single person we found in the public sector are representing certain power blocks, and that is why it's so hard." It's so hard to govern, a state like Nigeria where there's no strong institution. Now, every time leaders make decision, there will be certain people that will not be comfortable with that decision. And if they are powerful enough, they will fight tooth and nail to ensure that that decision does not see the daylight, simply because it's going to affect them negatively. And in some instances, they don't even care if there's collateral, regardless of the numbers of the collateral, as long as it favors them. And you have them like that. Every single ministerial nominee that has been nominated to Tinubu's cabinet are nominated by certain power blocks. They are representing some interest. They weren't plucked or picked from from nowhere. So be it party affiliation, be it community, through community leader. We saw someone kneeling down for governor of the son of former governor Audu, kneeling down, to appreciate the current governor of Kogi State. He himself was not, but it was that means that nominee was representing the interests of the current governor, right? So that is a dynamic that we found ourselves that makes things so hard. And I tell you this, sometimes people may mean well, and by so doing, it may not be well received. And that is will be the where the communication is lost. And it'll be so hard. You can destroy what has been built for years, but to rebuild it will take multiple years, more than how, when it was built. So what we found ourselves in Nigeria is that even though when Jonathan took over uh, as a president, I think it was in his 50s, if I'm not mistaken. It was in the late 50 or middle 50 then. You know, what was everything was said. Young, educated, vibrant, exposed, former governor. We thought, this individual would do great. And don't get me wrong, it's possible that he meant well. He coming in to do the best of his ability. But you see, there's always going to be stumbling block. And I tell you this, there's no society you find, whether in the Western world or in Asia or in Arab, there's always some power play. It's like a club where you have to belong. And once you belong, all these things we are saying here will be an abstract, probably will not count, you know. And those are the people that hold the key to that society. They control it, they swing it any way they wish or they want. So, and at the end of the day, they make decisions that affect other people's lives, even in advanced countries. But when you have a institution that is built, that is solid, it will be hard. Even there's still corruption in America today. We're still seeing, governors and senators going to prison. here in America. The other day I was watching TV. Well, Rational Man, you remember current governor of Illinois? What is his
Yeah.
name?
Yeah, I know.
Something Glugovic or
Yeah,
something.
it's something
You know,
else. Yeah.
yeah. You know, him being a Democrat, it was pardoned by Trump. It was very controversial then. This is a guy that was trying to sell the position, the seat that Obama vacated
Yes.
when he became president. And he was trying to sell it to the highest bidder. And the FBI got wind of it and they tapped him, recorded him, and prosecuted him and sent him to prison as a governor, right? So that means no matter how any country is being painted, there's always going to be corruption, even in China. But you know, when you have a institution that is strong, that can withstand all those pressure and and interferences and all that, then the nation can build, and we cannot be thinking of a reformed. Even if Obi becomes president today, he will face the same problem that his current person in the office is facing. How do I know? The system, Nigeria is going to work against him. All those things that I mentioned earlier will work against him. Even the same people that voted for him that makes him president, they will turn around to say, you know what, you are not doing enough. Someone sent me um, a photo. I sent it to my Facebook page. In 2020, gas was $1.68. Diesel was $1.98 or 96. 2020. That's when we were in the middle of early 2020, and we're just starting COVID then. Fast forward to now. Today I bought gas as $3.28. That's because where I live is closer to where there's refineries and all that. But if we start going, far away from where I live, you see the gas at $4. What change? The same state here in Texas, they are
Sorry,
what do you call it?
just a question. Is it $4 per liter or $4 per gallon?
Per liter.
Wow, my God, it's expensive.
Yeah. Oh, what are you talking about? And the state
No,
itself has
hold on. Are you saying in Texas where you are, they sell by liter or per gallon?
per liter.
Why is that in America? It's per gallon.
Is it gallon or liter? I think it's liter.
No, it's
No,
per gallon. They don't
no.
sell it like that.
Sorry. It's per gallon. Liter is the one you buy at the when you are you want to buy at the at the gas station. It's per gallon. I
So
beg
it's,
your
it's
pardon.
about 4 liters per gallon, right?
Yeah, 4 point
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
So
Yes.
that is average like $1 plus, okay?
So some kind of.
Yes. So it's
And
still
the far you
still not
go,
cheap. It's still not
the
cheap. Okay, it's still not
it's
cheap.
not. The far you go, the expensive it becomes. As a matter of fact, I bought it at 329. By the time I got to where I live, I saw it at 316. I was like, man, I should have driven home and buy this thing right here. Those cents will count, towards filling up the tank. But what am I saying is that the state itself has not even, vote to increase the salary of their workers. The same, what do they call it? Minimum wage. I think minimum wage supposed to be $8 per hour. Now in Texas, it's
Federal minimum
no
wage.
federal has their own style. See, the state even pay, in some instances you find some jobs that the state pay better, but in general, even the federal government has not even increased minimum wage. What they're trying to do is through tax, but the house is becoming more difficult to go through, and that was how they resulted into tax credits during the COVID time and all that. The states has not increased their minimum wage because each state also have their own minimum wage and they're trying to benchmark it against the federal as well. So I think the highest is $10. I don't know if it's California or New York, 10 or $12. I'm not so sure. But Texas is $8, and they've not even passed legislation that
But
increased.
Texas is one of the richest states in
No,
America.
they pay higher than that though. It's just the minimum, but establishments, the agencies, they pay higher than that. It depends on Yes, the federal government pay a little bit but higher than that, but the increase wasn't
You
that
know why I'm
significant.
asking you? Because somebody was discussing this issue yesterday on another platform, and he said the federal pay it's not up to $80. It says about $7.
The last
Just
time it
about
was
$7.
increased, I think last time it was increased, the federal, I think it was, wasn't it around the Obama time that it was, or George Bush. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. But they haven't really, they pay more than the minimum wage. But that is the standard, the golden standard. So, but that's to tell you, even there's inflation. The baby cereal that I used to buy at $3, I'm buying it at $5, $6. Depends on where you live. So there's inflation everywhere. Your purchasing power of the money you have in your pocket.
Here actually, the granite oil that I used to buy for 25 for a year, I'm now buying it for 40.
You see, but
2 liters,
by,
2 liters.
by and large, I think we can make progress. Someone said Tinubu probably going to be the last man standing among all these old stars. And I said, that's it. That is not good. That is not true. You will still see older people. You will still see worse politicians becoming president. Sometimes I want to believe some of them have Nigeria at heart, but some of the factors that will, that won't let them breathe, that won't let them perform. Can you imagine? You already have your plan, but you have to pick who to work for you, who to be your ministers. Your hands are tied. Within the party, your hands are tied. Among your friends, your hands are tied. At the party level, at the state level, everything is just modeled up and all that. So even
Adewale, you know what I said to that is why I said the kind of democracy that we are practicing is not going to work for us. Because if you don't have that power and people know what they can use to actually sabotage everything that you are doing, then even if you're a genius, you'll not be able to do anything. And that's what I can see exactly. Because by the time your party member are coming on national television and start criticizing you, you are finished.
Oh yeah. Because everybody wanted position, they wanted this.
And why somebody like Rational Man will come and say, "Hey, come and see the APC." Hey, you can see that even his own party member are criticizing him.
If today Obi become president or Atiku become president, even Showore, okay, let's just say Showore, it can't just change judiciary overnight, right? So the same judges that are there as we're going to be, you can't just fire them if there's no concrete allegation against them, right? Those are the things that will make him, tied his hand, because every person you face in Nigeria always have certain interests. They want something, all those things will play out. And that is the problem. Our culture doesn't work well with democracy. During the military did their own abracadabra. But if we look very well and examine their tenor, things weren't that good too. It was about complaint apart from ruling and governing. I can't call it governing. Apart from ruling people, they were brutal. Hardly people can say anything or have a voice when the military had sway and all that. So,
But don't you think we need a mix of maybe some force and then the democracy, a mixture, not this kind of one that you are just powerless. Because Nigeria, I think we need some iron hand for us to be able to achieve certain
then that will
things.
turn you to a dictator. You can't do that in democracy. Emefiele,
And you think it now the way we are we going to make progress with all this? Whereby you have people with diverse interests, and they are not even the interest is not even to the benefit of the people. It's for their own selfish interest.
We will. It's just that we haven't built institution. It's a matter of time. Today, if FBI could arrest Donald Trump, come to his house and arrest him and charge him to court, and in fact, where's Prince Daddy? His uncle, they just indicted him on the fourth count now, so 14 count. So you should tell me a whole.
It's okay. Trump is Prince Daddy's uncle.
I'm just saying.
I know where you're going. Because they are Trump supporters.
If Trump will get indicted, and it tells you that a country has already built institution, whether it is being used or weaponized, at least they are working, they're doing something, right? That is the beauty of democracy. But you see, I'm not disputing that they cannot be used or weaponized, though. But the point is that those institutions are being built, and not to serve certain people, but to work for the growth of democracy, and that is the beauty of it.
You know why, Adewale, you know why those institutions are working there?
Yeah.
Because an average man in US, let's say majority, are not lucky.
Don't say that.
And they can live. No, let me finish. You know why? In an environment where poverty is entrenched, you cannot have an institution, because those people who you put in those institutions will not work, because they are also poor. They have a price. You can buy them for anything, and that is what is happening in Nigeria.
No, see, where you have, to me, I believe that there are poor people too in America. There are very poor people. Jesse Jackson Jr. Him too went to prison, right? He went to prison. That's where that he came from affluence. His father being an activist.
Let me tell you this. I have a cousin that are working with prison in Nigeria. You see prison warders that are working for the prisoners. They will be the one that will go. They will be the one that will go and be buying Indian hemp, because they will dash them money. Can you? So what kind of institution are you talking about? If prisoners can be using prison water and be sending them messages because they are going to give them money.
Simba, it's like that here in America too. It's like that here in America. We have corrupt people.
Adewale,
Yeah.
just give me a minute. Ewa, are you there?
AY cannot come here and keep quiet. I know you were.
So I'm just surprised too. I mean,
I've been here. I've just been listening to everyone. I didn't just talk. I'm here.
I'll please bear your indulgence because I have to go to bed. But let me just ask AY. So AY, you've seen some of the questions, some of the topics we have, but I think only one of them I will maybe put to you. The issue of I would like to give you a closing comment, but let me just ask so that we can document, like one man would say, document his voice. AY, what do you have to say about the 3 billion? What's your understanding of it, and what do you think is the way forward of the $3 billion that Nnpc is going to?
For me, I think. No, so I looked into the deal, and I think the deal is a good short-term fix for the FX. Mainly, the reason why Nnpc is really, securing that 3 billion deal is just for them to. If you remember, there's a 3 billion backlog that CBN has not been able to fulfill. I mean, in terms of the crude deals and all of that. So the 3 billion is meant to cater for the $3 billion backlog, and it will be deducted from our volumetric production of crude. It sounds good. It sounds like a good deal to me, as a short-time fix to stabilize the naira. And I expect that the naira will keep further crashing down, and maybe it will set to around 700. At least if naira is stable to 700, then we can begin to build from that.
I think the true value of naira now is about 650, 700. The true value, apart from these speculators that are causing it.
No, no, no.
How do
They
you
said
know?
True
How do
value.
you know it's the true value? How do you know it's the true value?
yes. No,
Silva,
Wale
how do you
just
know?
said it now. The commissioner of Minister of Finance said it. He said
Who
it. He
said
said
it?
the fair value of naira is 700. Wale
But
Edun
I
said
mean,
it.
Silva
Minister
said
of
600. You're
Finance. He
saying
said it
700
now
now.
in his
I said
interview.
650, 700. That's what I said. I said
He
650,
said
I think I did.
700.
650.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. So that's the fair value of naira. So, and I think it's nice. It's a good welcome deal. However, the truth reality of the situation is we don't have FX reserves. We don't have foreign reserves anymore. Our foreign reserves is under 12, 20 billion as of today. If you do the netting, and I don't think Emefiele should come out of that dungeon where he is, because he really messed up our economy. And I think this investigation will also indict
AY,
Buhari
real quick.
at some
AY,
point. But I think, mhm,
AY,
mhm.
Hey, what's one
real
of that
quick.
question?
Do you think
I
federal
can hear
government
you.
should
I
ban?
can hear you.
Okay. Do you think federal government should ban this bureau de change people?
Yes. And I think
Good.
there's a process going on. The acting CBN already said there will be a foreign exchange market. So it's like they will float a platform where anybody that, like the way Binance is, people are buying and all of that. So everybody will be a player on that market. And the market will still be a free market. So at some point, bureau de change people will
Do you
fade
trade?
away
You trade crypto?
because CBN will also be a player.
AY.
Yes, I
AY.
do. I do.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I do. I do.
Because I heard
Yes.
you say Binance. There's a Binance.
So I
Binance.
do. Yes, 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 because most Nigerians are already moving their market, have moved their market to Binance. So, and that's why, so they are going to use the instrument of e-naira as the entry currency for naira. So from your e-naira, then if you need to swap to your real naira, then you move it to your bank account, then you keep spending. So it's a welcome idea. That was the initial idea of e-naira before Emefiele did all this nonsense. So Bureau to change people at some point will have to go. And the thing is, I think Tinubu is waiting for the court to affirm his victory. Once they affirm his victory, there's a likelihood he will move against people that the north, especially the northern cabals, that are considered as institutions and untouchable. And for instance, if he reforms the judicial process and the investigations indict Buhari, there's nothing he will do. If there is a need to arrest Buhari, make Buhari come and account for all the
Yeah.
instructions he gave, so be it. So, but he can't move like that now until the Supreme Court affirms his electoral victory. So that's one of the things I'm saying. That's why he's probably just gathering evidences, gathering those things until then he will allow the institutions to work, which is fine. And most of his psychophans followers, a lot of them will be disappointed. That's the way I feel about it. So then I will speak to the ministerial list too. Uh, I looked at it when I look at the ministerial portfolios. I was a little bit disappointed, but then I looked back again, I looked into it again, and I discovered that actually what Tinubu is actually offering, his portfolios is offering the Southerners is if we can utilize this very well, we'll be able to jumpstart our economy and run our economy better than with a less influence from the north, especially when they take up power. For instance, if you can solve power issues, if you can solve our infrastructure deficit, because if you look at northern Nigeria and southern Nigeria actually has more infrastructure deficit compared to northern Nigeria. Roads are more bad in the south compared to the north. So services in terms of economy, our
Don't
seaports,
you think
marine,
is the
look at all
weather
these
weather
structures.
that is the weather that responsible for that?
It's not the weather alone. Don't say it's the weather. What does it take them to fix Edo State, Lokoja to Edo State? and they are fixing the
You know what they
flawless
are doing in Nigeria
fixing
now? You know, you cannot be
canoe.
using asphalt in a place where you have a lot of rain. And that's what we are using. It can last longer in the northern
Yeah,
part. Let me tell you, here, if they build their road 10 years from, the thing will still be there because they don't have rain. So in
even
Nigeria,
at
I
that,
think they should have find another way of constructing our road rather than those ways of
Simba,
just asphalting.
Simba, even at even at that, even compared, even if it's asphalt, or look at the number of bad roads in the south compared to the north. Note roads in the south are bad. They are worse than roads in the north. Look at it. What's the value of economic value of um what's it called? Kano Maduguri Road compared to some strategic notes, Patakota Bar Road. Let's be honest now. Look at the economic
Can
activities
I say something?
going on in this corridor.
Why? Why? Can I say
Yeah.
something? You see, for me, what I
Yes.
think is the main cause of it is, besides the low quality of roads that they build, the traffic. The traffic. Do you know how many trucks that apply that road? Apply those few roads that are even
Exactly.
not well. So the traffic, the traffic in form of because like some of these industrialized countries we talk about, like America, Canada, most of their stuff they haul them by rail. They haul most of their products by rail.
Yes.
Yeah, cars, everything by rail for the most
Yeah,
part.
I agree.
That way, it decongest the road,
Mm-hmm.
whereby their trucks, maybe not as if they don't have trucks on the road, though their roads mostly are very quality. But if you can imagine if those rail system here does not work in America, I tell you, their roads will be going bad every time because the sheer amount of hauling
But
that they will be doing by road. So Nigeria need to understand that
but
they need to
rational man,
provide
rational
of
mind, rational mind.
come on.
Look at the number of rail networks in the north compared to the south.
Yeah,
You
that's
see
true.
now who does more haulage of trucks?
So you can imagine. So
So who
because
does
South
more
is where
haulage of trucks?
that's where the economic is, and that's where they bring all the products from to up to the south, up to the north. Besides the food, so I think federal government needs to sit down and think very well and see how they can devise a means. That rail, we need to concentrate more on rail for hauling.
And you have more people in the south with less land. So we are congested more in the southern part than even in the north. And the traffic will be
Thank you
higher.
for that.
That's
Yeah,
true.
people
Yeah,
are
that's
congested
another
here.
factor. That's another factor. Yeah.
So I think it's balanced. I think it's balanced. We already gotten our education to a point. Of course, we just need to standardize our education, our basic education, and all of that. So I think the North needs more of security, more of education. So give them those ministers, ministerials. But it's fine. But let's see how it goes. The government is still getting stable, and on this clamp down, all eyes on judiciary. The truth is, I think Tinubu is just waiting for, again, I'll say he's waiting for the electoral the court judicial judgment. If the judgment favors him, and the thing is, I won't be surprised if there will be institutional clampdowns on the institutional review on Obi's actions during the political process. So I don't expect that. It's not as a form of vendetta, but it's just
Come
as a
on, come
deterrence
on, come
for
on, come on, come on, come on. Don't
politicians.
say this. We know where this is going.
No, I'm saying the
Hold on,
truth.
hold on, hold on.
Hold
Don't,
on.
let
The
me, let
thing
me,
is, everybody at some point, no.
Good night,
Look at
guys. I need to go and
at some
sleep.
point.
go on. Yeah, thank you
So
so
at
much.
some point, everybody will have to
Yeah,
account for what you say.
relax.
No problem.
Go on, go on. Just make your point. Make your point.
So I say at some point, everybody will have to account for their actions. We don't know the laws that infractions that might have taken place. You understand? In within this political process. infractions against the judiciary, assaults against the judiciary, and all of that. So all those things, I said it will be reviewed. I won't say that an action will be taken against OB or directly. Might just be there will be a review and there will be a law that will, there will be. We expect that the electoral laws will be reviewed again and they will be strengthened, and all these experiences will be captured in the new electoral law or the amended electoral proposed amendments for the
They can
electoral
even
laws
reduce
to sanitize
the time allotted
our
to this
political
judicial
process.
process. They can reduce it so that it will not be
What time?
like.
What time? What time are you talking about?
No, what I'm saying is that like 180 days that they are allotted to this appeal court listen, they can reduce it like 120 or even 80 days.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, guys, let me just build.
Then,
It's past midnight, midnight here already. So
then the issue of the internal democracy of all
just
right.
make the point. Make the point. Make the point. Real quick. Make the point.
I said
Are you there?
also the issue of internal democracies. Most of the court cases are relating to internal democracies of each parties, of removing chairman, of telling the chairman to go, sacking chairman, ward, factionalization of the parties and all of that. So I believe the proposed amendment will take care of this and everybody will come out good. So, all right. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Rational Man. Goodbye.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys being up today, helping me to this hour. All right, guys, everybody. It's been a wonderful session. We thank you all who waited and listened to our our rants and all of that. Though they're not rants, there are things you can always confirm on your own. We would implore you rather to fact check some of the things we said. We're not saying we know it all, but we're here discussing matters as we see them. No hard feelings, no ill feeling towards anybody or your candidate or however you identify or whoever you identify with. So hopefully we'll see you all in the next session, maybe in a few hours from now. I just hope I can join. And I will say good night from here and see you soon.